Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Rocket League Championship Series, brought to you by Verizon, the 5G network built for gamers. I'm Leaf, your host, and alongside me we have Wavepunk, Achieves, and of course, Gibbs is alongside us. Now I gotta mention, I think all of us are updating right now. I got a new angle right now. We're all upgrading our cameras here. But Wavepunk still looks the best, like hands down.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know what you're doing over there, Wave.
Let's be clear. You're all imitating me, and you just haven't quite gotten to this bar yet. That's all that's happening in here.
So let's also be clear that Wavepunk without cameras also looks the best. So, I mean, we can't really compete with this right now.
I mean, it's what we were all thinking, but you didn't have to say it.
I put it out there, and that's where she is now. But we can move on and start talking about some Rocket League. We got a pre-show for you guys before we get into the action for Stage 2 of Season X for North American Regional Number 1. But before we jump into that action, I want to talk about what's been happening this last week to get a little into the mood here. So let's talk about the grid. We've seen these teams already giving it a go at each other in that grid. Week number 3 has been down pat, but there's one story I really want to focus on before we move on here, and that has to be SpaceStation Gaming right now. I don't know if you guys have any other thoughts here, Gibbs, but like SpaceStation Gaming has just been on a tear, and in all honesty, they're surprising me.
The one thing with the grid is there's a lot of randomized matchups, and sometimes you can get tough groups or tough brackets. For SpaceStation, it doesn't matter. 3 grand finals appearances in a row, 2 wins already. They just look so good. When I was watching them versus Energy this week, at first Energy went out ahead, but then you could tell that it just clicked, and SpaceStation just kept getting better while Energy kind of plateaued. And it just looks like SpaceStation right now is the most consistent, plus the best team in North America.
They went to Game 7 in the playoffs one time. They never went to a Game 5 here in Week 3. Like, they played one ultimate golden game the entire time, and that was against Rogue. So they went 4-2 against NRG in the finals. Yeah, SpaceStation so strong right now.
I was going to say, Chiefs, any extra thoughts on that, or do you think we nail it on that one?
Oh, no. About nailing the space station thing, that's great. We talked about them all last week during the grid as well, but I was looking for Envy and version 1 to have a bit of a turnaround. I was a little surprised to see Envy drop to Rogue, but also happy because I've wanted Rogue to do well. I think they're a good bounce back team, so it was good to see Rogue have a little success as well, but hoping Envy does better this week here in the RLCS.
But for SpaceStation as well, when we look at the grid points, they are up by nearly 200 points over number 2, which means that's you just winning the entire grid while SpaceStation comes in last. The only way they get past next week is if that happens. That's how dominant they have been. So if they continue this streak by, I don't know, week 5 or week 6, we might be like, all right, SpaceStation, you've already locked up number 1 for the grid. That's how good they are right now.
Well, let's start talking about Season X RLCS again and what's been going on through Stage 1. Group A and B was last week. We had 2 weeks of Rocket League already, from 32 teams down to 16, and those are the teams we're going to see this week. So let's just take a look at the teams that did pass through here. In all honesty, Wavepunk, to me, it doesn't feel like there are too many surprises going on, unless there is something really here that really caught you off.
I mean, it depends on what you consider a surprise, right? Like, this is a different season. Like, because if you showed this roster of teams to people who were watching last season, they'd be like, "What is happening? Where did all the teams I used to know and love come from?" Right? There's a whole bunch of new names. There's a whole bunch of new looks, and there's some new, fresh blood that is here to take down the old Titans, Gibbs.
Yeah, but at the same time, 9 of the 10 teams from the RLCS, they easily made it through. Of course, no E United here. But the 2 teams that surprised me the most, the 2 that were ranked 9th and 10th, the Peeps, who easily 3-0'd through the day. And then Alpine Esports really played well, that they went 3-1. They looked great throughout the end of the Swiss stage. And those were my 2 surprising teams, because if any of these teams would drop, I would think it would be those 2, but they both look great.
Gibbs on the Peeps. What else?
Well, let's start talking about these then. Let's talk about some of the matches we saw. There were so many matches, we couldn't possibly talk on them all. So I'm going to let you guys pick one series that you thought maybe was one that people should go back and watch. Gibbs, I'm going to let you start this one off.
So the beauty of Swiss is you can't back into the next round. And that's what happened with E United. They played SpaceStation. Both teams were 2-0 at the time, and it went to Game 5 overtime. The entire match took 12 minutes and 12 seconds for the first goal to go in. And the reason why that happened was because about 45 seconds into that overtime, Game 5 overtime, Ajax had a wide open net and he hits the post. Then brilliant defense on both sides of the field throughout. And then it came down to basically 12 boosts. Wonder Mike needed 12 more boosts to reach a ball that he just barely couldn't reach. And United lost that game. Not only lost that game to fall to 2-1, they never won a game after that. They went 0-3 their next 2 series. And again, the only team from the RLCS that didn't make it through to this stage.
It was I feel like probably the most exciting match of day number 1. And again, this is also SpaceStation just showing off how strong they are going up against a wonderful team. And this also highlights the beauty of this format, right? 2 teams that are 2-0 with lots of room for error underneath them. They get to play extra matches. If they lose this match, it's okay. They've get another opportunity here. We get to see the teams playing at their best, but United, clearly they needed to win when they were at their best because the pressure started to get to them in the next few matches. And ultimately did not qualify for today.
Yeah, no, this was the biggest surprise, I think, out of all of them. United, again, especially with the Wonder Mike on the roster. Everyone thought they'd do good. And again, yeah, you're right, did fall short, but we can't talk about it anymore. We're going to move on. And Chiefs, it's your time to talk about a match that caught your eye.
Yeah, so I think Wave was absolutely right. I think the pressure did get to E United a little bit because the one I want to talk about is the one that ended E United's runs. It's KC Pioneers versus
Okay, so we are talking about them still.
Yeah, we are still talking about them because this was an absolute clinic from Rapid and Beast Mode about how to absolutely destroy people on offense. And I had a lot of questions about how good I thought the KC Pioneers were going to be, and I was very happy to see them come through. They played a close series all last week versus SpaceStation and Plot Twist, and then they closed it out with 2 big 3-0s, and it looked fantastic here versus E United. The offense was clicking. Rarely did they have any trouble in terms of turning goals in and setting up opportunities. So Beast Mode and Rapid, I think, popped off last week.
Yes, but you got to talk a redemption story. Memory got signed by E United throughout the offseason. He was on the team for exactly 1 month, and then E United kicked him for Wonder Mike. So everyone was like, why did you pick him up anyway? It was the offseason. So Memory was a little bit salty about that. So it must have felt great to knock them out here. But then you also have to look at KC Pioneers. Some good grid results as well. They swept G2 Esports. And that was 2 days ago. So they might be a dark horse to make it out of this into the bracket stage.
We'll find out about that in a bit, but we still have Wave Punk that needs to drop his match to go back and watch.
Bro, you guys got to stop sleeping on the Peeps here in the depth. Just saying. Like, you're all like, yep, all going to lose against this Rogue team. And to be fair, Rogue has looked good. Rogue looked pretty solid in the series against the Peeps, but my goodness, did they show up and shine. I felt like every single player had their moment, had their ways around the ball. The defense in particular from Gyro, especially in the 4th game. Oh my goodness. I loved watching the Peeps, and I have my eyes glued to them, wide awake right now. Can't wait to see what they do here in week 2.
Yeah, that was a really fun match. I think you and I both casted that one, and I think we both walked in there thinking Rogue was going to win that one. So a big surprise to see just absolute phenomenal performance again from the Peeps. However, you got to temper it a little bit. They went through the grid this week and fell out in the playoffs going 0-3 to NRG, and I don't really think they were tested too much. They played Charlotte Phoenix and Alpine Esports, and if they want to make it to day 3, they need to be on their A game. So you're right. Maybe still a little hesitant to fully endorse them, but the Peeps are playing well, but they need to be on their A game today.
You know, they're like, it's the grid. We'll worry about them when we need to. Right now, they're looking great in the standard event.
Well, they're going to have to start worrying about them again because they're still in the running here. But for moving forward, let's talk about what teams that we have still in this. Looking at stage number 2, as we said, we're down to 16 teams out of the 32 from last week. So let's talk about these teams moving forward. We'll take another look at what teams are in here as we make some early predictions here. While we have these teams up on the screen here, let's pick some teams that we think might struggle a bit and teams that we think are just going to plow through this next stage. Chiefs, I'm going to let you start.
So for me, my 3-2 team that makes it through, I think, is going to be Alpine. They only lost last week to Envy, 1-3. However, it's been a little up and downy with the grid results, and you're really not sure what you're going to get because all their wins came against a wish-wash Pittsburgh Knights, Crimson Wings, and Omelette, who I don't think were playing at peak form either. So Alpine Esports, I think, can do it. They need a little help from their opponents, perhaps. And my easy 3-0 team, obviously, you got to pick SpaceStation. So I don't think we have to say anything about why I picked them. And
well, I guess we'll move on to you, Wave, here.
Yeah, SpaceStation definitely looks pretty strong. Hard to argue against that. As far as a team that I think is going to squeak by, I'm giving my confidence to version 1 here. the team right now seems to mostly kind of hinge around is Gimmick popping off or not. And I think that he's going to be able to, I think that this team can stay together just enough to make it through to the final day, but there's still just enough like room for error with this team that I want to see cleaned up. I want to see them tighten up their play, and I think that will come with time. I think just giving AXB enough time to like settle on this roster, they'll start to look good. So I think they do make it through to day 4. It is mostly about Gimmick there, and the team that I think is going to easily 3-0 sweep through the team I'm not sleeping on anymore. Let's go, Peeps. I'm believing you. It's okay that you went to game 5 against Jamal already in round 1. Not worried about that at all.
Wavefunk is wide awake, man. He is wide awake. It's only what 9:30 for you or 10:30 for you right now. So
pretty much.
But he's wide awake on the Peeps. So I'm not sold on the Peeps. We've already talked about that last week. I'm gonna go 3-2 Alpine as well because I did like that Alpine through these past few weeks have been improving. So I think they can just barely squeak in. They obviously lost to Team Frontline already. So like in one case, that's not a great look, but now they might get some easier matchups, build up that momentum and try and get through there. And then I got to go Envy. Missed birthday today. You got to go Envy 3-0. As simple as that. Happy birthday, Miss. So I'm just going to pick them for that.
Is that it? Is that there's no other reason? It's just because it's
Dave's birthday? That's it. I mean, they're pretty good, but you know, it's Miss Birthday, so whatever.
That's fair enough. Well, let's take a look at. I'm gonna get them. Let's bring up that graph again here and take a look. You saw some results here. Round 1 has already been done. Round 1 has already gone by us right now. We're heading into round number 2 to get some more action here. So these are the results. These are how the teams are standing right now. You may have noticed some teams are up a win and some are down. That's because they've played already. I'm just kind of curious for you guys if there's any surprises early on here. It looks like, I guess most of our predictions, if I'm mathing right here, are still accurate.
I mean, there's plenty to play, right?
yeah.
I mean, version 1's getting their 2 losses out of the way early for my prediction. We'll do that at the beginning of the day and then run it back.
But any other surprises here for you at Cheese? Or again, I feel like North America is just kind of, we know what to expect.
So my surprise is obviously a victory, but it's the Peeps 3-2 against Jamal Jabari. If the Peeps want to come out here, like I said, the Peeps need to be on their A game, and Jamal Jabari comes through as a team that squeaked by, right? So I think if the Peeps are going to make it to day 3, I think that's a round that they should have absolutely stomped. But they made it through either way, so I was kind of looking for, despite the 1-0, a more convincing win out of the Peeps.
Watch out for the Kansas City Pioneers. They 3-0'd the Sonics, and the Sonics have been on a tear lately, having great grid results, and they showed up really well last week as well. So, and they dominated them, a 3-0 sweep. So Kansas City Pioneers, they're starting off hot. That's a huge win for them. Now it only gets tougher at this point, though. Obviously, Swiss, you're only playing the other 1-0s, the other 2-0s at that point. So we'll see how they fare when they go up against the very best.
Well, I want to ask you guys how you feel about Charlotte Phoenix right now, because this is a team that we've consistently talked about kind of falling a bit short. They've made it this far, and in all honesty, I feel like this is a pretty good jump right now. And I was actually in Karma's stream the other day, and she was just talking about what things she was working on. You know, hesitation. I feel like when I get stressed, I hesitate too much. I'm working on that. How do you feel about this 3-1 against Rogue? Do you feel like this might be a good sign for them? Because Rogue is one of those top teams we expect to always be in the top there. And it looks like they kind of went the distance with them there. Do you feel like coming into this stage 2, Gibbs, then that Charlotte Phoenix might have a chance to push through to that final day?
So they had a tough draw. They were one of the 5-8 seeds. Rogue was a 9-13 seed. So there was a 25% chance that they got Rogue, and it happened that they got Rogue. So I think they got the toughest matchup that they could have possibly got. But every single game was a 1-goal game versus Rogue. One was 5-4, then the rest were 2-1. So very close series. That is a good sign for Charlotte Phoenix. Now, obviously, they still have to win their games going forward, but they went toe-to-toe with Rogue, who I think is one of those top 4 teams in NA, or top 5 at least. So it's a good sign, but obviously you can't get down when you lose once. You know it's 3 losses and you're out. So we'll see how they go throughout the day.
But at the same time, they now play 72-pin Connector, who also just played a tight series against Envy. So 72-pin Connector also looking pretty locked in despite the loss. So if you're a Charlotte Phoenix fan, remain cautiously optimistic.
Now, to be fair, there's no easy games. There's no easy games at this point. So that's going to happen to every team.
No, they both had a quite the warm-up match in round 1. So that one actually should be a pretty fun match to watch.
Well, North America has been pretty on par. Like expectations seem to be met all the time. So I want to spice it up a little bit, guys. Let's get some hot takes in there. Let's throw up. Let's get some batter together, mix it together, some Rocket League pancakes, and throw them out there for people. Say something. just out there absurd. What's your hot take for North America?
All right, so I got issues with the Big Five. People are starting to call this, or the Fast Five, which is what
he's
I
going for the fans.
He's
going for the fans.
But Rogue, SpaceStation, Envy, then Energy, and of course G2 Esports. One of those teams is not going to make it out of this. There's only been 5 days of North American competition through 3 grids and 1 regional weekend. Hold the phone on Big Five talk, all right? And once again, it should be called Fast Five. Let's get that going now. But that doesn't exist yet. It doesn't exist at all. One of those Fast Five, they will be out.
What's the limit? How big can the number be for the number of good teams? Because 5 seems like that's like half the league.
Let's
just go Big 32. Let's call it there. Every regional, and we're ready to go.
Okay. All right. Well, that's fun. I like that Gibbs went straight for the fans on that one. Wave, are you gonna pull it back and keep it just at the desk here?
No. Okay. Are you ready for this, guys?
Okay.
I got this. This is breaking news.
Okay, I'm ready.
SpaceStation is really good at Rocket League.
True. Wow.
Okay, I just want to point out we are playing more games per week than by 5 times than any previous format of RLCS we've ever had before. SpaceStation achieves. You know how many times SpaceStation has lost a series?
Well, Gibbs is telling me 2. So
they lost 2 times. Dude,
good job,
Gibbs, that's the person who I thought wouldn't know. Okay, you need to let him know. He'll be like,
sorry, I cheated.
5. No, it's 2. They've only lost twice in the format that plays the most Rocket League ever. This team is insane. I love Riddles. That's as hot as
Wave
right now.
Let's not forget. You have to lose 3 times today. So SpaceStation, clearly they can't lose at this point. They're going to the bracket stage. We already know this.
That's not even close to a hot take, though. That's like...
Okay, Chiefs, you got something better then? You got something better for him?
No, I think KC Pioneers bounce one of the Big 5 out. I think they take a spot tomorrow. I've got Peeps, G2 Envy, SpaceStation, NRG, Alpine, Rogue, and KC Pioneers. So there's my 8 for tomorrow.
I feel like Gibbs, you should have a problem with the cheese right now, though. Like, he just help perpetuate the Big 5 by saying like, these are the guys to look out for.
They're gonna bounce one of the Fast 5.
Yeah, now it's the Jackson 5. Let's just go with that for now. We'll change it throughout the day. All right.
It's now a musical. Rocket League is now a musical. Okay, well that's enough hot takes. I don't even want to get in on this action. Let's move on and talk.
Wow, the cop out. All right.
Let's talk about we gotta talk about important things. Rocket League. Let's talk about the matches coming up here. We're heading into round 2. Let's look at the matches that we got coming our way. So we do have 2 streams. A reminder, if you guys are watching us right now, you're watching on twitch.tv/Rocket League. There is another stream, twitch.tv/eLeague TV, where more matches are happening, or you can click that squad button down below to watch both at the same time. More Rocket League at the same time. Over there, you have Frontline versus G2 and version 1 versus Knights. Over here, we got SSG versus NRG, great matchup, and Envy versus Rogue. Let's talk about that SSG versus NRG matchup, since that will be our second one. Gibbs, when you heard that we got this one, you're excited that we're getting this right away.
Yep, we got the finals of the grid already in round 2 of Swiss, and this is what we're talking about. No easy matches. Now, obviously, like SSG, they played G2 like in that bracket as well. Like, I think a lot of people could have them at number 2 as well, so there is a fight there. But like Energy has looked pretty good, but they keep stalling out just barely. I feel like SpaceStation, though, they're just on a tear, and if they can continue that through today and beat this very good Energy team and get a good seed into that playoff bracket, there might be no one that can stop them at this point.
I mean, Energy did go 3-0 against V1 there in the first round, so I think Energy's feeling pretty good today.
And Chiefs, do you feel like this is going to be a different story for them? Energy's been having a bit of troubles. It's not troubles, but it feels like they're not at that full potential. You think SSG's just going to plow through them again?
I don't think it's ever going to be you plow through NRG. I think we need to see a huge decline in play before you can just be like, any team is just going to smash NRG. They've been at the top for too long, but it's definitely not going to be the world's easiest matchup. I did say SpaceStation Gaming goes 3-0, so I suppose I have to pick them to win, even though I kind of want to flip a coin on it.
And let's do some analysis for the guys over on eLeague right now, just for the G2 Frontline and the version 1 Knights. Do you see any upsets? I feel like those ones should be pretty straightforward. Maybe the version 1 Gibbs. Do you feel like this, maybe could go the other way?
Yeah, version 1, we talked about it last week as well, where I had them at 3-2 for the first round. I'm just not sold on them yet. They're too up and down right now, and it's too reliant on Gimmick to do a lot on the offensive side. We saw Torment get involved, and we know he has that capability, but it just seems like they rely on Gimmick, but they also have to play around Gimmick because that's how he plays Rocket League. And if he's not playing that well, you're going to lose so much offense. So I worry about version 1 throughout today.
Well, let's talk about the first match we're going to see on this stream right here. Coming up very soon is Envy versus Rogue. Honestly, this is a banger of a first match to catch on this stream right now. Yeah, everyone's just not. Yep. For Chiefs, how is this going to go? I mean, Rogue has been hot for months and months. It seems like there's no sense of slowing down. Envy pulling in, again, the 4-time world champion Turbo Pulsa onto the roster. He fits in so nicely wherever he goes. The team's had a little bit of ups and downs, but there's still not really any doubts that they're one of the tops. How do you think this is going? We'll not do predictions yet, but how's this going to play out on the field?
So to me, I think that Atomic and Mist match up fairly evenly with First Killer and Turinturo when it comes to approaches of playstyle. I think both First Killer and Atomic are great can openers. Turinturo and Mist are both great support players. So then it comes down to that anchor position. And obviously for Envy, it's Turbo, who's always been a rock solid midfield presence. And for Rogue, it's Kronovi. I think overall, Turbo takes the win there. So I think Turbo's going to have a little more success in stopping Rogue from getting the offense really going. So I think while Kronovi's going to put up a good fight, I think they just won't have the coverage over on Rogue. So I think Envy are going to squeak out a good 3-1 victory.
Gibbs, you're nodding your head over there. Do you feel like that's the way it's going to go?
It's going to be close. It's probably going to go 5. They've played 3 times in the grid so far, where we saw Envy win a 3-1, then a 3-2 in groups, and then 2 days ago, Rogue finally beat them in Game 5. So 2 Game 5s back to back. This is going to be incredibly close. I worry about Rogue. They've been on a hot streak, but I think that they will fall down to inconsistent issues more so than Team Envy. I think Team Envy is going to be one of those locks for the bracket stage. While I think Rogue, when they're on their off day, could miss out. And who knows how they're playing today, but I'm going to go Envy as well.
Well, we need to know what you guys think. It's now time for the Verizon fan vote. Get your hashtags Rogue or hashtag Envy in the chat right now to make sure that your voice is heard. That's the easiest way to do it. You just have to type like 5 or 6 letters in chat, and then we find out what you guys think. Chat sometimes is not the most correct. So we'll see how you guys do today. This is a hard one.
Excuse me?
I will say that. I will say that. Hey, Gibbs,
we're always right.
Too.
Yeah.
Well, we're always right. If we're always right, let's get predictions out there. Let's put it on paper. We heard a Chiefs there, but let's go to Gibbs here first. Gibbs, what do you got? How is this match going to go? Who's coming out on top definitively here?
I'm going Envy. I think if you go down the line to Turbo is trying to lead 2 young studs while Kronovi's trying to lead 2 young studs. I'm going to pick Turbo every time. No offense to Crow, but I'm going to go Envy. I think they will be the more consistent team. Rogue might pop off, but I got to go Envy here. We'll go Game 5.
Wave, you're up next.
I mean, Kronovi was the only one who had a picture, and I'm going to go with chat. I'm going to pick Rouge. Rouge is going to win here. Chat, learn how to spell Rogue.
That's the problem. They're going to have a low percentage every single week because everyone's going to misspell it. So.
And Cheese, we kind of heard it from you there first, but just want to put it down on paper there in case people missed it.
Yeah, no, I think Gibbs is right. You got to pick consistency over pop-off potential. I think Rogue can absolutely win, but if you're going baseline performance, you got to pick Envy. So I'm with Envy.
Okay, well, I want to see the fan. I don't know if it's going to work now because of that. I want to see what the results are. It's still in favor of Rogue. I was going to mention the Rogue fans are relentless, man. Like these guys are out there every single time.
They got every right to be. They're playing well. It's good to see Rogue actually win a vote. It's been like seasons since that happened, so that's great.
I'm honestly extremely happy. I like it's been just so close every single time, and then that letdown. So I'm happy for it, and I'm going to pick them to win this one too. I think they have it. But if you want to make sure your opinion is longer than just a hashtag, get it out there on Twitter. You can still use the hashtag, but you can also get your thoughts out there. Use the hashtag RLCS X alongside your opinion, how you think this match is going to go. Is it going to be Envy or is it going to be Rogue? We find out now, but let's head over to the Verizon Skybox for the action.
So let's get ourselves. That was good fun. Did you hear anything there, Johnny?
Hi, Shogun. How you doing today, buddy?
I'm doing good, bud. How you doing today, buddy?
Oh, that's too funny. I have such an easy job over here in my casting duo with Shogun. I never have to do anything when when we're receiving the throw from the desk. I just sit here and wait for Shogun to say something, but sometimes that doesn't happen. But it happens to
it's fun.
The rest of us, Shogun. It was like, I really enjoyed
it's the one where you like wish we're in person. You can like look over and just go, you're gonna talk there, lads?
I think we should try that again though. That was a fun one. We should run it back.
Certainly are. Hi guys, we're here for game number 1 today. So we've got ourselves into week number 2. This is stage 2 as well. It's been interesting actually though, Johnny, because these both teams that going into the off season very much were middling in the region, and now that we've actually got here and we're actually into it, a whole new lease of life.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, the desk are absolutely torn in who they think are going to win this one, and I think that's a really fair result to have. And Twitch chat think Rouge are going to win. I can see why. If they saw First Killer and if they saw the level that Rogue were playing at in the middle of this week's grid tournament, unbelievable. But hey, when it comes to RLCS, there's one guy who knows how to win more than anybody else, and that's him right there. Turbo Pulse with the assist from Mist, 1-0.
Yeah, it really wasn't too much that Mist had to do there. Just make sure it's on target with decent amount of power. Should be all good. So, first blood drawn for Team Envy. I know the devs talking about how this seems like, the first few times that we've actually seen Rogue winning some fan votes. For the longest time, almost in sort of some weird purgatory where didn't quite know if it was quite the right time to really get behind them. Here we go, First Killer. That has been one of the major contributing factors. That was so brave from Atomic, and it might have been too brave. Torrentoro didn't make contact, and I have absolutely no clue how Team Envy have got away from this.
Yeah, Envy hanging on for now with this 1-0 lead, and Rogue looking quite similar to how they usually do. I've got the speed, of course. They've got the threats coming in from mechanical players, but will they be able to play that out with consistency? Envy are strong in the RLCS X regional format. They showed us that last week, already going undefeated. And I think they can do that again today at this rate, if they can keep playing like this.
No, they're in a tough spot right now. Torrentoro has not quite pulled the trigger just yet. He's passed it over to Kronovi. Oh, what a shot! Oh, that is fantastic. Take a bow, Kronovi. Gorgeous.
Wow. Oh my goodness, he hit that well. Jumping off the back ball beside the net and redirecting it in quite perfectly. That's a beautiful assist also coming out of First Killer. He's not just about the goals and the saves. Team plays have been really impressive for Rogue. I think in terms of synergy, they might even be a better team than Envy for me. But Envy are just so consistent. Oh my goodness, look at Mist go! Who needs team play? Who needs synergy when you can just go all the way yourself?
Oh my goodness, this has not exactly been the slowest start we've ever seen to a series. Kronovi scores a solid goal. Mist decides to try and fire right back. Only 2 minutes into this. This has been a matchup that has provided really good series during this season so far and during the off-season. I would not be surprised if we see this one go the whole way. But right now, Team Envy looking to establish that lead even further. It's the world's slowest shot, and it will stay out. It seems to me, Johnny, like the really hard shots to take are the ones they're nailing across both sides of the field, and the ones that you would expect them just to lever at the net haven't quite been going anywhere.
Yeah, it can often be the case with Rocket League. And the easy ones are the ones that surprise the defense. You saw so many Rogue players expecting a boomer, lunging across the goal to get into that far corner, and then suddenly the ball's just trickling towards them at a snail's pace. They are struggling to get a foothold in this matchup. Rogue again on the back foot. Envy are not afraid to just get all 3 players involved in this offensive rotation. No holding back, even though they've got that 1-goal lead.
He'll drop down. First Killer for Torrentoro. He's got Kronovi in the midfield if he wants him. Instead, he's going to probably try and take it by himself. It's Mist. Tries to get it to Turbo. Well shut down by Crow. Right now, Envy have managed to take full control of the field. They almost took out First Killer yet again. And Turbo wasn't quite able to turn that one in.
That was impressive again. Envy looks so threatening. All three players extremely good at getting the ball past opponents. And that is really the problem that Rogue have got today. And right now, everybody that they're up against will be trying to outplay them. They have to be constantly aware of that.
Rogue going to be trying to take at least one more, but they've got to try and avoid that backboard if Mist is already covering it. Look at these passing plays from Envy at the moment. They are just pinging the ball wherever they want to. Will it have a finish? Almost. Torrentoro will get there. Atomic can't quite get the half rotation, so Mist will be by himself. He's got first killer barreling down on him. Tries to go quickly. He almost went too quick. And it was a good idea from Rogue, but again, the shot just wasn't around.
Yeah, Kronovi ran out of boost, so he couldn't really hit the double, but it's a surprise the ball even reached him in the first place. Envy's defense nowhere near as clean as their offense has been. They don't have too much longer that they need to hold on for. And remember, guys, this is the best of 5. And it will be all the way through today. Both these teams looking for 3 series wins overall. That's how you qualify for tomorrow's playoff bracket. And they've already got, of course, 1 win in the bag. That's going to be the case in the next match that we see on stream as well. Late chance for Rogue, maybe. Can they get a shot on target? This is absolutely the last opportunity they're going to get, and they're not going to get one more bounce to play with. It does go grounded as Envy take game 1.
And it was definitely an entertaining game 1 at that. Wow. I mean, I'm just waiting to see the goal again, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
If you ask me which goal, the answer to that is yes.
All of them.
Yeah, all of them.
They were great. I mean, Envy looking really, really scary. And this is why I think maybe predicting them is always going to be the safer bet in this matchup, because although Rogue have got ridiculous potential and they've they've shown us some really high highs recently with this iteration of the Rogue roster, they have not really been as consistent as Envy. They never have been. You look at the players. I mean, you don't need to name anyone else besides Turbo to know that this is going to be the team who show up when it's an RLCS big event happening.
Yeah, certainly is. And for Team Envy, it was a very dynamic start from them as well. I've got very used to sort of calling them a sort of rigid team over the first few weeks that we saw them. But this one, they were putting players all over the pitch to be found for those clears. Mist especially was always in his opponent's side of the field, ready and waiting for Turbo to just launch one at him and see what he could do from there. And that is going to give Rogue something to worry about. Now, the issue with playing against Team Envy is no longer what's in front of you, but also what could be happening to the side and behind you as well.
Yeah, these guys love to play the aggressive play style off the ball, like you mentioned. They're going to be going for plenty demo plays if they have the opportunity. But yeah, there's a lot of scary things happening right now if you're a Rogue fan. A lot of things to try and take in to counterplay. And if recent results and if recent games are anything to go by, they're looking for First Killer to do something special, whether it's a great save, setting up a counter-attacking opportunity for them, or just an unbelievable solo effort. He's usually the one who's pulling those tricks out of the bag when Rogue are winning games and winning series.
Certainly get the feeling that if Rogue are going to find a lot of success, especially in the transition game, it will be him that's providing them. But right now, it is him providing our first goal.
That was speedy from First Killer. Kronovi just smashed that one off the back wall. Look how quickly First Killer gets to the ball. You're never going to doubt his ability to smash it on target. 1-0. Good assist though by Kronovi. And you know, when he's got First Killer behind him, he is well aware that the harder he hits that ball, the more chance he's giving First Killer to score.
I always get the feeling as well that we're always a moment or two away from First Killer disrespecting the speed of his opponents. It'll be a case of how quickly can he get the read as to where the ball is going. Torrentoro launches. He's got First Killer as an option. First Killer goes for the shot. Asking a little bit much for himself to get past all 3 players, but this is good pressure right now from Rogue. I'm going to give up on it. Don't want to quite commit too heavy. Right now, First Killer has really woken up here in game number 2. He is all over the pitch. And he is not giving any space for Envy, who are starting to look pretty starved here. This is getting awkward for them. Torrentoro moves a player. Back to the corner. Turbo's going to have a lot of work to do. He's got past one, but only put straight back out to the middle. First Killer wants to keep the pressure over. Might be fouled. Torrentoro instead tries to go away by himself, but finally Team Envy get away.
This is nice counter-attacking play. Turbo with the assist. Oh, it's over the top of Mist though, and Atomic's able to hit the bar, but not much else. Mist has got a really good recovery, and that's a really good job by Envy to keep this ball alive near the Rogue goal time and time again, just taking shots. Brilliant turn by Mist on the spot to put in the finish.
Really felt like they'd lost the opportunity after they bounced the backboards, but no, they kept it going. And I think Rogue will be very disappointed by that because they had full control of the field. Torrentoro once again with a flip reset. I think this might be a trick that Rogue have gone to a little bit too often here in game 2. Flip reset was getting them a lot of distance, but so far it has been red.
Oh, it's a big clear by Farskiller though. Nobody's home for Envy, and it's in. 2-1 to Rogue. Torrentoro and Farskiller were both near this ball, but Farskeller's angle on it really left nothing to be done for Envy. They got caught out of position there, maybe expecting Farskiller to go off the wall with that one. But quite clearly, the net was open.
It's always been something you've got to be cautious of when you're putting pressure on, is that the play is always one half volley away from going the entire length of the pitch.
Yeah.
And it's very easy to forget that sometimes, but First Killer will remind you pretty harshly.
Yeah, Rocket League's pitch has stayed the same size for competitive 3v3 since Season 1, but the players have gotten faster and faster. They've started hitting the ball harder and harder every single season. So it's as if the pitch is getting smaller, and I do wonder what the limitations of that are going to be. I mean, it's going to get ridiculous as the consistency of power shots will just continue to increase. We're still far away from the absolute peak of what these guys are capable of. But if there's anyone who's going to push the boundaries in that regard, you're looking at a team full of players that are going to do that. First Killer, absolutely top of that list.
Well, it's a very similar looking one, and Atomic expected that it was his turn to join the rotation. Simply enough, it wasn't. Didn't get close to it, tried to turn back. There's a 3-1 lead now for Rogue, and it is all off First Killer's performance here. He has been incredible in game 2. And he's done it in a way, Johnny, that I feel for First Killer is most important. He's done it in a way that hasn't been swamping his teammates out of the rotation. Instead, he's just been taking his turn, and he's been making it count.
Yeah, he's not been forcing himself into the plays. He's just letting the game develop around him. And as soon as he gets an opportunity to take a big shot, he doesn't hold back. He'll just launch the ball on target. That pass a bit lacking, but Mist has done well to find Turbo in the middle. Envy really focusing on team plays as they try to make this comeback happen. Tough one though. Really, really difficult to come back from this position against Rogue. There's such a great goalkeeping team, and they're with a 2-goal lead, very unlikely to throw it away.
Yeah, Rogue at times not necessarily very good at making it easy for themselves. Well, case in point. But they are always very good at recovering at the last possible moment. Especially with Torrentoro and First Killer, those transitions are always going to be so solid across the other side of the field. Turbo want to be able to reach it, and with 60 seconds left on the clock, it's time to get the work shoes on if you're Team Envy, because you are running out of time. You need to find some way past this very solid Rogue defense. It's looking like it's going nowhere at the moment.
I'm impressed by Atomic's efforts there. Very threatening shots and very, great mechanical display on a couple of occasions, but it looks like it might just be too little too late. As Rogue still have the 2-goal lead. That's somewhat open for Atomic, but Kurnovi will get goal side of the ball. Maybe another half chance for Mist, but there's just so many bodies in the way. Rogue are queuing up to make saves here. Time is running out for Envy in game 2. From Envy as they failed to play the third man position safely. I think Atomic in the second time. I don't recall the first. But yeah, they just have to look out for these hard clears. It's as simple as that, especially against a player like...
It's so unlikely. Like, they've got to want to get themselves into that position to make their life so much easier.
Yeah. It's interesting that the more consistent team so far today has actually been Rogue. We talked a lot about Rogue being the less consistent team historically, and the less consistent players between all 6 that are currently on the field. But Envy they're the team who made massive plays in game number 1, and then really disappointed themselves in game number 2. Let's see if they can step it back up again. Rogue look to be very solid at the moment, which might surprise a few people watching, certainly the analyst desk, who are big enough Envy's chances, and I don't blame them for doing that.
Oh, Atomic almost able to get all the way past Kronovia. Will want to try and stay on the ball, maybe scare away a few Team Envy players from coming in to take a follow-up shot. I do agree with you there, Johnny. It feels like a more solid performance from Rogue and a more flamboyant performance, more team-orientated performance that we have seen from Team Envy so far, when typically we'd expect those roles to be a little bit more reversed. Mist looks to try and take it off. Wow. Kronovia somehow kept it out.
Just brilliant solo play again, coming out of Team Envy. That's something we've seen time and time again already this game, or these two games. They've been passing on the counterattacks, but when they're already in that final third, it's all about just the individual skill from these guys, and they've got plenty of it.
There goes Atomic one more time. Cannot get past Kronovi. Again, Envy putting decent amounts of pressure on. Turbo goes diving in. Couldn't quite get past the two-man wall. Atomic would be very upset that he couldn't pick up the boost on his way through. This definitely does feel like the big match that it is. Kronovi, he hasn't got any options in front of him. Instead, just wants to try and force the challenge, but Atomic wasn't going to bite until the ball is right in front of him. This is a great spot for a Team Envy. It's just snuck in. Top corner. And Atomic will make it 1-0.
This all goes back to the disappointing ceiling clear that Kronovi attempted just not long ago. Should have hit the ball over the first midfield player for Envy. Instead, he just dumped it down on top of him, and that's allowed Envy to immediately attack. We saw Turinturo didn't have any boost to challenge at the near post, and the pass was just ideal to invite the far post top corner shot. Immediate punish on a very weak clear coming out of Kronovi.
There's Crow now off the backboard. I want to try and make back up for this. Rogue, Kronovi again. Will he want to try and go fully for the shot? He has got it on target. Might have had a chance there just to completely wrong foot the defense. This is very solid pressure from Rogue. They've managed to get a demo as well. They'll look to try and secure as many boosts as they can. Infield pass to Kronovi. Two players from Team Envy went, but it almost snuck straight through him.
Yeah, Envy knew the pass was coming, but it doesn't make it easy to defend when it's fired this quickly. Kronovi was a real threat in that position. Nice air dribble by Turinturo. He's got the ball past two Envy players, but Turbo falls down the recovery. Well, slam first killer from behind. Still Envy lead by 1. Rogue have had a few chances, but no, huge defensive blunders coming out of Envy like we had in the last game.
Now Team Envy haven't allowed themselves to get caught on the third man. Although Atomic has gone very wide for that ball. And the potential to catch up the rest of his team as Rogue continued to put the pressure on. Good pass, the first killer. Missed, somehow read that. Very quick from him. Shots going to go off the backboard. Turbo Pulsar's a little bit caught. And missed once again. Able to rotate in just in time. That's the reason why you always want at least one player in constant motion. You can leave a few players on the goal line. If that goes off the backboard and you're unable to get to it, you need someone else. There's the open net. Turinturo will keep it out. No better save out in the world than just you taking a missed shot.
And he did well. He landed on the underside of the crossbar there so he could recover it as quickly as possible. That was about as close as you can get. Now there's a whiff from Turinturo. Turbo Pulsar. Really the glue that's holding Envy together in this game. So many interceptions, so many denials off Rogue's counter plays. 1 minute remaining for Rogue to look for that equalizer. I think Envy, very much like game 1, have just had the aggressive edge. They're reading every single infield pass, and that's making it very difficult for Rogue to score.
Envy, one of the teams that you just do not want to drop that first goal against. So solid at knowing when it is time to hunt and when it is time just to let the ball start coming to you. Put the pressure on whenever you need to. Turinturo has got the ball into a decent spot. Atomic races against Kronovi and will beat him clean. It's now just 30 seconds now. And Rogue are not the team who have got the ball in a good spot for themselves. Turinturo with a fantastic catch. He's going to need the help of somebody. Instead has to go by himself. That's not how you want to be playing it. Off the post, Kronovi against Atomic. Atomic keeps the pressure on. First killer goes reverse. So much time wasted, and I feel like ever since I said 30 seconds left, Rogue have had nothing to work with. Maybe it'll be this one. There's the infield, and Turinturo couldn't make it. Envy just need to see this ball to the ground now, and they will take series advantage, and they've done it.
Nicely done by Atomic, just getting on top of the ball as he air dribbled into Rogue's half. That really did seal it. No way for First Killer to keep it up in the air. But it was a disappointing end to the game for Rogue. They were getting defensive touches on the ball, but every single one of them would just relatively easily go back to Envy. They weren't really drawing Envy in. They weren't inviting them to take 50-50 challenges. They were just all about clearing it very softly to the halfway line, and then Envy would hit it right back. So I would love to see some more dribbling from Rogue. They've shown Envy, hey, we can hit the ball pretty hard. We can score from our half. So you guys need to stay back. Now the Envy are staying back a bit more. Rogue have to try and use that space more effectively.
Yeah, I have to agree, because you look at the names that we've got on Rogue especially, and whilst their team play has been phenomenal as of late, the names on here are more than capable of a couple of solo plays. They need to vary it just a little bit. See if they can try and catch Team Envy out as Turbo takes a shot. Not too much on it. Tur will be very happy to see the lack of power.
Well, let's see now what Rogue have got in store. We've got that clean reset. You did mention it's a nightmare to try and come back against Envy because they don't have any issues with their defensive lineup when they've got a goal lead. They're very happy to just sit on that 1-goal lead and play safely. When they trail or when they're in a tie game, they take far more risks, and that leaves them more vulnerable to counterplay. Rogue already looking for more controlled touches. That's an air dribble, so we're talking about dribbling out of defense. That's one way to do it, and that's in. Or is it? It's on the goal line. It is now. First Killer finishes what Turn 0 started. 1-0 to Rogue in Game 3. Game 4 start.
Quick. Wow. That was horrid as well for Atomic. He's got to try and guess that perfectly straight away. And even then, he's still quite likely to turn in the own goal. But my goodness, Rogue really turned on the boosters at that pace.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep control. That is the name of the game for Rogue. Get this ball under control and keep it that way. Here comes Atomic with a big rebound. It's a save, but rebounded in by Turbo in the second try. Still have to give credit to Turo for this initial save. That is not an easy read. He did pretty well, blocking it cleanly.
I feel like if you could make a compilation of this week and last week of all Turbo Pulsar's goals, a lot of them look like that one lately. He is very much settled into this offensive rotation where he doesn't have to do too much. You always know that his timing and placement is going to be perfect. And, well, his timing and placement didn't really need to be perfect this time. It just had to be good enough.
That is a no, not like this for Rogue, as he flies straight past the ball and Turbo Pulsar cleans up the mess. Funny that you say most of his goals look like this. They kind of tap in his free shot, and then immediately afterwards he gets another one. But that's what you expect from Turbo.
Yeah.
He is where you need him to be. He's such an easy player to play with, but Turo's a hard player to play against. This time he is dealt with well by Envy.
That's a good pop as well from Mist, but it might only be good for Kronovi. And Crow's had a couple of mistakes here that he would like to wipe away, and he can do exactly that. Just one good play. Might help his team not see Champions Field. Drops the middle, Turbo Pulsar. Gonna go and steal some boost, doesn't want to do any more than that. He's gonna get another one.
Oh,
and Rogue have, well, they've fallen apart, really.
Well, Envy are taking their chances. Huge goal for them again, and look who it is, Turbo Pulsar tapping it in. Just the most Turbo Pulsar hat trick that we've seen in a while, but what on earth has happened to Kronovi? You just completely missed the ball again. That's 2 times in the last 2 goals. And you can't be making these mistakes against Envy. They're good enough to beat you at your best. This is far from Rogue's best, far from Kronovi's best. They've got to fix this immediately. Envy lead by 2. We talked about how coming back from 1 goal down against them is hard enough. Well, now Rogue have really got their work cut out for them.
Certainly do. That's a good pass. The first killer, however. I don't think his ceiling touch was quite what he was after, though. Yeah, Rogue need to get this figured out pretty quick. They can't afford to drop another soft goal. 2 goals is already hard enough. You do not want to be dropping down by 3.
Well, there we go. Kronovi did make contact with the ball that time. So Kronomegalal's taking a break for now. Chance on the counter, but First Killer's ran out of boost. He didn't have too many options there. Missed. Denies him. Atomic out. Almost enough altitude to get on the end of that one. Envy still looking very threatening. Good rebound by Turanturo. Envy are ready for everything. They're playing so quickly now. And Rogue are struggling to get past them in the midfield.
Yeah, you're getting to see right now why Envy are so difficult to score on it. It's mostly because of how far up they leave that first player and how deep they leave the other two. You are forced to take the heavy touch to get past them. We might actually get another one up. Atomic wipes out the keeper. You're forced to take such a heavy touch that by the time you get it past the keeper, oh my goodness, they've done it again. They've done it again.
Oh dear. Well, you know, this one's not entirely on Kronovi. The first killer's just chipped it over him here. Kronovi is trying to clear this ball and first killer dribbled him. The synergy has completely gone in the bin. Rogue looking completely all over the place in game number 4. And I should never have called them the more consistent of the two teams here. I don't know why I was thinking. I should have known that there is something else about to happen later in the series.
So of the last 5 times we've seen these teams play against each other, we've headed over to the tiebreaker 4 of them. Very much looking like match number 6 is going in the same direction. Outside of a capitulation from Envy, and you just wouldn't expect to see it with how the way they play.
I think the best chance for Rogue at this point is that there's a chance that the Rogue plays have been so bad that Turbo Pulsar might be wheezing right now. He could be, he might be laughing so much that the team comms just completely fall apart for Team Envy and they end up throwing the game away. I think that's the only way that Rogue could win.
I'm just pressing the tab button right now. Turbo's at 760 points. I'm wanting the Turbo Pulsar 1K game.
Could happen. Oh, not a bad shot there by Kronovi. Turbo will rebound. There we go. Step 1 completed. And then they need 2 more.
There's thankfully the whole team involved, which is going to give them a little bit of a boost. Still lots of work to do. 43 seconds on the clock. And Rogue really will feel like they did this to themselves, really. Pass. First killer has to stretch for it. Torrentoro waiting. First killer removed. It's for Kronovi. And Turbo reads it quick enough.
Close though, good try there. I think we've got a complete lock on Kronovi and Atomic just arm in arm off into this feeling. First killer is going to score in the meantime. We have a game. Confirmed. Envy are laughing in the team comms. It must be happening.
There's no way, is there?
They're not laughing anymore.
There's no way.
They're not going to be laughing now. This is getting serious, Shogun. We might be going to game 5. Just one more goal. All Rogue need. Can they make it happen?
Oh, and Kronovi's got the opportunity off. He would have wanted to hook that onto his car a little bit more. Atomic. Yeah, waste as much time as you can, dude. He's got it past the first killer. He fakes out the other one. Who was ever worried? Turbo Pulsar couldn't quite turn it in. Now with 10 seconds left, we are still within 1 goal of each other. Off the backboard, in comes Atomic. He can't quite make it. Torrentoro against Turbo. It's over the top of Torrentoro, and they've got to take the entire length of the pitch. And Turbo's challenge will prevent it, except Kronovi. Well, he tried to keep it up. And, wow. Johnny, I'm glad I'm not the color. You know, earlier on, you said, you're glad you're not me when we get the throws handed over.
Yeah.
Well, it's your turn to analyze. What just happened?
Blame this game. Hey, Rogue are inconsistent. That's just the long and short of it. They have got real issues playing consistently. And it seems like they really do struggle when one thing goes incredibly wrong for them. The likelihood of another thing going incredibly wrong increases drastically. We saw, Kronovi whiffed 1 ball. And instead of, being able to reset and just go back to his usual self, he missed another completely free ball. And then, of course, first killer steps in, gets a bit ball chasing maybe at the near post. Kronovi had an easy clear and first killer just dribbled him. The synergy just fell apart. The individual skill just fell apart there. But a deserved win for Envy, who have moved on to 2-0 on the day. 1 more win for them, and they're in top 8.
Yes, certainly so. I mean, they're getting closer and closer, aren't they? Both these teams, they look decent. But, wow. What an end that was, Johnny. I can't...
It was brilliant. I loved every minute of that.
Yeah.
But we better get on to the next one, Shogun? I think we've got quite a few more games to go today, so can't wait for those either.
Yeah, certainly cannot. When we come back, it is time for our first of those next few games. It's one that I think many people might be quite excited for, Johnny. SpaceStation Gaming taking on NRG.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
Welcome back, everybody, to the RLCS Season X week number 2 of North American Regionals. And it is time for one that we would typically usually be waiting for all season long to see, maybe even have to wait all the way up until the grand finals of Regionals. But no, we get it right here, right now. SpaceStation Gaming against NRG, Johnny.
Yeah, NRG didn't go undefeated last weekend, so they don't come in as one of the top 4 seeds or one of the top seeds, SpaceStation, do. And that is a change up from what we were expecting going into RLCS Season X. NRG were looking like the best team in the offseason, but since the Season X has started, they haven't looked like the best team. SpaceStation might have taken that crown from them.
Yeah, certainly so. I mean, it feels like this has been the most we've ever been swapping and changing who we think the top team is in North America in the space of 1 year. It started off, obviously, as NRG, especially them coming in as world champions. Then it felt like G2 took it from them. They fell off a cliff during the offseason. NRG took it back. And now that we have seen ourselves get this up, it seems like SpaceStation have emerged as contenders. So very exciting, actually, to be over in North America, a region that has typically been dominated by 1 or 2 teams throughout the entirety of a year. But only one of these teams is heading over to 2-0 on the day, and one of these teams is going to 1-1. And I say this aloud, and I feel like the team that's going 1-1, it's not them I feel sorry for. It's the other teams, the ones that are coming in from the 0-1, they're about to pick up a win. They go, oh, you know what? We've got all that momentum back for us. We're playing against NRG or SpaceStation. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, it's a really stacked bracket, though. This entire Swiss section is no easy games, no easy matches, and this is as hard as it's going to get for either team. But NRG have had a rough matchup against SpaceStation Gaming so far in Season X. They've matched up 2 times in the grid, and SpaceStation have beaten them both times. Both of those were best of 7s, and both of them were 4-2 wins for SpaceStation. But perhaps most worryingly for NRG is that the last 4 games that these 2 teams played were all won by SpaceStation, 4 in a row after NRG took 2 before it. That's not a bad start, though. Oh, it's Squishy off the inside of the post. Now he's looking for the same top corner. He's hit the bar. Oh, well, Squishy's tested the woodwork a couple of times in the first minute.
From him, the woodwork always passes those tests. It's going to be far too strong. Justin's turn. Very positive start from NRG, though. I want to keep this up. Now it's Typical's turn to show off what he's capable of. He's dancing around the entirety of the pitch. You can see Garrett G right up on the backboard. He knew he wanted to trust his first man. But a lot of defensive respect being put on Typical, as well there should be.
We just haven't seen every NRG player show up on the same day so far this season. I think it was 3 weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago now. I saw Garrett completely playing out of his mind, best player in the world kind of material. But last week, and even this week in the grid, he was a bit more quiet, although Squishy stepped up significantly. Justin definitely has a ways to go before he's back at his best, because obviously his best is the best.
Justin,
right now,
Justin's done himself no favors.
Yeah.
After we got to see what his best actually looks like.
Exactly, yeah.
You're kind of sat here wanting it every single week.
Yeah, Justin might actually, I said this during the week, but he might actually be in a slump right now. That's a good save by Squishy. And another one is going to be necessary. Justin's missed it, but the ball bounces to safety, or at least relative safety. Well, look out for Typical. This guy, talking about NRG on being unable to play at their best, but this guy can. And also, Rattles and Arsenal putting together a goal here with just the 2 of them. Where was the NRG defense? Oh, Garrett was a bit underneath the ball there. Close, but not close enough.
Yeah, did not respect the sheer volume of power Rattles was going to try and introduce. And Rattles can usually be a very stark contrast, especially to Typical, who is, beautiful to watch when he's on the ball and full of boost. Whilst Rattles, he gets 100 boost, and he is using all of it to plow through the ball and plow through your car.
Yeah, Rattles and Arsenal are 2 of the players that nobody wants to really play against, because there's just no fun playing against them. Garrett and Justin have just collided, and now Squishy's gone. Arsenal looking for the demo, and Justin misses him. It's not looking too great for NRG so far, not just on the score sheet, but because they've, synergy, struggled really with their synergy. In both the matches that they played against SpaceStation in Season X so far, they've started off really well. They've kept SpaceStation in the half. That's a decent opportunity there, but it's off the bar. Yeah, this game's very back and forth, and SpaceStation will be delighted to see that.
Yeah, this is hanging the ball from backboard to backboard. Garrett might try and go for the setup. That's far too far back for Squishy, but it's close enough for Justin. Heavy first touch, though. Rattles again, very no-nonsense on his defensive approach. Launched Garrett. Oh, he might be able to follow. I think Garrett just wanted a regular backboard follow. Justin decided to make the shot and the play a little bit more full of flair.
Yeah.
Couldn't get that.
Yeah, Garrett just didn't read exactly what Justin was either capable of or planning in that position. So Synergy is still not quite connecting for NRG. You can tell that NRG are very eager to start getting to the ball as quickly as possible. They're moving up very, very early on any ball that they can. But that's dangerous because SpaceStation can still beat them. And if NRG are fully committed and really just hoping for a win and a race to it, they're going to go under it again. There you go. NRG player flies under the ball. I think Garrett is struggling to find his wheels so far in this match.
Yeah, it's been a very strange performance from NRG. They look like keeping up pace-wise, but not actually what they want to do with the ball. That's in, and Typical has doubled SpaceStation Gaming's lead.
Another full team goal. Rattles is going to put this one into the middle, and then Temple, the goalkeeper, Typical involved, and there's just seemingly no weaknesses for this team. They're playing it so well. We saw a couple of shots at the very start of the game in the first minute from Squishy. He's able to hit the post and the bar. After that, it's been all SpaceStation. And NRG need to step it up. They've got all the experience in the world. They've got some of the best players in the region. Can they do anything with it? Justin with a mind game. That's what we've been waiting for. NRG finally get one in the goal.
And it is just such a good read from Garrett. He has obliterated the SpaceStation Gaming defense. He's cut the lead in half. 38 seconds now, Johnny. And how can NRG get this together at the last possible moment and steal this game away?
That's hilarious. Justin didn't really need to slow roll that ball. He didn't need to chip it in slowly, but he went for it anyway, just for the bonus style points. Hopefully that's not going to punish them by giving them half a second or what, hundredth of a second too little to play with here. Typical's just floating in the near post, blocking everything. NRG have them in a somewhat awkward position. Typical finds another way through. Apart from that one time he got outplayed by Garrett, he has been outstanding in this game.
Typical. We'll be all the way back here. Great half volley.
Wow.
Rattles is waiting for it on the other side of the field as well. That is the worst possible scenario for NRG, but they can still get it to work. Justin decides to launch. It's a lot of work for Squishy to do, and he just simply could not do it. SpaceStation Gaming have got game one.
Life at the end of the game, though, for NRG. This is definitely looking like a series that could be, or could end up being quite close. I like the fact that Garrett was the one creating that goal for them. I think that may be important after seeing him struggle to get involved in the game early on. But you can't deny the threats that SpaceStation have. They just look so terrifying individually, and they definitely play the demo game at a higher level than NRG do right now.
What terrifies me most about SpaceStation Gaming is that they've been so consistent with this play style. When you see players this mechanically solid, when you see these sort of plays being gone for, it's very frequent we can see those sort of teams have off days. SpaceStation Gaming haven't had one yet. Throughout this entire season, they have just been hitting a certain level every single time we see them take to the field, and that is going to mean so much under this format.
Yeah, they're putting the work in. That's, I think, the main reason for this team's success, besides the fact that you've got, three ridiculously mechanically gifted and intelligent players on their roster. They're playing so much Rocket League. These guys are strong believers in, ranked 2v2 for mechanics and decision-making, scrimming, playing every tournament they can. They're putting in the time, and they just seem to have everything figured out much earlier than all the other teams in the region. They are, for now, the top team. They're the team to beat in RLCS Season X. But this is a volatile system here. Best of fives. Just every single series so important. And the pressure is going to increase and increase and increase throughout today and tomorrow.
And it's certainly a case of, wait a second, it's across the middle.
Oh,
Rattles.
wow.
Well, he's put the pressure straight back onto NRG. And again, Rattles does not mess around. It is speed, it is pace, and they just can't reach him.
Yeah, he just beat Garrett to the ball. It's as simple as that. And Garrett is no slouch, historically and currently. But Rattles didn't even give him a chance to get close. Just perfect interception and plays the near post shot right through the gap. NRG can't keep up for now. SpaceStation finding more and more success.
It feels like the best success that we are actually seeing from NRG has been the long ball. Even then, the follow-up just hasn't been around for them. Here is Squishy. He's got Justin to his left. He can find him, but you can already see the first time jump. But we do get a backboard hit from Squishy. SpaceStation Gaming happy to pre-commit and pre-jump just to remove the angle, just to remove the option.
Let's look at the speed of Typical again as he gets up into the air there. Doesn't give Energy a chance. Now Justin's through. This is what Energy have been needing. We ran out of boost at a key moment, and now Squishy's been taken out of the game by Typical, who's still playing a blinder of a series here. You know, there's been some plays, there's been some things to write home about for NRG. Saw a 1v2 defensive play from Garrett. Successful outcome there. But these have been few and far between. They're struggling to create realistic chances on net.
To the left, Squishy. To realize maybe like the rest of this team that this has just not been happening for them so far. Booming clear. Rettles is going to follow yet again, and Rettles is just by far the fastest person on this pitch. Arsenal looks to try and force this awkward challenge. Already bounces up. Who's going to be first? Justin. No clear long. But no threats so far. Maybe that can change here.
There
and it will change.
That's exactly what NRG have been looking for. Justin struggling for boost again, but he was still able to make something happen. Realized that the defender was immediately in front of him. It takes him out of the game. That leaves the net open for Squishy. He won't miss from that range. NRG back in it. It's been a really difficult game for them to play the way they want, but they're still in a tie situation. Let's see if they can make anything of it.
We saw them get a goal last time, and they were just immediately put on the back foot yet again. They need to make this one count. Justin looking awkward though off the ceiling, can still bait in Typical. He's got it to Garrett, looks for the first time shot, and he's nailed it.
Well then, Justin may not have planned this when he jumped off the back wall. I don't know if that was his intention, to just hit the ball very softly out into the middle, but it worked out so well. Everybody on SpaceStation backed off initially. They thought Justin was going to boom it. Then he just kind of floated down to the ground and found himself a bit of space. And the fact that he's managed to chip it over the first challenge without getting dunked on is brilliant play. Justin with another assist in game 2.
Now NRG, for the first time this series, have got themselves a lead. They now, let's see if they can convert it over the next 2 minutes. SpaceStation Gaming, however, maintaining decent pressure.
Initially good plays there by Squishy. You saw that he was just getting behind the ball, not so concerned about outplaying the players in front of him, just trying as hard as he can to not get dunked on. But this is exactly what's happened in the aftermath. You've got to keep doing it. You can't just stay behind the ball in the first challenge and then get under it on the next one. Terrible contact as the ball bounces into the middle, but Rettles 2 times this game. He sets himself up, and SpaceStation are back in it.
I just love what Rettles has done here. This game, last game, he has really simplified what is happening on the field. And there's so many mechanical players on here, but Rettles just sticking to the fundamentals. He's been so quick, so decisive. And because of that, for me, he's been the best player we've seen so far across these 2 games.
Yeah, he's been very intelligent with his with the taking of his opportunities that he's got, and now he bails Arsenal out. But Garrett, or Squishy rather, very fast to the next ball. Justin threatening a center from an awkward angle. That did bounce in awkwardly and is still on the goal line. SpaceStation for a moment there looking uncomfortable.
Now Justin tries to dance past Typical. He's got past one. Has got Garrett in the midfield. He might go by himself. Backboard he really could have done with Arsenal taking the bait a bit earlier. Instead it is now Garrett diving in. Goes low on the challenge. Rettles against Squishy. Comes out well enough. Justin keeps that pressure going. This might be something that Justin can follow up, actually. 2 players gone. And that means Garrett's going to start trekking back. Huge demo, though, from Squishy. Is going to help his team out immensely.
Yeah, that's solid defense coming out of NRG. The last man just waiting for Squishy to come back and help him. It's exactly what you need to do when you're alone in defense and there's multiple players coming at you. Now Justin has a shot. Arsenal composure. Takes it down on his own goal line. Squishy's unable to knock it past Rettles. He mind games Garrett. Justin's been chased into the goal, but looks like it's going to be over the top of the net.
Wow.
Thank goodness for NRG, because they were not there to save it had there been a shooting angle.
Squishy with probably the bravest play I have seen in some time. Just sat there waiting for it to come down. Still at 2 each. Typical might be able to finish this. Squishy just got back. And he's not there in time. Typical will make it 3-2.
Oh no, NRG, how have you left your net wide open at the end of this game? just when it looked like overtime was guaranteed. Typical sneaks one through. And SpaceStation are about to lead 2-0. Kickoff pops up into the air. That's smart by Squishy, but Garrett struggling to get anything out of it. Here comes Justin and Squishy. Oh, they've hit the bar. Good effort there by NRG. They only had 1 second to play with, but still not enough as SpaceStation win another game.
Wow, SpaceStation Gaming, if you really wanted confirmation, and yes, confirmation would come tomorrow more than it would come today, that they are the best team in the region. But right now, they look like they have got NRG's number. This would be their 4th series win against NRG in a row. Now, what makes that interesting is that is coming off 4 NRG wins in a row prior to that one. So the balance of this rivalry between these teams feels like it's completely shifted. NRG, though, 3 games needed to try and turn the tide.
Yeah, the confidence is definitely lacking for NRG at times. They've had, some big plays, and even at that 0-second play there was well executed up until the point where they hit the bar. They just need to get their stride back. I really do believe that this team can be a world beater. And NRG, of course, at SpaceStation, no question that they could be a world beater. Looking at what they're doing right now, easily one of the most impressive teams in RLCS Season X in any region. But NRG just need to get some confidence back. Maybe that will come with time. But for now, looks like pressure is just too much for them. Double demo by Garrett. Now Squishy tries to get a third. That was cheeky as he ran ahead of Arsenal. But SpaceStation again have everybody back. That's a really good recovery by Garrett. Just 50-50ing straight into a wave dash out play. If NRG can come out with a fast-paced game 3, I think that's the best way that they can come back in the series, Shogun. They need to just go all guns blazing here, no holding back. SpaceStation have been too much today.
Yeah, the outplay potential has been almost hard countered by just how good SpaceStation Gaming have been challenging. It's pretty horrid. What a flick, though, from Justin. He's going to try and follow it. Arsenal decides to play the long-term game, get the car entirely behind it before committing to the challenge. SpaceStation Gaming very much on the back foot to start us off here, but haven't necessarily been all that tested defensively. It's Typical's turn to try and create. You can't block off Squishy enough. That's Squishy's turn. Are we going to start trading mechanical plays? Garrett G wants another dribble of his own. Huge demo, but sure wasn't good enough, and Squishy can recover.
This is still promising for NRG, but SpaceStation have risen to the occasion here. NRG throwing down the gauntlet with how fast they were coming out of the gate here in game 3, and SpaceStation don't seem to have a problem with that. They're very happy playing that game, very happy playing the slower, more controlled game, very happy playing the war. And oh dear, I think that's an own goal. Typical gets the credit, but did Garrett G just poke that into his own net while trying to keep it out of it?
Well, there's a simple answer to this.
Oh wow.
Yes.
Yes, he did.
I'm not too sure what the angle of the drop was. We can't really get it from the one we got there, but it is possible that it was dropping in, and Garrett G just couldn't get his car far enough behind it to keep it from going in.
Yeah.
That is us very much trying our hardest to find some way of giving him some credit there. The main thing, though, is on their mind is that they've got to get this next goal. Otherwise, they will get beaten yet again by their most fierce rivals in the region, and they get beat by them in a sweep.
Yeah, this is not going to do wonders for their confidence, and if confidence is what they're lacking, then this might just spiral out of control. You know, we talked a bit earlier about how important it is to have a player like Turbo on your team when it gets time to play the big events. Your RLCS X regional events are, of course, the games to watch right now in Rocket League's esports scene. But that's something that NRG no longer have. They don't have Turbo Pulse. Yes, all these players are former world champions, but Turbo's got more world champions than all 3 of them combined. And they've definitely lost something there, even though Squishy has proven to be a useful asset in other ways. How are they coping without that leadership, without just that knowledge that, oh, well, Turbo's on our team, so we're probably going to win? It just gives you such a, I guess, a nice feeling inside when you've got Turbo on the roster.
If you especially look at the way this series has been played out so far, it's been very back and forth in terms of who's got possessions. Garrett tried to wipe out Typical. Squishy will move in for the follow-up shot. But we've been seeing the ball go from, blue side to orange side an awful lot, when with most Turbo Pulsar teams, will typically see possession held for a lot longer. When they are trading right now with SpaceStation Gaming, as well as they've been playing lately, it is not a winning formula.
Arsenal just hunting down Squishy. Justin's going to take Rettles out of the equation as well. It's a brief 2v2. Now it's back to a 3v2. Everybody getting demoed on NRG's goal area. Squishy's completely whiffed the ball. That's in for Rettles. SpaceStation lead 2-0. And what on earth is happening today? We had Kronovi earlier. Now we have Squishy just doing his best aerial display and completely missing. I don't really know what's happening, Shogun. It's like something out of our ranked games. We keep having to bring this up because the plays are questionable at best.
Well, we can talk all about the effect that Turbo could have on a team, but formation, style of play all means pretty much nothing when you're not hitting the ball.
Yeah, I think Turbo would have probably hit the ball based on what we've seen today. He would have hit the ball into the SpaceStation net because that seemed to be all he was doing earlier on. And yeah, hitting the ball at all would have been an upgrade to what NRG got in that play.
The half rotating now. This is looking ugly.
Yeah, this might be GG's. It might be GG's. SpaceStation have played brilliantly. You have to hand it to them.
Sipical so far forward, and he still managed to catch it. That was hyper aggressive from Sipical. And they have still got full possession. Arsenal chooses not to go and challenge Squishy. Justin goes for the first time shot. Not quite in. They're going to need the follow-up. It's still under pressure. Rettles daring Garrett to move in for a challenge. And he wins it yet again. I don't think Rettles has lost one all series.
At least for NRG, we can clearly see that was just a momentary lapse in concentration from Squishy. It was just, you know, the one-time appearance of Whiffy Muffins on the day, I hope. But, like, they've still got 3 other series maybe today. They only need to win another 2. This is them at 1-1 now. And no shame in losing to SpaceStation these days, really. If you haven't been paying attention to this team recently, they are the team to beat. NRG couldn't do it today, but they are not out. They've still got another few chances to make it into the last stage of this regional. But SpaceStation 2-0 on the day, can anybody stop them?
SpaceStation continue as an organ, as a team, to just embody consistency. 8-1 last season during the regular play. We are seeing them smash through the grid. We're seeing them smash through today. The only question remains, Johnny, is, you know, how do they look when all the pressure is on? And that's not an answer that we will get today. That is an answer that everyone is going to have to tune in probably to tomorrow, because I'm willing to go out on it. There is no way they drop from here. My goodness.
Surely not. There's just no way. SpaceStation, after beating NRG, they're surely going 3-0. I mean, we did see some other, Envy looking pretty good, but SpaceStation were, I think, a step above in this match here. Just hard. I don't think any weaknesses, really. They just look like the team right now to beat in North America.
Yeah, they are building quite the resume for themselves after smashing team after smashing team after that one. But they are moving on to the 2-0. NRG drop down to 1-1. When we come back, it is time for round number 3.
Still in the air. Oh my goodness, that was so close to getting over the top of the ball and finishing. I was just there silent going, go on, son, you can get this finish. But it wasn't quite to be.
Pittsburgh Knights are playing exactly how you need to play with a 3-goal lead. Minute to go in the ball game. They're just pushing the ball up in the air. It's going so slow. Version 1 having to use so much boost to get up. It's wasting a ton of time, and lead secured. Game, set, match. The Pittsburgh Knights take down Version 1. Push themselves further along in this series. No, Gimmick catches that ball. Didn't matter anyway, but you love to see those 0-second goals.
Do indeed. That means that Pittsburgh Knights are now 1-1 in this overall Swiss, after they lost earlier 3-1 to SpaceStation Gaming, so there's absolutely no shame in that, as we have just seen from NRG, or we haven't seen, but over in the other stream, they've seen from NRG. And Version 1, Subi, 0-2. Is this where you expected them to be after 2 games?
No, definitely not. I definitely expect more from this team. When you've got 2 world champs that won the world championship together, I'm always going to expect greatness from them, but they couldn't get the job done here as they fall to the Pittsburgh Knights. And the Pittsburgh Knights, they saw what Version 1 brought on the field, and they changed up their game plan accordingly. And that's the difference between a good team and a great team. The Pittsburgh Knights able to read everything Version 1 were trying to do.
Yeah, I agree with you. They seem like a team that are capable of learning what their opponents are offering against them and to use it against them. They showed that perfectly here against Version 1. It was a performance that I don't think Version 1 expected Pittsburgh Knights to offer. The first couple of games, they were just swallowing up pressure. You know, they were letting Version 1 play their game. And then suddenly, they changed it. They snapped. And they were the ones asking all the questions. And I don't think Version 1... they didn't have the answers looking at the scoreboard. They didn't have the answers looking at the games being played out in front of us as well. Version 1 did not have those answers. So Pittsburgh Knights deservedly go 1 win after that. And that goes to the 1 loss they had earlier. And Version 1, 0-2. Big matches, Subi.
It was. And it's just funny to look at my spreadsheet, seeing how hot Version 1 started, and then it completely flips and it's inverse. I mean, I'm not going to show you because it's chicken scratch right now, but yeah, it just Version 1 started hot and then just cooled off, and Pittsburgh Knights were able to capitalize on that. So I loved that matchup. The question is, did you guys out there make sure you follow at RL Esports, and anything you think about today, tweet it out with the hashtag RLCS X, and F. is reading along to all of them, and he's actually compiling a scrapbook with them. So make sure you put some interesting stuff in there for him.
Is he going to sort of like put like sparkles and glitter and all that? Of course. Because if he is, I would love a copy of that. I might tweet at RL Esports hashtag RLCSX myself just so I can see my name in there. That sounds amazing. That sounds beautiful.
Yeah, he already got the fire engine red felt. He's going to do little caricatures of you and I, so it's going to be perfect.
I'm so excited for that, Subi, and you guys watching on at home should be excited too, because there is so much more Rocket League to come. We'll be back in a few minutes with much more.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
Oh, Leaf is muted. Welcome back to the RLCS X, presented by Verizon. Leaf will one day, Shogun.
Well, you know what? I'm showing solidarity here. But bye-bye.
If I knew this was about to happen too, because I was also, while we're coming in, alt-tabbing to see, am I muted? Okay, yeah, I am. Welcome back, guys. We're going to talk about that last match, SSG versus NRG. This was a doozy. We talked about it in the pre-show. Gibbs was excited about this one, but it went very one-sided.
This has been interesting now for SpaceStation. They won 4 in a row versus NRG when they played in the grid after NRG went up 2-0. Now 3 more on top of that. 7 in a row versus what many consider to be number 2 in North America, which may be number 3. But either way, SpaceStation just look so controlled on the field right now. No mistakes coming out from them with their touches. No mistakes for their position. Game 2, though, was huge because NRG just left the net wide open with 1 second left. Something you can't do versus the very best in NA is have those big mistakes there, Shogun.
Absolutely not. Especially not against the way SpaceStation are playing right now, because I feel like when we originally used to see them, they were very one-trick pony. It was, if you can deal with the finesse of the team, you could deal with SpaceStation. Now with Rattles, there's a little bit of a different flair to this team. Yes, Typical will always be Typical, but between Arsenal and Rattles, there is a lethal edge of pace involved as well that you've got to deal with.
Well, let's take a look at the standings now as we get closer to having some qualified teams. Round 3 will qualify a couple of our teams here, 2 teams in fact, and then the rest will have to try through round 4 and round number 5. Looking at the kind of that mid pack there, it's looking like a bit of a hustle for some of these teams. There's going to be some interesting matchups there, Gibbs.
So in round 2, we saw really tough matchups where we saw like a lot of these top 5 teams battle it out. So NRG and Rogue fell down because of that. But watch out for teams like the Peeps. They're 2-0 once again. They haven't lost yet at all throughout this regional. They played KC Pioneers and absolutely destroyed them. While KC Pioneers are still playing really good Rocket League right now. So it's anyone's game still. You still got to win 3 or lose 3. So everyone is still alive. No one is guaranteed just yet.
Let's take a look at the next matchups again, because we still have 3 rounds ahead of us in stage number 2. Of course, we have 2 streams going on right now. One is over on twitch.tv/eLeagueTV. The other one, well, you're already watching us, so you're in the right place. Hit that squad button down below so if you want to watch all the Rocket League. But for this broadcast here, the second matchup will be G2 versus SpaceStation later on. And this one coming up is Peeps versus Envy. Let's talk about that G2 SpaceStation. This is the big one. This is the one where, you know, we've seen SpaceStation plowing through everybody. G2 a bit back up on the rise here. What's this going to look like, Gibbs?
We said, all right, there's 3 teams right now at the top of NA, and you could compare 2 and 3. That's NRG and G2. So SpaceStation gets to play both of them today. And the way SpaceStation is playing right now, I just don't see them losing. We just saw them dismantle NRG. They're looking fantastic. So I expect them to go 3-0 and be that top seed.
And for you, Shogun, I mean, like, this is, again, kind of the rise of a new power here for SpaceStation Gaming. Is it going to fizzle out at some point?
For me, it's fantastic as all as it is. And from what I'm seeing on the field, they definitely look like the strongest team in the region. But it's all about doing it on the day. They've got to get through today, and more importantly, they've got to bring this tomorrow. If they come in tomorrow and then fizzle out in the quarterfinals, and we see a G2 or an NRG or an NV go on to win the whole thing, then suddenly that argument they have for being number one instantly gets challenged. So they've got to see this the whole way through, which is something they failed to do during North America last season.
Well, we're going to see that in a bit. Next up, we have Peeps versus Envy. So let's talk about this match. Peeps, Wave was talking about it in that pre-show. Do not sleep on the Peeps, but they're up against Envy Shogun. This is a team that has the 4-time on it. This is a roster that's looking good today. We've already seen them. The Peeps, are we sleeping on them? Or is this still a match that we got to actually look at here?
Okay, so here's the hard thing about there just being so many matches is that I've only had the chance now to see one of these two teams actually play today. So you always tend to sort of side on, well, I've seen this team play and I'm sort of going by the Peeps name that hasn't necessarily been as strong in recent weeks, but has now suddenly, fired forward once this regional started. So kind of sleeping, but I'm looking forward to having my eyes opened.
And for you, Gibbs, how's this going to go? Like, again, we've done it multiple times. I feel like you're just going to do it again.
Yeah, I feel like we always talk about Rocket League, a lot of the gameplay, obviously mechanical skill, but the morale of the team, the attitude of the team. And let's not forget, Mist, happy birthday. When it's your birthday, you're going to have that morale on your side because you're going to be feeling good. We saw it in that first series where he played exceptional. I expect that to continue. Plus, Leaf, this entire week I was moving into a new house. I'm a little tired, so I'm going to continue to sleep on the Peeps personally. I'm going to go with Envy.
Okay, well, it's time for our Verizon fan chat. So let us know if you agree with us here in the chat. Use hashtag Envy or hashtag Peep to let us know your thoughts. Get your voice heard out there. But let's throw down some actual predictions from ourselves here. All right. We said we've been sleeping on before, and we're continuing to do it. I'm gonna start on this one. I'm sorry, Wave. I'm gonna sleep on the Peeps this time. I got to do it. Envy is a roster that's looking way too good today, and sometimes Rocket League comes down to that day. So for me, Envy's got to be my pick. Gibbs?
Yeah, so I said Envy, but I am happy with what the Peeps have been showing these past 2 weeks because obviously their grid performances weren't that great going into the season, so they've really picked it up. So they are a true contender for one of those like top spots in NA. Maybe not all the way at the top, but top 6 for those World Championship bids. Like I think they will continue to improve. I just think Envy is too strong right now, so I got to go Envy.
And that leaves you, Shogun.
Oh, I hate it because I feel like I've heard this entire song and dance before with almost the exact same speech from Gibbs before he votes for the other team. And I'm willing to make the mistake yet again. I'm going to go for Team Envy on this one, but my goodness, am I very afraid of what the result could actually be.
I'm sure Wave is getting on Twitter right now to let us know how angry he is. You guys can also get on there with the hashtag RLCS X and let us know your thoughts. But I'm curious now what chat was seeing. There it is, 63. They're sleeping on the Peeps. I'm sorry, Wave. I'm sorry. It just kind of has to be that way. It's just Envy's going to take this. The desk is always right. Just ignore the times that we're not. We're always right. But again, let us know. Get online with the hashtag RLCSX at RL Esports to get your voice heard. We're going to head over to the Verizon Skybox now, though, with Wave and the Chiefs.
The Chiefs. The Chiefs.
Yeah, what is it, buddy?
They don't learn. These men do not learn, although to be fair, it is Envy with the 4-time world champ Turbo Pulses. So if there was ever a match to be like, maybe the Peeps have met it, this is the one.
Yeah, no, I think the desk is right. Peeps are good, but they did have a good 3-0 win versus my sort of dark horse team in KC Pioneers, but it was a tight matchup, and Envy played incredibly well in their previous match. So you have 2 things to contend with. 1, Envy's looking great, and 2, Turbo Pulse is a rock, and I don't know if AJ and Gyro got what it takes to get through an aggressive Mist and a strong backline.
Well, we will see. We start off things here. Envy in the blue, Peeps in the orange. Best of 5. Both these teams currently at 2-0. Win here, you're through to tomorrow. Gyro on the wall. Back down the midfield. A shot from AJ. What a pass and what a shot.
Okay, yeah, they have everything it takes. Excuse me. Gyro wins 1, and how about getting behind that ball in the corner? Turbo Pulsa trying his best. The fact he even stayed with that pass is impressive. But Gyro doing a lot of great work in that corner to dig that one off the wall and get that into the middle. Great pass.
Excellent kickoff on the follow-up as well. Missed now to win on the wall. Atomic with the shot immediately ties things up. Quick game here.
All right. Maybe in for a game one shootout. AJ just doesn't quite get any piece of the ball despite being so close to it on the challenge. And Atomic right there for the quick follow-up. So Peeps really only let that one in as a product of kickoff. Everyone's off grab and boost, and there's only one guy who can buy time and didn't get a piece of it.
Gyro will come back down after kickoff. 1-1 quickly here in the first minute of game number 1. Missed out to Atomic. He'll flip to try and gain control. AJ to challenge him. Gets it off of his hood. Now Gyro up. Just takes the shot from midfield. Turbo Pulsa has the block. Now off the back wall, we'll see Mist get a bounce over one. And now pass to Atomic in the midfield. Puts it onto the backwork. Can Turbo Pulsa reach for it? He goes for it on the boost. Not going to happen though. Just a bit high. And now Atomic through one. Illusion. The attempt. Gyro to the edge. Resolution. Back to the corner. Followed up his own touch. Sets it up for AJ. Now missed in the midfield with the pass. Gyro to follow it. Turbo Pulsar gets it through him. Grounds himself again up against the goalies. Puts it high on Illusion. Takes to the air. Past one. Now can't get it past two. Mist will stop him there. Gyro on that back wall. Try to hold on to this. See if he can pass the teammates. But everyone else rotating back. This ball's going to stall out for a little bit.
And you know, Jorby made a good point just watching Turbo Pulsar play this. We were watching the previous NV matchup as the pressure continues to mount here as Atomic denied by Gyro, but Jorby as the grid caster for NV brought up the point that Turbo makes the optimal decision 95% of the time, and then the 5% that he doesn't, it's just awful. And that's an incredibly valuable thing to realize about how Turbo plays, because that's exactly why he's such an effective player in the midfield. But then that last 5%, you just never quite know what you're going to get. And that's what makes it so much fun.
That does make the game very enjoyable to watch. He does usually, 95 is generally good enough to win. It's been enough 4 times now. You see Mist try to set it up over one here at halftime in game number 1. Illusion off that back wall, back in front of the box. There's AJ, but just goes for the slow roller. And Turbo Pulsar takes the pass. Gyro was way upfield. If that ball had been on target, that was a free goal. And the lead for Envy, here's Mist. Soft touch though, challenge from the side, and Illusion's got the block on both.
And I like the idea from Atomic there to actually try and roll the car back and get that soft shot into the near post there to see if he can get the defender to go on by. So the defense from the Peeps having to work real hard. But AJ, if this one goes the other way, if we look in an overtime, he's going to be kicking himself for missing that shot opportunity he had earlier.
Atomic out to Mist. Illusion back in the midfield. Atomic high and AJ. Push it to the midfield. Mist back up again. Just bouncing it off the ceiling. Both sides right now. Playing it high. Atomic soft touch. Not enough to take the ball away from Peeps. Now Illusion onto the back wall. Turbo Pulsar with the read. Out to Mist. Connects onto the back wall. He's still got 24 boost to chase this one, but Gyro keeps it on the ground and off to the corner.
Ooh, some awkward bounces as well. AJ forced to punt that ball away, and Peeps struggling to really get a handle on the ball here. If they can find a way to slow the pace of play down, Atomic trying to tip it back into Turbo. Mist comes out of the midfield, and Envy really putting the Peeps defense through the ringer.
So AJ out of his corner. Mist onto the wall and a shot. Oh, the block! That's insane. The follow-up from Turbo, that was good. Puts it upper deck and scores. That's the lead for Envy.
Envy finally managed to squeeze water out of the stone that is the defense here for the Peeps. The demo gets it done, and AJ, after having just challenged a ball landing, doesn't have the time to really ground himself and get up there to defend that perfect top corner shot. Great pressure overall from Envy, and we'll see if the Peeps can get something going here in the last minute.
Illusion to the corner. 1 minute for Peeps to tie this one back up. Atomic down to challenge. Gyro airborne. Over the top of Turbo. He's out of boost, but Mist will get in time and get the save. Now Mist out to the edge. Underneath one. This is some good time buy-in from Envy and company. They take the shot. Gyro with the pre-flip gets the block, and now AJ looking for the dribble back the other direction. The challenge. Mist will get it away from him. Gyro's up the wall. Doesn't make contact. Illusion in the midfield, keeps it lofted high. Gyro gonna go for an insane play, decides to back off on it, and missed an atomic. Tag team is one back down the field. 15 seconds left. AJ once more to the air, over the top of Turbo, back off the ceiling. Here comes Gyro to the far side, missed an atomic, have it covered up. 8 seconds left. Envy's got control, back down the field, and Illusion will try one last time. There's the carry over the first player, Turbo with the challenge, and now AJ to the air. Illusion on the side and Gyro in the midfield. Do they have the boost? There's the pass, but demolition from Atomic shuts it down, and Envy takes the win.
You got to give credit to Envy's defense there in the last 20 seconds or so. Really understanding the situation, knowing that the Peeps are going to get incredibly aggressive. AJ actually thought was doing a real nice job of giving his team chances by bringing those soft touches in towards the ball and getting that good first hit to remain in command of the ball and give themselves some opportunities, but missed Atomic and Turbo. Definitely understanding the situation there. They knew, don't get too aggressive, don't leave anyone in a 2-on-1, just go back to the goal, because their best scoring opportunity, they had 2 people waiting on it, because they knew something else is coming our way, and they weren't going to let it get away. So good job on defense.
Oh, just wonderful, wonderful setup and positioning to give themselves the best chance to score, but the demolition there at the end, I mean, I can't decide which one I wanted more. Did I want them to leave the player so they could make the crazy 3-man passing play, or am I just more excited about the fact that they saw the 3-man passing play, saw who the shooter was going to be, and went and demolished him to secure that game?
Either way, great recognition from Envy, but it's not all doom and sadness for the Peeps. I did like that last 20 seconds. If they can get a lot more of those opportunities, I think you're going to see a lot more success going into game 2 here, so we'll see if the offense can get clicking.
It's an extremely close game. The offense, I don't think there were, I'd have to go back and rewatch it again, but pretty sure that was all earned goals.
Yeah.
Very few defensive mistakes here. Gyro in the corner now in game 2 up against Turbo. Turbo causing a traffic jam here, but he'll get a monster flick out of that corner all the way down. He's going to get a goal out of it too. What a way. Baits in the defenders. No one expected this flick to be this strong.
Yeah, I mean, from basically a dead stop right there, it's that little chip, and then just got the perfect part of that Fennec there, just that top center. Just pounded right into the center of the mass of the ball, and you're absolutely right. From a near dead stop to a flick past the midfield line, I mean, that's a brutal read.
Gyro will block the kickoff attempt. Illusion and Gyro going to try and get this one out of their own half. Illusion and AJ now spacing back out. The pass down, the miss. Is it good? No, blocked by AJ. Now Turbo, bit of space. Difficult shot to make. Now AJ, over one, over to Illusion. Now onto the corner. Atomic lofted high. Here's Turbo, and Gyro's gonna block him. Atomic now up against AJ. Just takes the shot from the corner. It was a bit wide. Mist will loft it high in the air. Now Gyro up against Mist. Off to the side. Falls to catch it. Into the corner. Looks for some goalies, but already in the air. Atomic will get this one back away. And now the pass across. Gyro bounces it off the ground. You saw the clear. No one thought 2 touches later a shot was coming back out.
Absolutely not. Illusion just straight across the center of the pitch. Turbo, he's definitely getting ready for a touch off the backboard, maybe a shot on target. But going directly all the way across to Gyro, nobody from Envy is going to be able to reach that. And at that point, it's Gyro, do you find the hole? Yes, he did.
My goodness. Beautiful offense there to tie things back up. The Peeps on the board now. And they led at the very beginning of the game, of game 1. But other than that, have been tied or trailing the entire series.
AJ also went for a car swap. He's on Dominus game 1. He's moved to Octane here for game 2.
So there's a full Octane roster here from the Peeps. Gyro through the air, onto the backboard. It was Atomic. Gyro will get a block. Missed. He'll go for a carry himself. Thinks about it. Actually takes his time. That gives just enough room for the defense to collapse on him. Gyro has the clear. AJ now on the edge. Atomic catches. Looks for a shot and a dunk, but doesn't find either. On the side wall again. Turbo pulls the shot is wide. Gyro now to follow this ball. He's got Illusion up field and AJ in tow. Missed with the clear, and that means AJ's up. Now into the air. Going high. Off that backboard.
AJ was dangerously close to getting on top of that ball enough. His command of that air dribble was just phenomenal. Even the challenge right against the wall, he almost got the wheels directly above the ball to put it down in front of the goal. So AJ is he's looking real good.
Get it past Mist here, and the ball remains dangerously near the Peeps box. Lucian and Gyro. Under 1. Trying to get it past 2. Now Gyro demolished, ball lofted. Now Atomic into the midfield. Pass across. AJ's going to try and collapse on this, but Mist already there onto the side wall. We'll keep the ball away from their back third. Now Lucian off to the edge. It's the pass to himself. Atomic puts it high. This one's going to drop dangerously. Atomic's got to follow it up with a second touch, and Gyro now to chase it back down in the midfield. Here's AJ onto the back wall once more, follows it up himself, nearly finds the shot. And Lucian with a follow-up here. Atomic will get it away. 1:40 on the clock, still a tie game, 1 goal apiece.
Oh, Gyro again. Oh, so close to finding it off the wheels, and a lot of these shots from the Peeps are just incredible in terms of the margin of error you have. And it's basically 0. And unfortunately, it's just too difficult to score some of these shots. Envy aren't even giving them the respect on defense. They're like, you're not going to score that. Their positioning on the goal line doesn't say they're not worried about it. They're basically daring the Peeps to put one of those shots in.
Lucian trying to challenge Atomic. Getting clever, and now Gyro going to dribble to cross his own back third. Just trying to play keep away. But the game still tied up at 1 apiece. Someone's going to have to take initiative here soon. Lucian and AJ in the midfield. Oh, they bounce the ball between each other, but here comes the counterattack and missed shot. Oh, blocked by Lucian. The positioning works out for him. 40 seconds left, still tie game. Lucian in the midfield, but there's 3 Envy players. Here's Atomic, flicks it high. Turbo pulls up with a follow-up, blocked again. Down, dropping dangerous. Gyro sends it to the corner. 30 seconds remaining now. As the Peeps look to break out of their own half. They just keep on running into Envy in the midfield.
Ooh, awkward touch here from Lucian. How do they hang on to this?
Out to Gyro. He's not going to get a second touch here for free. Mist will challenge him. Now back down. Atomic. Off
Mist
the edge.
thought about it.
Over the top of 1. Clock is at 0. No one really in a good position to make this. I think Gyro's going to kill it. Overtime here in game number 2. Can the Peeps tie up the series, or do Envy get out to that precious 2-0 lead?
I don't know. I don't think Envy has had quite the same level of success in terms of offensive pressure at all here in game 2. I feel like if anyone's had the goal-scoring opportunities, it's been the Peeps. They've just been incredibly difficult chances.
Oh, Lucian to try and chase this. He'll bump the player off the ball and give his teammates some space, but they just boom onto the backboard. Mist has it. Now off the backboard, AJ, who should have this shot for free, but just can't quite materialize it.
Oh,
Atomic trying. And Atomic had like 3 touches there, barely gained any sort of control. Now AJ to the air. He killed a lot of the velocity on this ball, which will give him a lot of detailed control, but there's a demolition from Turbo, all up against 1. Does Lucian get there in time? He does, and Gyro on the respawn should be able to cover this one up in goal. Envy, nice plan, but well received by the Peeps.
Atomic actually just made a huge block there on that Peeps half. It allows a second chance with the bump and missed.
Oh, he gets it.
Great shot here from Mist. All set up from the block from Atomic. Combine it with the bump there on AJ. 2 players from Peeps caught racing for the ball and nobody back to defend it. And Envy will move up 2-0 in the series. They really had to work for that one. And this game was at multiple points 1 or 2 pixels away from going the Peeps direction. So I'm very curious about game 3.
Man, and I think Atomic was the player that got the demolition in game number 1 to make sure to completely destroy the chance that the Peeps could tie the game up there at 0 seconds. And man, you talk about a player that, like, the strength of Turbo Pulsa has always been his positioning. He is never in the wrong place, right? Like, the 95% of the time, he's always in exactly the right place. And so while his play might not be flashy, it is so effective. And you talk about him taking other players and shaping their play that way. Atomic's positioning more and more is becoming so smart here as he's downfield to get the demolitions and get the bumps that are needed to make it easy for Mist to score this goal. Atomic, he's at the bottom of the scoreboard here, but I think he is absolutely the reason they won this game.
Oh yeah, a big block, of course, there at the end to open the goal for Mist, but I think overall the Peeps, I actually think played the better game. Atomic as well obviously played a great game and instrumental in getting the victory, but I think the Peeps actually had the edge there in that game too. It just didn't come to fruition with the couple of shot chances. So I think Envy definitely need to tighten the screws and find a way to keep the pressure on the Peeps, because the Peeps, after game 1, it was all about, all right, how do you retain possession? And they did that in game 2. The shots just didn't drop.
Yeah, game number 2, that first goal from the Peeps, just beautiful stuff. But they just never quite were able to get that magic going again. A few decent looks at the net, and they needed multiple touches to make the shots happen. Now here in game 3, Envy up 2-0. Looking good to take it in this series as the shot off the ceiling. Atomic makes the save on the obscene shot.
He got bumped up the wall, rolled his car over to get the wheels on the ceiling, and jumped off and put a banger on net. That's gyro for you.
He's going to try again here. Misses, actually. And here comes a follow-up. All 3 defenders bite. Can Illusion find the shot here? No! The recovery's just enough, and the shot was just slow enough to give them time. Now Turbo on the counterattack. Against Gyro onto the side. Mist is going to challenge this. Looks for Turbo on the far side. There goes Turbo for it, but AJ's already off the wall for it. Here's Gyro. Fast play from both teams as we go end zone to end zone. Back in front. Turbo pulsely getting cut off by AJ. They'll keep the ball in the blue for just now. Turbo misses. AJ out of boost, but can he find a touch? There's just enough of one. Mist will get it. Take control of that ball. Move it away from the Peeps. Put the pressure on early here.
Ooh, and they're trying real hard, but that mistouch from Gyro is going to waste a lot of time. Combine that with a solid Turbo clear, and you're right back into who ends up with the ball.
Illusion take the ball away from Mist in the corner. AJ pinches it off of Turbo. Gyro to chase it. Look for a flip reset here and finds a creative dunk, but it pinches out to Turbo instead. Now in the midfield, here's Atomic. Lots of space given by AJ. He'll still get the stall.
Ooh.
Off the wall, Turbo has control. He's got a lot of boost to work with as well. Bounces it off the ground once. Long looks for goalies. Illusion's already in the air. And Mist now with a shot. AJ with a block as well, not allowing this ball to cross in front of the goal. Give them the easy muscle play. Turbo now looking for double tap. Has it set up. No one's home. Turbo gets the block. Of course he does. He's got to do it at least once a series here.
I'm not even sure if Turbo was necessarily just falling. It actually looked like he's trying to hit that ball away from the defense. It's close either way, but unfortunately, one way or the other, Envy don't find themselves with a 1 in the score column.
They did not get that goal, but they have maintained incredible pressure since then. There's a demolition from Miss, and the shot just wide on the open net. AJ picks this one up out of the corner. Another demolition onto Illusion, this one from Turbo. Miss gonna have to try and stop this one on the howitzer clear from the box. Turbo keeps it away from him. Illusion now. He's looking for goalies.
Jeez.
Gets 2 players to bite over to the side, but this ball difficult to use. Atomic and Mist play it out to the edge.
Man, you said at the start of this one, Wave, it was a hectic pace of play. And, you know, I always kind of feel like it gets 2-0 or, you know, game 5 where it's only 1 more. Any point where it's match point, the next game tends to slow down. At least it feels like to me. And this one is absolutely not. This one's just everyone's going as fast as they can, as hard as they can.
Gyro off the ceiling. Atomic out to Turbo. And now off the backboard is Illusion there. He sure is. And it hasn't, and like you said, it hasn't slowed down either. Like oftentimes when things get hectic at one point, it will become slower at some other point in the game. Both teams kind of like fall back, breathe for a second, and like right now is maybe the slowest it's been, but still, even with that off the backboard double tap opportunity. Envy still pressuring, just sending the heat. Illusion no look for a bump on Atomic, slows him down enough to get Gyro space to move in, but Turbo demolishes him before he can do anything. And now AJ beat by Atomic on the edge. He'll look for demos. Illusion comes in, covers up the ball before Mist can get there. And now off the back wall, AJ from the corner. Gyro's up, blocked by Mist. Illusion falling back, just struggling. He's hesitating here. Illusion gonna get caught in kind of a neutral play. AJ's gonna have to cover for him.
Wow.
Now AJ.
Go for it.
Pass 1, back in front. Gyro blocked by Turbo. And Envy still keeps this ball at midfield.
Some real heads-up play from both teams there in the midfield in terms of how do you get by defenders and how do you delay the counterattack from both teams. Missed with an opportunity, slow touch, and just gets too far under it.
This one dangerous and lofted. Nobody jumped. The goalie must have been out of boost. Turbo gets the only goal of the game.
Gyro sitting in goal with 100. Illusion up the backboard. He jumped early because Illusion was defending the top of the goal and he tried to come back down so he could reset. But that's the exact moment that Turbo drops the ball behind him.
What a collapse. Immaculate defense for 4 minutes from the Peeps, and then in the final seconds they drop it, but it's not over yet. Gyro onto the backboard. Atomic and Turbo, they've got to get there. AJ blocked by one. Atomic out to just run interference, just keep them from having any meaningful shot here. Illusion up, that's 2 players out. He goes for the bump. Can AJ trap it and dribble? Oh, he gets another one. He should do it. Yes! Oh, the perfect play. We go to overtime.
AJ, you love to see it. Look at the catch here on the sidewall, the hard cut with the bump, and just make sure it gets in between the goalposts. Let's see an OT.
Man, you have to have the field presence to realize 2 defenders are up. There's one in there. There's one in front of the goal. I have 2 teammates down here with me. Trust them to get the bump. Just keep the ball off the ground. Do it yourself. And AJ gets his team, unlikely situation, into overtime for game number 3.
Unfortunate breakdown for Envy. You thought they had it in the bag off the miscue on the goal line from the Peeps, and now they got to fight it out for one more goal at least.
My goodness, Turbo's good at this game. Through 2 players now into the midfield. Gyro gets a block. And AJ, they'll carry this one a bit farther. There's past one defender, but Turbo's right there. Just punts it away. Now Gyro off the backboard. Cleared by Mist. Here comes a follow-up shot. No, they've both fallen back. Overtime positioning here from the Peeps. 2 players get bumped again. This is some space, but Atomic gets it into the backfield. Can he find the one-touch goal? No. And there's the follow from Turbo. They just needed the 2 touches there. That's Envy finally cleaning it up on a counterattack.
Turbo knows as soon as Atomic beat that man in the midfield, Turbo knew to get on the far side of the ball because it either pinches across the goal line or it's going to pop off the backboard and go mid, and he's going to let his teammate worry about it. Again, that's that optimized play from Turbo. If it's going to be in a scoreable spot, it's going to be that way. And that happened as soon as they won that ball in the midfield. So again, immaculate positioning, nets the game winner, and Envy will 3-0 sweep the Peeps, but that is a score line that does not justify how well the Peeps played.
I mean, it was 2-1 every game, 2 overtimes. Envy just managed to clutch them up both times there. And the one thing I will say, Envy here in this overtime, they got ball control there at the end, and they moved up as a team. Oftentimes in overtime, we see 1 player going for the solo play, 2 players hanging back on defense, scared to get caught out. The funny thing was, the play they were moving as Envy moved up, the Peeps had that positioning. They had 2 players back, and they still got beat. I mean, I love the confidence here from Envy as they clean that one up. The Peeps gonna drop a series there, but they'll have 2 more opportunities to make it through to tomorrow.
And everyone appears to be right. You cannot sleep on the Peeps, because that is a dangerous team in the lower bracket now if they keep playing like that. A lot of great command even to force an overtime in that Game 3 scenario. So really looking forward to their lower bracket run.
Yeah, but you also can't underestimate the 4-time. Turbo Pulsa clutching up that game, getting them a win. Folks, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, 2 of the hottest teams in North America, G2 taking on SSG. Winner plays tomorrow. We'll see you guys there after the break.
I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now we're dead, so we can light it up. I know that we can make it through, but
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
And we are back. Just watched Envy get the 3-0 sweep on the Peeps. Peeps looking strong, but they're going to have to find that way into tomorrow for a different match. I'm Wavepunk, joined here by Achieves. And Achieves, I will say, I don't think anyone slept on I don't think we're sleeping on the Peeps to say that Envy wins that match there. Turbo was pretty good.
He's pretty good. In fact, he managed to win the series for them at the end of the day. And Gyro got it started off with a beautiful pass, and AJ had some phenomenal ball control. Of course, Aleutian trying to do the best he could in terms of getting the ball out in scoreable positions as well. But overall, the defense was able to get out there and cut off a lot of the dangerous shooting angles. Atomic was there opening up a lot of holes in the defense of the Peeps, and that's what he's good at. Peeps gave it a pretty good show, but at the end of the day, the Envy consistency does indeed get the job done.
Yeah, no, I mean, I loved the 0-second play to get us to overtime from the Peeps, and I think that 0-second play also gives me some like hope that this team really is a solid team that is going to be able to go up against the best in RLCS. That sort of play is the sort of thing that a lesser team would see the opportunity and still find a way to mess it up, but they played it perfectly. They trusted each other to do their jobs, got themselves to overtime. But I mean, if I had to pick an MVP for the series, it's definitely Atomic. The demolitions that he had, the bumps he had, and then the pass there to Turbo Pulse at the end, Atomic helped them win instrumentally every game.
Yep, Atomic is always a threat you need to be aware of on any team. Definitely an incredibly capable offensive and setup artist who, I mean, you give him the ball with space, he'll make Justin level plays. He's that good. So definitely worthy of an MVP vote.
Justin level setups, at least there from Atomic. Let's take a look, though, at the next match we're going to have heading in through our Swiss round robin here. We've got G2 going up against SSG. And these two teams, both 2-0 as well right now. And some stakes for the number 1 seed of tomorrow on the line here, Chiefs.
Yeah, so basically, if G2 wins, they get the number 1 seed tomorrow regardless. 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, doesn't matter. If SpaceStation sweep, they will be the number 1 seed. And if SpaceStation win in any other scenario, then Envy will be the number 1 seed. So Envy is looking for a SpaceStation win, but not a sweep. Other than that, G2 is looking pretty solid. So this is going to be a pretty tough one. I think SpaceStation Gaming obviously played really well earlier, but G2, like you said, 2-0, they're obviously not a slouch team. But hopefully this doesn't go the same way that I thought the NRG SpaceStation one would go, where SpaceStation came out a clear victor.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I mean, what do you think is going to be the key to victory here for these teams today? What's going to differentiate one from the other?
So keys to victory, it's all so good. So you have to hope that if you're G2 Esports, you can still find the passing lanes, and also you need Rizzo to have another great week like he did last week. So I think keys to victory are going to be if Rizzo's getting involved in the offense, things will be looking up for G2. Other than that, I think G2 is going to have to play a lot of defense. So it's making sure that they don't get demoed.
Not getting demoed going to be a key here for victory. I'm so excited to watch this match, particularly for the reasons we brought up on the pre-show. These two teams are 2-0 right now. They have 2 more series after this were they to lose, which means they can just go all out. They don't have to hold back in any way, shape, or form. I cannot wait to watch these teams go head-to-head here as we get into this first game. Rizzo through the air and blocked. He's trying to get clever right off the bat.
That's what we start off with for Rizzo? Okay.
Rizzo has come into his own here in Season 10. Typical will find a nice long touch. SSG in the orange, G2 in the blue. We start off on DFH, as is tradition. A touch onto the backboard. Arsenal will break up the tap. And now Typical looking to connect with Reddles, possibly. Over to the edge. Now Rizzo up against it. Reddles gets it back into the midfield, and JNaps to follow this. Actually misses the ball. And then Chicago gets bumped upwards into a block, but Typical still managed to get it off the top of one. Off the ceiling. JNaps gets it away. Arsenal now can connect with Reddles. Here's Reddles to the air. Shot to the far side. Net gets in. Oh my goodness. First goal for SSG.
Indeed, playing defense, and Typical just millimeters away from contact there. Chicago racing back, but ace placement from Reddles. If that's even slightly further left, that one gets poked out. G2 trying their best to contend with some tough challenges and some big touches from Typical, and unfortunately they crumble just under a minute in.
There's Rizzo. It's the bump on one. Chicago passing the midfield to JNaps. Up from one. Typical off the backboard will get it away. Rizzo now to the backboard once more. Arsenal back to the corner. SSG's defense playing clean. Here's Rizzo up against Arsenal. Arsenal wins and now holds on to ball control. Chicago screams back to his own corner. Off the ceiling, pass to J-Naps. Excellent play to break up the defense. Reynolds on the goal line makes the stop. And now Arsenal being challenged. Here's Chicago, pass to J-Naps once more. The infield pass, Sipical gets the block again. A savior medal for Sipical, a minute and a half in already.
And that's what really put Sipical's name on the map for me over the past couple seasons of RLCS, that staunch third man role. And he is absolutely a lockdown defender there, and cutting out that great passing play shows you why.
It's another one, and now Arsenal got one player to bite, got two to fake him out. Rizzo's got to stop it, and he does. J-Nap's now up in the midfield, actually leaves it. Chicago lofts it. Rizzo doesn't think he has enough boost to make this play happen. Now Reynolds through one. There's the shot. J-Naps gets the block. Sipical drops it for Arsenal, tries to get there, but Rizzo beats him to the ball. Now Rizzo back to J-Naps. Into the corner here. Reynolds turns on it. Sipical got bumped in net. Good thing Reynolds was there, and Sipical coming out of net gets himself another one. Is that 6 saves? Sipical is insane.
6 through the halfway point. Definitely could be on track for a record-setting saves in a single game.
He's kind of on pace to do it in regulation. All the records for that stuff are set with massive overtimes. There's Rizzo now to the side. Over one. Rizzo to follow this one. Reynolds back down to the edge. J-Naps. He's got Chicago in the goal looking to bump players. Gets the bump on one, but Reynolds still makes the save. Can Chicago find the immediate shot? No, here's a follow-up from Rizzo, and it's just enough time for Reynolds to get down and block it. J-Naps now passing again. Rizzo has almost no boost, won't reach it. Reynolds to the corner. It's been Reynolds' turn to step up on the defense. They've had to play so much defense, but they found an open backfield and one counterattack's good enough to give them a 2-goal lead.
Yeah, the whole time we were thinking it felt like a little bit like G2 were absolutely trying to stretch every opportunity to the maximum potential, and eventually one touch gets away from them that they can't find somebody to get in front of the ball, and they leave a completely open backfield just trying to push a little too hard.
Oh my goodness. J-Naps setting it high, 1:30 on the clock, despite having so much pressure here on offense. G2 again, and oh my goodness. They're sending everybody to try and get these goals they need, but the accuracy from SpaceStation is just too high.
Oh, and that's a beautiful touch from Rizzo. I mean, that's that's so close to being crossbar and in, or just into the corner, and unfortunately it's just off the mark. G2 are doing exactly what I wanted. You know, they need to get the passing. They need to be able to put the pressure on SpaceStation. Otherwise, they're going to be boxed into their own half for a long time. And they've done a great job of making sure that they don't get stuck there, but the shooting accuracy just not perfect like it's needed to be.
Reynolds now looks for a 4th goal. Here's Typical. 3-1 as we approach the final minute. Chicago trying to bump Arsenal, and Arsenal still makes contact with the ball. Typical patiently waits out Rizzo. They're in their heads. Like, SSG just knows what G2 is going to do. Typical off to the edge. Chicago's going to try and get it here to Rizzo. Back down to J-Naps. G2 again on offense, but it just straight up has not mattered yet.
Typical himself has...
Jeez.
Oh my gosh. Okay, this one's gotten out of hand a little bit.
I mean, when's the last time? So they have 6 shots and 4 goals. To G2's, what is this? 16 shots. 16 shots from G2.
Yeah.
No goal.
To be fair, they've tried real hard.
13 saves. Absolutely insane.
You want to know something even crazier about that? Sipical himself has more total score than the entire G2 team.
He does. At 827, Sipical's running it up. 17 seconds left, and this, the Rizzo, does he finally get a goal? He's finally, they get one, but it's a little too late. 15 seconds left, they're not gonna get 3.
Well, you better get something. I mean, you've put up, what is that now, 17 shots. One of them's bound to finally make its way in. And to be honest, going into next game, you're really looking for SSG to obviously limit a lot of those chances. G2 definitely not a team that you can allow that many opportunities to on the reg. You cannot expect Sipical to have an 8-save game every day, all the time. And so hopefully in game 2. SpaceStation able to lock down the midfield a little more, control the pace of play to more of their liking. And you're looking for G2 to just refine that shooting ever so slightly, drop a few more of those beautiful attempts into the corners.
20 shots.
That's a lot of shots.
20 shots from G2, 1 goal. And what turned out to be 15 saves from SpaceStation. They were on record pace, for the record, no pun intended, for everyone at home. The record in the main 2 regions here of RLCS is 12 saves in a game, done by Devo and Scrubkilla. But so 8 here from Typical, not quite up there, but still an amazing
valiant effort.
And this is one of the best, like, this is quality over quantity for SpaceStation. They held off the quantity offense, the just barrage, the absolute assault from G2, and just made every one of their shots count here. This is one of the best defense winning a series examples I've ever seen.
Oh, yeah. When you only put up 6 shots and 4 of them go into the back of the net, and you're having to make, 8, 12, 6, a bunch of saves.
A bunch.
Yeah, it absolutely is. The defense won you the game there. And SpaceStation Gaming, while they are obviously a phenomenal defensive team, no team can keep that up for an indefinite amount of time. So G2, you did great. Do it all over again and make SpaceStation beat you. If that's what SpaceStation has to do to beat you, make them do it over and over and over, because the chances that you get that type of performance 2 or 3 times in a row, slim to none.
You will start to exhaust them, but at the same time, you're exhausting yourself by just holding down the trigger on
That's
this
exactly what
machine gun.
happened. They did. They ran out of bullets, and then the back line was completely empty while they tried to reload, and then it's 4-0.
Yeah, it's a scoreline that looks like a dominating offensive performance, but really it's a dominating defensive performance with just a few little needles that make it through from the midfield. Incredible. Absolutely incredible from SpaceStation. We'll see if they can do it again here in game 2. Or does G2 find the answer? What was crazy? We didn't even talk about this. How many infield passes G2 pulled off? Like, brilliant off-the-wall passes straight to the midfield. One of the hardest things to defend, and Typical's like, I don't care. I got this one. Save your medal. Thank you very much. Over and over. Here comes a counterattack. Oh, that one pitched high by Arsenal. Typical to chase this one and look for a block double tap. Broken up by Arsenal. Now Riddle's back down the field. This game a little bit slower.
Putting a lot of pressure on that back line of SpaceStation Gaming, and that's something that G2 is just phenomenal at, to be quite honest. They are so good at putting someone in the face of a defender, exerting their pressure upon where they want the play to develop, and taking up the space that gets freed up from that aggression.
Ooh, the bump on Arsenal and net, but Typical's already there. And no shooter was up above the crossbar. Reynolds with a miss that'll bring out JNaps, and now 2 players demolished for SSG. Reynolds is just going to buy time, and buy it he does. Chicago off the corner will pinch it, but both the SSG teammates who were demolished now back up in the midfield already. Typical off the backboard. JNaps has got to make contact and makes it off to the corner. We'll try to follow this. Reynolds pitches to the side. Have a awkward bounce. We'll give it to Reynolds here. Holds it on his hood. Gets a flick on one. Chicago clears it to the other side. And JNaps now back down the field. Typical to break it up before Rizzo would have a free shot.
Oh, and a real nice job from Typical to stay with that ball. That one again off the mark. And you could see JNaps was going for the demos. He was expecting Chicago to drop that one into the corner of the goal. But since the shot placement was off, Chicago not able to get any demos and actually score a goal with it.
Typical looks for the air dribble. A bump on the goalie. Here at halftime, Reynolds sent it off the ceiling. Chicago off the edge. JNaps has earned himself save a medal while we're keeping count. Typical now. Trying to get it there, and Arsenal bounces it off the ground, and the G2 defense, we're starting to see SpaceStation build up the artillery.
Yeah, it started to sort of fall in on itself right there. Typical able to get a big piece of that ball, and it was just an real awkward play for Rizzo to have to make, because he's not sure, since he's right next to that challenge, how it's going to turn out, and he just doesn't have the time to really readjust the positioning, and that allows Arsenal to make a much easier read coming out of the midfield and have a much bigger advantage going into that challenge, and he just went right through him.
209 to the edge. Typical in the midfield. He should get a few more touches on this one. Popped it and then dribbled it. Reynolds past 1, now past 2. Got the bump on Chicago, opening up space, but JNaps quickly to collapse on the ball. give his teammates time to get in behind him. Rizzo now trying to dribble it away.
Wow.
Chicago blocked. Now Arsenal can't get it past JNaps, but Chicago is rotating out. That's going to kind of clog up space here for G2. Rizzo can't quite get in time, and Reynolds will get it over into the blue now, looking for one more touch on the ball, and he'll go for goalies after this one. Actually goes for the pass himself, and there's the shot from Typical. Just enough confusion that G2 can't get a wheel on it.
Yeah, this one actually is pretty wild. I thought G2 would definitely have a fair amount of time to get back to it, and a rare miss from JNaps. He definitely understands that ball got tipped out, but it's still quite a rare thing to see JNaps on track for a challenge and then not even get a piece of the ball. And the follow-through just happened so quick that before anyone could react, it was already back there. So now it's a real tough spot here for G2. Down 2 with the minute 30 about.
Yeah. I think Rizzo also slightly misread coming out of goal. He was just under the ball with no new influence. Not sure why he would be there, but.
And you got to watch G2. I mean, every person that goes for a challenge immediately follows up to go for a demo. And you got to give all the credit in the world to SpaceStation for avoiding all of those and still being able to get to the ball.
1 minute left. 2-goal lead for SSG. SpaceStation hold on. Rizzo's going to try and score it there, but the long clear forces all of G2 to fall back. Rizzo's actually hanging up a little bit further forward. He does finally move back onto defense. And now, the catch under 1. Dribbles it onto the wall. Looking for the challenge on Reynolds. Can't find it. Now here's Chicago. Sends it high, and Reynolds stops it, puts it over 2, and now back down in the midfield. Rizzo's up for it. Plays it high to JNaps. JNaps, no contact. Rizzo now blocked by Arsenal. Chicago to pick up control in the top corner. He's going to look for the pass, but broken up again. Typical keeps on covering him up, and does he find the goal? He should be able to get this. No, JNaps just barely gets his bumper onto it first. With 12 seconds left, though, the 2-goal lead going to be punishing. Can't play in a 0-second time. This one needs to drop in, and it's not going to. Reynolds pushes it off to the edge, and that'll do it here for the game 2. SpaceStation, they have to get the perfect sweep on G2 if they want to be the number 1 seed. Rizzo will dribble one in. They'll get Rizzo gets a second goal in garbage time here, but still not going to matter.
A little pop, and JNaps goes right back to him, and how about that one? Don't panic. We got this. Just make sure it gets into that bottom right-hand corner. Good job from G2. Some real tight, close-range passing, but
you know, good hustle. Play to the buzzer, even if you've already lost. Any coach would appreciate Rizzo putting that one in.
Exactly.
SpaceStation, though, 2-0 now on the series. If they get that 3rd win here, they will be the number 1 seed in tomorrow's playoffs.
And they got a bunch of work again on their defensive side here in this game. Obviously, you got exactly what you wanted. It wasn't a 16-shot game. It's only a 7-shot game, so a significant improvement. But at the same time, there was some real pressure being applied from that G2 side. Like I said, with those challenges, really forcing those defenders to move and adjust and make the big challenges under pressure. So again, SpaceStation Gaming able to work their magic on defense, and that's exactly what won them that game as well, in my mind.
Man, and again, I think it was 8 shots to 7 to 6 saves there. 8 shots from SSG, 6 saves from G2, which leaves only 2 shots unaccounted for, and they're the 2 that went in the back of the net. You could say 100% accuracy there from SSG. Like, their shots have been so good, but finally, oh my goodness, JNaps gets it started here, and G2's on the board first.
Product of a kickoff, one person goes for the boost, and to make matters worse, Typical hits the brakes as he's rotating into goal because he thinks his teammate's about to win the challenge, so he's thinking about turning upfield. His teammate gets destroyed, and then he doesn't have the momentum to cleanly go all the way across the goal and make a good save, so G2 finally able to knock one down.
Chicago in the corner with JNaps. There's a touch to the goal, and Reynolds will get it away. Rizzo up for it. No real meaningful touch. JNaps now back down. Rizzo quickly turns on this. He's got Arsenal turning as well. Gets the flick on 1. Typical's there, though. Gets a clear. JNaps will cover.
Oh, it's behind him.
The counterattack, but they get it between them all, and that's SpaceStation tying the game back up.
Now, this is just G2 going for a G2 play. This is absolutely a beautiful idea. Chicago understands. He's like, this ball's a back pass. This one's coming to me. And unfortunately, JNaps just got a smidge too far in front of it and put it behind his teammate. I mean, that's just
too far back.
Yeah, it's G2 doing G2 things, and, you know, sometimes it goes horribly wrong, and that's one of those instances.
Passing in Rocket League may be the most difficult of the fundamental mechanics.
It absolutely is.
As a moving target, moving a moving target onto a different moving target. instead here, we'll see SpaceStation tie it up here. Again, they're on match point. Win this game. Through to tomorrow. Arsenal in front of the goal. Sipical with the challenge. Now Reynolds is there. All 3 players in enemy territory for SpaceStation. Sipical to drive it back down. Arsenal up. Past 1. Follows it up himself. Over to the edge. Makes Chicago dance and takes the lead.
I can tell just watching Chicago in the goal there. He was trying to decide. He's like, does he actually have the boost to get that? Oh, he does. What do I do? And it's perfect over my head. Oh, no. Arsenal, a beautiful floater behind the defense.
Just like that. The lead that G2 had finally earned after 2 games is taken back away. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board. Here's a pass. The outfield pass. 2 defenders up to get the block on 1. Here's Rizzo blocked by Sipical at the point of contact. Chicago with the third. Reynolds gets the save. Nobody from G2 there to take the final shot, and Sipical up for it to try and get it around Jnaps. He adjusts his flight and gets to him. Reynolds now. Can't get it through 1. Arsenal. It's a block. Sipical out of his goal. No contact. He's going to be out of play. Here's Rizzo up against Arsenal. Chicago. Chicago tried. Now Sipical and Reynolds on top of each other in the midfield. They clear the ball all the way back down. G2 a little bit on top of each other. And Sipical, what a dunk out of that corner. Rizzo will try to reach for this one. Gets it to the far side to safety, but Reynolds already there. He's got Sipical in front of the goal. Plays it off the backboard. 2 touches. Rizzo gets it away. What a read to keep them away and just at a 1-goal margin.
Ooh, it's not over yet, though. Rizzo trying to go for big plays, and Sipical understands where the next shot's coming from. Arsenal wisely lets that ball go and tries to give G2 a dose of their own medicine, put the pressure on the defense and make them get out of the way, and everyone is just constantly having to make adjustments around players as Rizzo able to sneak one through Sipical.
Will finally survive this play. G2's defense held on strong, but their positioning coming out of that defense immediately meant there was going to be a few more shots happening. But SpaceStation took those shots. Defense still managed to get back and stop them. 2:18 on the clock. Jnaps out to Chicago. Chicago loose in the air, won't make contact. Now Sipical going to try, and Jnaps covers him up. Arsenal through the air. Rizzo getting harassed in net, still makes the stop. 2:07 on the clock. It's still SpaceStation with everything they need. They'll get one more. Reynolds just with the lob to the upper corner.
It's because Chicago here is under pressure. He sees Arsenal right in front of him, and he has to do a little bob and weave and make sure he doesn't get bumped out of the way, and that's been both teams. Everyone's just trying to put the pressure on the defense, and can you make the adjustment? And there, Chicago came up short. Now they got 2 minutes to find 2 goals, and those have been tough to come by if you're a G2 player this series.
SpaceStation absolutely solidifying the lead. Rizzo with the drop to Chicago. G2's bread and butter. The incredible immaculate passing. Does Arsenal get it? He does. He catches Rizzo. He just has to flip and just hope that Arsenal shoots it straight at him.
He catches Chicago as well. I mean, Chicago and Jnaps both jumped for that ball, and Rizzo knew. Like, he saw both of his teammates up and saw Arsenal going for that ball. He's like, oh no, this is a disaster. And he tried to go back, and unfortunately, with the pace that he needed to even be in position, made it way too easy of a shot for him to put right behind him. And that just makes the lead even harder to overcome. And honestly, I think SpaceStation might be able to have this locked up.
I think with a 3-goal lead, a minute and a half left, it's pretty likely. And strangely, they get another one here. Oh, Chicago does get back in time. Strangely, Chicago's positioning has been decidedly aggressive, to put it positively. And to put it negatively, it's just been bad. It's just left so much space. There's like 3 goals so far that have happened here for SpaceStation that have involved Chicago just being a little bit too far upfield. One of them was on that back pass, that first goal.
Yeah, that one's not so much his fault.
That's Jnaps shooting over his shoulder. Give your teammate who is back passing a little bit of room for error. Exactly. Chicago's like, we've got to play perfectly here against SSG, which, I mean, you do. But still, yeah, I don't know. This is G2 definitely with a little bit some room to fix things as, again, they get it through the defense, and Arsenal will get enough. Fifth, that'll definitely be the series. The last 40 seconds will just be protocol.
And Envy sitting there weeping because they were really hoping for one G2 game, and unfortunately, SpaceStation Gaming going to come away with a clean 3-0 sweep, secure that nice #1 seed going into the playoffs, and that one has got to feel good. And they absolutely had to work for it. I mean, just watching game 1, if you showed just game 1 and said, who do you think wins the series? I think a significant margin of people would have picked G2 even if they lost game 1 because they played that well.
Yeah. Surely they can't get that many saves again, right?
And they didn't, to be fair.
Yeah, but they didn't need to.
They didn't need to.
20 seconds left. I mean, at this point, SpaceStation looks like they're looking for the Brazil. Send them away in style. And God, just Reddles again. The 2 bounces on that 5th goal. Starting to style on him. We've seen Reddles put up some flashy plays. Do they get a garbage time goal every game? At least G2 makes the scoreline look a little bit better.
Just one more. A little drip out of the top corner from Chicago, and Rizzo says, "Yeah, no problem. I'll take that one too." It's
every single one of them has been Rizzo as well. Like, you look at the scoreline, 4-1, 2-1, 5-2, and it's like, okay, G2 put up a fight, and it's like, not really, honestly. Like, they just kind of covered up the scoreline a little bit there and made it look a little bit better. It's a goal. They're going to try and get one more for him? No. Ball now on the ground. We'll put it down. SpaceStation make quick work of G2. G2 is going to be left scratching their heads thinking about that one all week.
Well, they put up a fight. G2 absolutely did. It might not have seemed like it, but the pressure was there. They forced SpaceStation to make big plays. Sipicol had a pop-off game. Arsenal had a pop-off game. Reddles had a pop-off game. Everyone from SpaceStation was locked in A+ in this series. And G2, unfortunately, didn't have that perfect execution that was required to beat them.
I'm just going to say it, Chiefs. I'm a smart guy. I had a hot take at the beginning of the day.
A real nuclear take.
Real good at this video game, dude. Holy crap. I mean, they outscored them, even with the garbage time goals, they outscored them 11-4.
Yeah,
one of the best teams. And I think they outsaved them, too, which is just not very normal. When you have a team that's scoring that many more, that you also have more saves on the series. So this is a series, round 3, going to be in the books. And yeah, man, achieves. So I'm looking forward to round 4.
Oh, yeah. I mean, hang on. Can we figure out who G2 might play in round 4 yet? No, we can't. But either way.
No.
It'll be great. It'll be great.
It'll be a lot of fun. We'll get to see them go again here, chat. We're going to take a quick break, get round 4 matches set up. We'll be right back on the RLCS X.
I can feel it bursting through my veins. Love's the only drug I know. But we've been playing the hand now with death, so we can light it up.
Yet another, it's his 3rd goal of the series, and NRG starting to run away with game 2.
Jacob desperately going for the bump on Garrett as well to try and stop that attack from happening after Garrett flicked it high for Justin's pass, but it just didn't quite land. He jumped over the top of Garrett, expected him to jump a little bit earlier, and so Garrett can end up going in the middle and landing the shot. With just over a minute left, it's 3 goals for NRG. It's not going to be a surprise to say that this will probably be another win, and game 3 looms.
Squishy set up, but nobody else was coming out of the net for it. Now Tyler, big shot on, and Squishy makes the save. And this thrown netward on the 72 PC side. Justin, all the way over to Squishy, and that pass nose to nose. My goodness. Jacob just trying to play this, hoping a teammate can come through and help this downfield. 72 PC have gone almost a full 10 minutes without getting on the board, and it doesn't seem like anything should have changed. They've had numerous good looks at the net here in game 2, but they've been turned aside at every turn.
I'm just stressed because I looked at Jacob's camera for a minute there, and he just looked at the ball and then gave Garrett about 2 to 3 working days to end up forming an attack from it. And so they needed to get something going, and Jacob just delayed. It looks desperate from every angle for 72PC. This looks desperate as they now stare down the perfect sweep against them. It's a great team to go down against the perfect sweep, don't get me wrong. But if you're at this level, you want to at least get a goal for you.
They did have more shots than NRG in that game, but again,
good for them.
Yeah, congratulations, bravo, cheerio. Might want to try putting one in the net. I mean, they are trying to put one in the net, but again, you're going up against one of the best teams in the world, maybe on paper the best roster in the world, and yeah.
I mean, we have to talk about what is looking like the best roster in the world, or definitely in NA right now in SpaceStation, where before we get back into this third match, SpaceStation, can't stress it enough, they've gone through 3-0 by sweeping NRG and G2, and they've also taken down Pittsburgh Knights, who took one game off them. They've got 9-1 going into playoffs. SSG looking utterly boiling hot right now. Will NRG be able to join them in playoffs after this match?
And they're a team that has also won in the grid twice, and then Squishy scores 6 seconds in. Here's how you get NRG to score. We've tested this theory now throughout this series. You start talking about other teams and other series, and somebody from NRG will score. It has happened without fail. We mentioned SpaceStation won 3-0 when it happened, and then somebody scored. I think it was Garrett. Then we mentioned, hey, First Killer had a bunch of demos. Somebody scored. Hey, SpaceStation's a really good Rocket League team. NRG scores.
I mean, we need to figure out what it is that makes 72PC score, because right now it's certainly not their skill.
I mean, we could... Yeah, I don't know. I got nothing. Certainly neither of us joining the field is going to do anything, that's for sure.
If we figured it out, I think we'd have a job with 72PC coaching them, just to whisper it in their ear every now and then.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams in the RLCS are quite happy with the coaches they have. Jacob will try to clear the zone.
We could be the first joint coach.
What's that?
We could be the first joint coach. Me and you. Let's take it on together. What do you say?
You know what? I think players play, casters cast, and coaches coach.
Let's do all of them.
That is a terrifying thought. So is this. 2-0. Oh, Justin could not drop that in. That is excellent defending from Wonder. I gave him no chance.
Open. Jacob, come on.
If that stays out, I mean, it's over. The universe is against you.
Universe, you're mean. You're a mean universe. Give us another one.
Well, you may get another one, but Jacob's going to get up to this off of Justin. Now, good ball by Jacob all the way through, so Garrett's going to have to scramble back. He can't get to that ball, but Justin can, as that screamed across too quickly for Wonder to catch up to.
I mean, the defense, we're talking about the offense with 72PC, but they are being shut down at every single juncture. They're not able to form much. The only chance they really have are from these open nets. And how often do they happen? Once in a blue moon, and they've still not scored. But Garrett, though, nearly lets that shot from Jacob go in. And Tyler tries to continue this offense.
I was waiting for that corner boost to spawn so he could steal it, and it spawned behind him, and then Garrett makes that save at point blank on Wonder.
Oh, please get one goal. You can't be perfect, sweat lads. But you can, obviously. You probably will be, but you can't be.
Hey, Jacob is putting in a ton of work here. He is set his teammates up for, again, just innumerous quality chances. He's had a few good rips at the net as well. Nothing has gotten by, as Garrett in particular has been especially annoying to compete against for 72PC. As Bob's going to roll this out. It goes right to Justin. He avoids the bump, trying to barrel through, and open things up for Garrett, but he rolled that off to the corner.
I mean, speaking of Garrett, with the amount of saves he's made, he's currently credited with 2. How many has he shut down, though, before they get registered as saves? That's the main thing that you need to look at. He cuts them off early enough, and Squishy cuts off that pass out of defense. And he will get the second goal for the lads of NRG. Looking to perfect sweep. 90 seconds now, Stacks. And 72 PC stare down the barrel.
And again, 72 PC, they were outshot 15-2 in game 1. They had more shots in game 2, 6-5 advantage. But now it's more of the same, 10 shots now.
Come on.
For NRG, Ty-Not Tyler, double on the way, couldn't drop it down. Wonder will try. This is an even tougher angle, and he didn't have the boost to catch up to it. Ty now has a chance, and there you go. They're back in it with 1:11 to go.
Sorry, I shouldn't be biased. I shouldn't be biased. I apologize, but
please do.
Come on. No one wants the perfect sweep, and I'm aware the Twitch chat right now will be just saying ruin, and that's okay. But that is the first goal 72 PC have seen go in. Will that lift their spirits against NRG as 1 minute remains on the clock? NRG aiming to take him in 3.
It took 13 minutes and 49 seconds before Ty-Not Tyler added that strike unassisted. Now he may have to play some defense here. Bar down. Justin not able to put this game away as Wonder makes the save.
Looking competent in defense now. 72 PC working their way out. There goes Central. Tyler just leaves it as Wonder retreats. You need to go up there, mate.
Yeah, Jacob almost got the demo, but almost only counts in horseshoes. Ty-Not Tyler. Also, the Harlem Globetrotters are not a horseshoe team either.
Oh, I was thinking they might have been.
Garrett out of the corner for himself. No, he's still got another touch. I thought Wonder was going to clear that ball away, and Garrett still found a way to get another touch. 72 PC cannot get out of their own zone. High at least got that challenge, but Garrett dumps one right back in. Cobb has missed it, and that is a fitting end as Garrett adds one more for the road.
I mean, Cobb ended up missing it at the end, but I do feel like he was definitely the best player on 72 PC.
Yes,
he was defensively putting in a lot of legwork. Hey, he didn't do great at that, but he did his best. And offensively, I think he had a lot of chances, and the fact that he didn't even get the goal, and I'm still saying that he was the best player on 72 BC, really speaks to how they ended up playing. Ty-Not Tyler securing the sole goal across that entire series, 72 PC. But NRG, quite frankly, we expected nothing different, did we?
No, we did not. And Jacob's got this reputation of a guy that, he needs to score or he does nothing else. And I think he has done a lot over the past year and a half or so to kind of dispel that myth, because he was, again, trying to set up his teammates. He set up a lot of great opportunities for Ty, for Wonder, all throughout, and just nothing could get through because, against a lot of other teams, they probably score 6, 7, or 8 goals. Against NRG, they get the 1, and it proved pretty inconsequential.
It did, but what is not inconsequential is how people can be getting themselves on this very stream. You can do something today, ladies and gentlemen. They can do a tweet on the old Twitters. Hashtag RLCS X. Make sure you type that in, RLCS X, and at RL Esports. And anything you type, we've been told F. will read. So make sure they're nice. Maybe have a go at his jumper. Do you know what I mean? Like it's like a weird knit. It's like sort of mustardy. Yeah, I'm not keen. I don't know. But make sure that you let him know just what you do think of his sweater. And also, let us know what you think of the games. Guys, we're going to be back right after this break with some round 4 matchups. We'll see you very soon.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
every time I look in your eyes. Baby, I can feel your energy, it's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I, you and I. Can you feel it? The fire in your soul, leaping at the chance for love. Can you feel it? Haunting your senses, letting all your feelings go. But I can feel it rushing through my veins. Your love's the only drug I know. But we've been
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series brought to you by Verizon. I'm your host, Leaf, and alongside we have Gibbs and Johnny Boy to join us in talking about that last match. Johnny Boy, you're a little bit of an expert in SpaceStation right now, and it seems like their dominance is just going to continue.
Yeah, they've been an absolute pleasure to cast in the great weekly tournaments, making the finals every single time, and that's great for me because I don't just get to cast them every single week, but I get to cast them every single game of the tournament every single week. So it's been a joy to watch. They're a super exciting team these days. They were already one of the best teams in North America. Now I think they're the best team right now.
Easily.
We'll see if they can show that tomorrow. On the final day, I think they can do it. I think they don't really look like they have any weaknesses.
Johnny, I feel like you can take that statement a bit further. We were talking a bit in the off break there, and I'm like, hey man, Europe's looking really good, and you kind of came out and said, well, I think SpaceStation's looking the best in the world, didn't you?
Yeah, right now they're the most consistent team. I think if I had to pick one team out of Europe and North America, SpaceStation would be that team right now. Obviously, it's very difficult to make that claim, or it's very difficult to make that call with there being no international lands, but you can still give it a go. And right now, I think SpaceStation look to be the team. It's certainly more consistent in NA than anyone's been in Europe.
Gibbs, you have anything out on that, or are we just going to go straight to this next part?
SpaceStation's really good. They're 28-2 over their last 30 matches. Like, come on, that is unheard of. SpaceStation is dominating everybody right now.
Yeah, that's pretty much all you can say about it. And let's see what Reddles from SpaceStation has to say about it, because we're going to bring him onto the show here to talk to him. Reddles, welcome to the show. Congrats on winning there and moving to the next stage.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Now, obviously, you guys have big expectations when you move on to a team. You want to strive to be the best of the best of the best, right? But did you guys expect to be this dominant in North America?
Me and Sip and Arsenal have been super close friends forever. And I always told him, I was like, get me on the team. We won't lose. Just get me on the team. Get me on the team. Get me on the team. And he didn't believe me. And finally, when he wanted to make a change and he put me on the team, I was like, we aren't going to lose. And this is what it's come to, I guess.
So all I heard throughout that last game was Johnny Boy in my ear saying he's the good luck charm for SpaceStation Gaming. Is that the reason why you guys are so good? Because now he casts you all the time on the grid?
I mean, Johnny Boy, we're just like helping each other, man. He's got one of the best casters in the game, casting one of the best teams in the game. It's just a good trade, you know.
Yeah, it's great for me. It's awesome to see working out well for you guys. I'm having a great time. Long may it continue. I'm curious though. So you keep on beating the top teams in the region, but also the most popular teams in the world, G2 and NRG. You know, what have you got to say to those fans to try and make them your fans instead, outside of the pitch? Because your gameplay definitely does the talking. But I know you like to talk outside the game as well.
I mean, I just need them to know that if they want to support the best team in the world, then it's got to be us.
And just looking forward then, I mean, like, obviously, you know, there's going to be some hiccups here. It's going to be near impossible to place first in everything all the time. I know you're going to strive for that. But if there are teams to kind of shut you down, which teams are going to be those teams in North America? Give me like 2 teams.
Playstyle wise, it's probably Rogue. They've been really good against us recently. And then other than that, NRG. They're just all very individually talented.
I think that's fair. I do like the confidence though, Reddles. Thank you so much for joining us, man, and good luck in the next stage.
Thank you, Leaf.
There it is, man. Gibbs, that guy's always confident. Look at it. Put me on the team. We're gonna win. No problem.
There you go. It's that simple. Now it just comes down to SpaceStation. They haven't won the big one yet. They've never done that before. We saw them in the regional finals where they just bellied up and lost to G2 like in a sweep. So it's going to come down to tomorrow that they can play as well as they want throughout this past month, but if they can't show up on Sunday and win it all, does it even matter? I don't know.
Well, let's take a look at the standings right now as we're almost through the day. We got a couple more rounds to go through to see where all these teams are landed right now. Johnny Boy, any weird surprises here? I mean, we got all of our teams that we kind of expect to be at the top, sitting at the top there. We got Jamal Jabari and Continuum now out. They're the first teams eliminated. Any other surprises or things that are looking weird for you for the standings in North America?
Well, Team Frontline have to be happy with how today's gone so far. Obviously, they got swept by G2, which isn't amazing, but they beat Alpine and Pittsburgh Knights. Those are some huge wins. If they can get one more win, they're into the top 8, and that's easily the upset of the day so far. You know, Kansas City Pioneers, they're up there, but there's been rumblings, there's been words going around that they've been crushing everybody in scrims, so that's not as much of a surprise to me.
And then on the other side, you have version 1 and the Sonics at 1 and 2, and guess what? they're playing one another next. So one of those teams is going home when they shouldn't be, really. Like, those two teams, pretty much everyone would say they are a top 8 team in North America, but it's been a bad day today for them. And now they have to match up against one another for literally everything.
Well, let's talk about our next matches. Again, we're heading into round number 4. A few teams are left. Some have made it through. Some have been eliminated, but some are still trying to get to that top 8. So the next match is coming up. Remember, we have 2 streams. Head over to twitch.tv/eLeagueTV to watch some of these other matches. You'll have NRG, KC Pioneers, and Alpine versus Charlotte Phoenix on that broadcast, or just hit the squad stream down below underneath twitch.tv/Rocket League. On this stream, we have G2 versus Rogue and Sonics versus version 1, which is what Gibbs mentioned. We're going to talk about that G2 versus Rogue match real quick here, Johnny. G2 versus Rogue. We talked just to Reddles a minute ago, and he mentioned Rogue as one of those teams to step up. They've been consistent for a while. G2, I'm not sure where we land on them. Do you feel like G2's back now, or are they still having those inconsistencies?
Well, they're definitely not back to their dominant self, or else they wouldn't have a loss in their record today. But I think they should have the edge in this match against Rogue, because Rogue looked equally inconsistent, and G2 have shown us in the past that usually they will win this matchup. They come out on top more often than not against Rogue. So I'm going to put my my money on them. I think that they should get the win, even though they're not looking back to their best just yet.
Well, let's talk about this match coming up right here, Sonics versus version 1. This is an elimination match. This is someone going home. Version 1 is a team that, 2/3 previous Cloud9, and now they're trying to get back to those glory days. So for you, Gibbs, is version 1 going to be cut short here? What do we need to see out of version 1 to take Sonics down? Because Sonics has started to go on that rise again.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I feel like version 1 has had its ups and downs. And then, like, the last time we've seen these two teams play was all the way back in RLCS when Fireburner scored a Game 5 overtime winner versus this team. So it's hard to tell exactly what's going to happen here, but the Sonics have looked good. But Shock has to play well for that team to really elevate their game to a top 8 level, I feel like. And we saw it in the regional playoffs for Season 9. He was the worst performing MVP in the history of RLCS. So he has to play well. But we always talk about version 1. It's the same thing on their side with Gimmick. He needs to play well for that team to do anything as well. So it's going to be really interesting to see these two impact players battle it out, see who comes out on top.
Well, the Verizon fan vote is now up. So guys, get your hashtags in chat, V1 or hashtag Sonics. Let us know you think's going to take it. This one I feel like is a close one, Johnny. So let's throw some of our own predictions out there while we wait for those results to come in here. Sonics versus version 1. Do you think Sonics is going to keep going up, or is version 1 going to just say, hey, experience is going to get us through this?
I think experience will get them through. This is, a theme of the day, I think, and it will always be a theme in this kind of format where you have to bounce back from losses if you're in this position. 2 of them, actually, for these guys. It's the last chance. Yeah. Pressure is at an all-time high, and pressure isn't something that the Sonics really deal with all that well. So I have to go with version 1 on this, and I think I would be surprised if chat don't as well, because it's so much easier to type V1 than it is to type out Sonic.
Well, you're saying about chat, you call them lazy?
Yeah, I think they're gonna. I think they're gonna vote V1 out of convenience, but they're right.
And Gibbs, for you.
I'm gonna have to go version 1 as well. I think this will be really close. I'm not sold on the Sonics. I haven't been since their regional playoff run where they went 0-8. I'm a little salty about them still. From that, they have been looking hot lately, but I'm gonna just narrowly give it to version 1.
I think it's just a little bit of time. I'm with version 1 on this one as well. So I just think having Torment and Gimmick being able to do some more on the offense, having such a solid Rocket and AXB. I'm a big fan of AXB. On that team, behind them to support them, they have a good foundation. It's just trying to figure out how that offense, I think, is going to work. So I'm curious how chat dealt with this one. Where okay, that is a landslide, 84% and still climbing. I think it was in favor of V1. Johnny, you're right. It's all just because chat's lazy. It's not because they're right. It's just they're lazy. You guys, we're right. We're not wrong, but let us know how you guys feel about this match on Twitter with the hashtag RLCS X at RL Esports. As we get into this next match, we're going to head over to the Verizon Skybox with James and Turtle now for our next match.
Thank you, Leaf. And Turtle, you saw the desk. You saw even chat's prediction. This one is heavily predicted in favor of the old Cloud9 crew. So what do you think?
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like nobody's paying attention to the grid, okay? Is anybody looking at the results that we saw from the grid? Okay, Sonics have been competing much more consistently. They've made top 8 every single time. Meanwhile, version 1, they've only made top 8 1 out of 3. I don't understand where chat's getting the data from. They're not looking with their eyes, okay? You know, they might see Torment, they might see AXB and vote for them, but I'm not buying it.
I believe they are getting their data from Johnny Boy, Gibbs, and Leafex, which is
unacceptable.
You know, partially questionable. Sathu trying to carry this one down a pinch. That's going to send it towards net. It's high and wide. Sathu trying to demo Gimmick. And I wasn't as sure as the desk and as chat on this one. I think that the Sonics have looked good. And that double tap challenging AXB. Infield pass back to Shock. That one going to be high. But even J-Russ, watching this team play, even in the grid against NRG, I saw the capabilities of this squad. And that one off the crossbar and down, almost going in. Massive pressure coming out.
J-Russ has the mechanics, though. I feel like if you've been paying attention to the grid, you've seen him multiple times with a couple flip resets, solid positioning. I think it's just working into this team. We've got a clash of roster swaps really here. Both teams picking up on the side. Version 1, we've got AXB, then now Sonic's picking up J-Russ. New players. So, I mean, you gotta fit him into the mold, figure out how things are gonna work. I think AXB will slot in much easier just because of his play style, but J-Russ, I think, has the edge of mechanics, at least in that regard.
I'm with you there. And this shot gonna be high. J-Russ, the net was wide open for him to take a shot. Got to put those on target. He'll regret that one. But there have been chances aplenty so far for the Sonics. Not even 2 minutes in, already 4 shots. Version 1 still looking to get a look on net. Shock, first touch control. Torment will challenge it, sends it to the corner. J-Russ waiting. A miss there. AXB hits it back to Sathu. Sathu will go towards net. It wasn't hard enough to really challenge Torment. And you mentioned it, Turtle. Both of these teams making roster moves. Shock going for net there. Oh, and that's open. AXB takes the shot.
Oh, that's in.
Oh, J-Russ has to watch as that one rolls right in.
I thought we were going to see this goal, but actually on the side of Sonics, if you remember, Sathu got a little bit of a weaker hit, but now it's AXB with a wide open net to shoot at. And I'm curious where the break in defense happened. It seemed like the third man just got a little bit too pushed up.
He was a little too far up, and he also, I think, turned the wrong direction. Had he immediately turned the opposite way that he turned, he might have been able to get back in time. Going for the double tap. That's saved from AXB.
See, there's the mechanics I was talking about, man. He is deadly when you give him the chance.
But still, it was AXB that got in the way and got the block and has the goal. So we were talking about those roster moves.
He's a better pickup. Just
well, it's a little early to tell, but AXB certainly earning his dinner so far in game 1.
Yeah. I mean, I'm paying attention to Shock, though. I think the two players that I really want to pay attention here are not the new pickups, because they're going to have a lot on their plate to worry about just fitting into the rotation. But I think it's up to Shock and Gimmick. These two players have such an impact when they're playing on and have at least been a little bit warmed up for the day. Shock has had a couple of shots on net. We've seen his presence in the offense, but we haven't seen him be as dominant as he was in Season 9. So I'm looking forward to see if he starts to pick things up and doesn't let J-Russ take all the spotlight.
Shock, he was a player who's coming in, I believe it was his first season ever, almost gets MVP. This time he gets demoed. Torment, the shot, close on that one. So we're seeing the offense pick up even after the goal from AXB, which was a result of a defensive mispositioning. But still, version 1 starting to get more opportunities on offense. Gimmick passing to Torment. Torment off the ceiling. Gimmick looked like he went for the demo there.
Oh, not the best defense, too. A couple double commits. There's another one that was back-to-back double commits. Shock and J-Russ getting mixed up, and then earlier it was J-Russ and Sathu who both went for the same ball. So the defense getting very panicky. You can tell that version 1 are comfortable right now keeping this ball in their zone, starving out the boost with booming clears, not too worried, just holding this lead. They've got 53 seconds left. It's the first game. You just need to be patient at this point.
AXB up, Torment, or AXB rather, was trying to come in and help Gimmick out, but Gimmick wanted to keep the ball to himself. Pass out to Sathu. Sathu gets the 50. Gimmick on the goal line. Does well to keep that one out. He was hammering the boost to get that ball to safety. One demo. Going for another one on the goal line. 2 demos. And I don't know how that didn't go in.
Gimmick was the last man back. He had to dodge the demo. And both his teammates were killed off the field. He still gets the save. It was a solid 50-50 to stall time. What a play from him.
Another shot. This one over Torment. Finally, you thought the Sonics were going to be denied. But with 7 seconds left, they finally break through.
Oh, and it's Shock. That's the man I wanted to see pop off. Look at the recovery on the wall as well. He hit that ball forward, landed on the sidewall, and then pre-flipped into the ball, getting a strong hit. These guys with 7 seconds left, James, you're right. I mean, this is crazy. I didn't expect them at all. With no pressure whatsoever the entire game, they bounced back in the final seconds.
Now we've got overtime, Turtle. We'll see who the hero is this game. Both teams sitting at 1 and 2. This is an elimination series. Dreams of the playoffs, they are in these players' minds.
Oh, nice demo.
Awkward ball. This one going to bounce off the ceiling and high. Shock's up. Torment gets a piece of it. J-Russ waiting for the hit. It does come back out. Gimmick with the dribble. Goes for the 50. It's popping way up. Sathu and J-Russ both commit. Both miss. Gimmick staying with it in the air.
What is happening? The air dribble across, a double commit. That's the 3rd one we've seen out of everybody on Sonic still. And the defense is crumbling. Look at their rotations. It feels like the last man back just has no chance, no boost to even recover.
Low boost. Oh, J-Russ did get the corner finally. J-Russ challenging Gimmick again. Gimmick wins that. Shock will have to do well here. Gimmick beats it past him. Sathu, awkward jump. Fortunately for him, no one was coming across. Sathu making the right decision there with space. He misses the boost in the corner, though. See if that haunts him. Tough read. Sathu gets enough of it to get it out of harm's way, but version 1 has been doing so well on the attack, but the miss there. AXB will clear to the side. J-Russ, another tap to the corner, sticks with it. Goes for the 50. Nice 50. Got chance for Sathu. Double commit from version 1. It's bouncing out to the middle. Shock centers. Sathu's there. Sathu's shot wide. Shock centers it. J-Russ, this shot, it's saved. The bump, it doesn't go in. Version 1 survive.
Shot after shot, these boys are getting warmed up. Sonic, that was the first good look we've seen from them besides that almost buzzer beater goal. And here we are with a little bit of offense. What was that, 5 or 6 shots back to back and not a single goal carried out?
Shock could have gone for the shot there, opted to go for the pass. Someone getting bumped. Version 1, by the skin of their teeth, kept that ball out of the net.
Okay, Russ.
Sathu going for a 50, bounces back to Shock. Sathu will have to get out. 0 boost for him. J-Russ on the wall, going for a double tap off the ceiling, going for a triple, but he couldn't get to it in time.
You can still see the threat of that man. That's what I'm talking about. Once he starts fitting into rotation a little bit better, J-Russ will be deadly. He has the striking capabilities that Shock had even last season. He's died down a little bit, but J-Russ is here to fill that spot.
Ooh, even that read was very difficult. J-Russ preventing the backboard bounce. Now another backboard bounce, double commit. J-Russ hits it right down to AXB. AXB to the left. Gimmick goes towards net. Shock pops it up to Sathu, finding J-Russ in the middle. Torment getting in the way. AXB will take over. Slow plays it. Shock off the ceiling, going for the double. Takes the shot. Doesn't get the goal, but he bought a lot of time. And AXB underneath Sathu. Version 1. They survive the onslaught and get the win.
I'm going to his perspective. Look at that slight touch. AXB, you think he's going to hit it to the corner, and that's why the defender kind of went high on the challenge. But instead, it was AXB to find an angle on net. He just needed to barely, slightly touch that ball in, and it just gets boomed to the back of the net. That was such a crazy first game. Normally, we get first games, James, and it's really calm. You know, teams are trying to feel each other out, figure out the play styles that they're going for. But this was just an all-out shootout, man.
I was thinking version 1 was going to lose. As soon as that 7-second goal went in, I thought that the Sonics were going to get it. Even in overtime, multiple shots coming in over and over, I thought that the Sonics were going to score and get that final goal in overtime. But no, version 1 held strong, and AXB was the star in this game. You have to give it to him, making plays. Gimmick also some very good defensive stops, even the one where both of his teammates were demoed. But AXB, to me, put them over the top.
Yeah.
So version 1, you know, they're thinking they're lucky stars for that game 1 win.
And they definitely had opportunities, though. I mean, Sonics, I feel like if they just cleaned up that defense a bit, there were a couple of double commits on the other side of the net, even where both players would go for a shot. And then even on the defensive side, we get 2 players going for the same clear. Sometimes it works out, and it can be a benefit to you, like we saw with an interview from Barry Peak. But overall, you need to clean it up a little bit. And I think you have some chances to counterattack on version 1.
Question will be, even when you're counterattacking, will you be able to get it by the defense? It seems like no matter what the Sonics were doing, nothing was working.
Yeah. Well, it's like, is it the defense or is it just Gimmick? Because both his players got taken out, and the man still held the goal line strong. Oh, but not here.
Oh, Sathu, like a fullback, running through a loaded front line, just gets this one in. How many touches did he get here? Oh, he bumps Torment in the air.
What is going on? These 50s, you saw J-Russ in the
That's
corner.
what it is, Turtle.
Even J-Russ in the corner, he kind of just shoved that ball through, hoping something would come out of it. And it was Sathu, just like you said, throw himself at the ball, and it worked.
We've seen a few demos from version 1 on the back player. Hasn't really resulted in any goals, but it has kept the Sonics. Oh, J-Russ! Played the defense here. Gimmick going for the boost steal. That gave the space to J-Russ, and then the missed challenge.
And even that boost steal from Gimmick seems a little bit questionable. I feel like when he's rotating back, I would have tried to go for some disruption on the ball, because you saw the last man defender for version 1 was a little bit confused on when to challenge. And he saw Gimmick in the same situation, so he thinks, I'm going to wait this out and hope my teammate goes for it. Gimmick goes for the boost instead. And then now you've got both players not challenging, and all the space is given to J-Russ. And then, oops, what is this? What? Gimmick? Did he hit this in?
He may have. We'll take a look at this replay, which will confirm that he did indeed shoot it on his own net.
That's rough. You go from saving your team in dire moments where both your players get demoed to own goaling. That's a complete 180.
You just got to laugh about it and move on. There is still a lot of time left in game 2. Time for version 1 to turn this around. But I worry in the beginning part, even of game 1, the Sonics looked like the faster team.
Yeah.
They were getting many more opportunities. Version 1 was able to bring it back.
They need to fix that communication. If they have the speed, but both players are going for it, they never have the right timing to go for an actual counterattack.
And that timing is crucial. You know, when you're not calming and your timing is off. Oh my goodness, Torment!
What are these goals we're seeing? These have been some of the strangest shots. And what is that
double
angle?
tap off the corner? Oh.
How do you even plan that? Torment just hit it into the corner and still boosted to follow up. That's absurd. That is a ridiculous angle game.
He knows his geometry.
Honestly, bring out the protractor for that one.
Shock will pop that up for J-Russ. J-Russ can't get the 50. So with that insane goal from Torment, I think that brings back quite a bit of hope for version 1.
Yeah.
2-goal deficit with 3 minutes left. That's very doable.
Oh, but I love Sathu here being aggressive. He doesn't even go for the ball. He just tries to get a demo. Going for a little bit of an extra step in that rotation instead of focusing too much on the ball. Trying to do everything he can, because he knows he's not the mechanical player on the team, so filling in those roles of physical plays and even boost stealing is so important for a player like him.
And it's just Sathu with that shot. Oh, AXB had no chance. AXB lollygagging in the midfield. Turns right as Sathu's about to take the shot. You saw him half flip back, Turtle. He knew he was in trouble.
And I think that speaks to the speed you were talking about earlier, where Sonics have that pace. You know, in that instance, you don't even think Sathu's going to go for it, but because these guys have much more pace behind them. He can go for it and win at that challenge and force somebody to backflip like we saw. He's got a free net. Sathu, even when he's not doing the dirty work, he's got that speed too.
Sathu's mechanics cleaned up. In the old days, you'd see him make a few mistouches here and there on defense, but I feel his consistency has improved greatly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, before it felt like he was kind of a control player, a guy who would set the pace with his dribbles. He didn't really have that much presence in the air, but now I feel like he's really put himself in free play training. And speaking of training, look at Shock popping off. This is the Season 9 Shock we want.
And Sathu, he just gets to watch bird's eye view of Shock putting this one in from midfield, winning that 50 so decisively. It's about as one-sided as it gets, Turtle.
I mean, this is what I was talking about, man. I look at the grid, the results, okay? I personally expected Sonics to come out here and take this win. They seem to
you're going on record, huh?
I have to go on record right now.
Sonics are the favorite.
I have to go on record. Okay, so you're going to put this spotlight on me like that as soon as I mention Osceola.
You just said it.
Okay,
you can't be upset at me for
I can
restated what you just said.
And be sneaky about it, okay? It doesn't have to be put in the spotlight like that. So then if I'm wrong, nobody cares.
On record. But, you know, it's not a bad idea because the Sonics are drilling version 1 in game 2. Even game 1 almost had it. It took heroic stands on the defensive line to preserve that game 1 for version 1.
They're going to need another goal, similar to the one AXB got. You think back to game 1. To win in that overtime, he had to get a crazy fake. And that's one of those goals that you don't come by often. So for version 1, they've got to do more work on the offense to set up some easier shots.
And there was a chance for Gimmick to put one in off the backboard. That infield pass to Gimmick sneaks by Sathu. And that's a good way to build back some confidence if you're version 1.
Oh yeah, a quality goal, 48 seconds left. You put one in off of some nice passing. This is a good way to start the next game, at least have some momentum. And even their Sonics all kind of bunched up. That's something we didn't see all game from them. So surprising look from them all in the same spot. But either way, I mean, Sonics, you just got to close this one out. Try and prevent some more. You don't want to give them momentum. And this is what you don't want to prevent. There's 42 seconds left. Now there's a chance
kickoff goal
for version 1. James,
and that first touch, it of course is possible. AXB, though, I want to just give him credit for that first touch. So a perfect pass out to Torment. Will we see another kickoff goal? This would be a collapse of calamitous proportions.
Oh, no fake. See, I expected maybe a little delay on the kickoff, but nothing fancy.
Now they're on watch. Double commit, though, from version 1. AXB gets the double, going for another touch.
What a
huge 50-50 win. Torment last back. Tries to buy time. J-Russ couldn't win it in the corner. Torment, center. Sathu breaks it up. Gimmick will turn. Pops it over 1, but J-Russ is there. AXB can't really get things going, and despite that quick successive goals we saw, it wasn't enough, and version 1 will fall to the Sonics in game 2.
And I think this comes down to Sathu playing his role perfectly. You even saw in those final seconds, 2 50-50s in the midfield that wasted time and prevented even a comeback from being possible out of version 1. So Sathu, I look to him. I mean, he might not be the flashiest player, but for the fact that he got 2 goals in here where he's normally a player that kind of sits back on the defense and 2 assists, I mean, 4 out of 5 goals he was involved. This man starting to pop off, and I think at least get rid of all that doubt we have surrounding Sathu, which comes by a lot. I mean, I feel like everybody doubts Sathu, man.
Well, I mean, he's just had some moments in the past where mistakes have cost his team, but he's also made it back consistently to this level, to this point. So you cannot doubt his ability. And with this team, with Shock in particular, looks like he's hitting his rhythm. This was a one-sided affair for most of the game. J-Russ making an impact as well. All-around team effort from the Sonics. So version 1 now, they're going to have to start to recover from that. Even game 1, I don't think was the prettiest of wins. I'm still looking for version 1 to get that decisive win to justify how heavily the desk and chat predicted them to win.
Hey, I put my heart on the line, all right? Everything was thrown out the window. I'm going directly for Sonics, okay? On record, like you said, James, okay? Now I can say with confidence because they got a game out of the series, okay? I'm happy.
And if you lose, then what happens?
You know, I've already taken many L's in RLCS. I don't think I need to take any more. I think we just let the loss stand for itself.
Just let the L sit.
Yes.
Just let it sit. Okay, well, we'll see. J-Russ trying to slow play it, but Gimmick was having none of it. Torment helps out. Pops straight up. Shock will tap it high. J-Russ goes for net. AXB will save it. Rebound out to Sathu. Shock following up. Another bounce high. Torment and Gimmick both go for it. J-Russ will stop it. And a 50 win from Sathu. So much pressure on the version 1 defense right now. Shock gets some help from a defender to blast that one hard. Now J-Russ stopped by Gimmick. Gimmick will go for the 50 as well. Pinches out to the middle. Torment to the side wall, goes for another play on it. Wins it to the corner. Now AXB's turn. Goes straight up off the ceiling out to Gimmick. Gimmick shot towards net. Sathu gets the touch. It's off the crossbar. Center ball. J-Russ can't get to it in time. Now bouncing off the corner. Gimmick's shot off. And the own goal from Sathu.
It's paid back in full. We saw it earlier from Gimmick, and now he's forcing one on. He bounces it off the backboard. And Sathu, I was just talking about you, man. I was just hyping you up, and you do this to me. That's disrespect right there. That's disrespect.
Gimmick shot as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is literally replicated on the other side. These boys, they've got some kind of treaty going. I don't know what it is, but that was an unfortunate goal. And I'm happy to see Gimmick there. I was about to say, and pretty much roast version 1, because it felt like their midfield presence was so passive that they were almost spectating. But Gimmick has pushed that forward, and he's starting to challenge a lot more fast, a lot more speedy, I should say, and get in the faces of Sonics, which is what you need to do when you're getting outpaced.
Long range. Snipe alert. J-Russ full length. The third man bites hard.
Oh, they just got too aggressive here. I mean, everybody committing there. And you're talking about the third man. Nowhere to be found on net or on defense, rotating back. I think they got caught up just taking the boost, looking to go for a 50. Now we got a tie game, even after the own goal.
And that's the best. When you hit an own goal like that, when your team scores one, gets right back into it. Net open. This one might be high still. Gimmick misreads it. Bump on net. And Shock will take it free and open. This was a huge bump by J-Russ.
Yeah, and Gimmick, who got bumped there? I didn't actually have a chance
AXB.
to see. AXB got bumped.
Was coming back. J-Russ got the backboard pass. Gimmick couldn't read it off the backboard. And J-Russ on low boost as well.
Well, even there, I feel like Gimmick had a chance to actually hit the ball, even if AXB hadn't gotten bumped. I don't know if maybe he got communicated a little bit late to go for the clear himself, but I thought he had the chance and the space to go for it.
Sometimes you just can't get there. Sometimes you miss. J-Russ redirect off the crossbar. Torment hard hit towards the backboard. AXB used up a lot of boost. J-Russ, weak hit, will be first to it still. Off the wall, he'll go for the air dribble, now passing. Sathu touches to the corner. AXB downfield, second effort. AXB's second effort really relieving a ton of pressure.
Oh, and the speed from Sathu there was beautiful. You talked about the pressure from version 1, but Sathu outpacing that final shot, stalling a lot of time, and now they can go in for offense. And again, it's that speed from Sonics that's paying off, man.
Sonic speed indeed. So much so they had that opening out in the midfield. AXB wasn't able to clear that, and now we're seeing extended efforts on offense from the Sonics. Still a 1-goal game, however. Up to J-Russ. J-Russ will miss contact on that. Does get the boost in the corner. Sathu towards net. AXB gets the save. Another center ball. Torment's right there. First touch was enough for Gimmick to take over. Now high. AXB gonna try to center it. Sathu hits it off the wall, pops it up. Shock goes for the clear. J-Russ getting the full boost at mid. Flip into an air dribble. He wanted it, but he didn't execute perfectly.
He's got space. AXB off the bump too. Didn't do anything with it. The 50 from Sathu keeps it in their half. And now they can continue to mount more pressure. The challenge game even going in the favor of Sonics.
AXB's waiting for the pass. He gets it, but Shock jumps in the lane. Shock, first touch, finesse, flicks past one. Sathu, off the wall. He'll go for boost instead of going for the air challenge. Shock, off ceiling and down. AXB races to it, but Sathu's there first. Torment, up, J-Russ, challenged by Torment. Shock, over to J-Russ. J-Russ, off the ceiling and down. AXB with control. He'll have space now after that demo, but the 50 sending it straight up off the ceiling. Shock's touch, Gimmick keeps it alive.
Oh, he's going for it. They're going for it.
Keeps it airborne. A demo, and the ball still doesn't touch Sethu. AXB, high in the air. Shock, trying to find the ground, but he can't. AXB,
dude, this ball is not dropping.
J-Russ gonna try to pinch this to the ground. AXB keeps it alive. Gimmick as well. Shock will finally get a big clear. No one can get to it, and that'll be game. Sonics take game 3.
You saw Shock try and just drop that ball early on, but it bounced off the wall. A valiant effort for version 1. It wasn't enough, but I was excited, man. I thought they were gonna at least have a shot on net. Sonics, huge performance from them as they finally started to take the lead here in the series. Version 1, they got a couple goals last game. I thought they'd carry the momentum here. They started out strong with a forced own goal, honestly. And then now looking back, it felt like it was just a challenge game overall from Sonics. Every time they were in the midfield, Sonics had an answer with a challenge. They would stop it out, stop all the momentum, and deny version 1 from pushing forward.
The speed just doesn't seem to be there right now for version 1. Sonics are driving circles around him. So many challenge wins. J-Russ even getting that important bump, making that play. So him coming in, all of Sonics playing well. And now they are 1 game away from knocking version 1 out of the tournament.
Which is surprising, according to Twitch chat, okay? We all voted
84%.
for version 1. 84%,
84%, I believe.
I'm telling you. I think that J-Russ, while we might have a couple questions about him, the mechanics alone can carry this man to the next level. He's fitting in rotations well. We have seen a couple of double commits on the side of Sonics, but version 1, they don't have the speed to even capitalize any of those mistakes that we're seeing.
Torment tried to get a flip reset play. Nothing going for him. AXB, that touch can't get around J-Russ. Long shot. Torment back in time, but he's on 0. J-Russ. Oh, J-Russ! The solo play from the corner does it itself.
The new pickup on the roster. He doesn't even need his new teammates. This man saves his flip off the corner and continues to bury the ball in the back of the net. J-Russ, what a solo play to put them up 1-0 early on.
And he barely had any boost. It was 30-something on that play. Still perfectly timed flip. Slamming the boost when he needed to keep that ball going forward. I can't believe he threaded that. Now Sathu, 20 boost, will have to stop this ball. Pops it up for Gimmick. Gimmick, center to Torment. Torment to the corner. J-Russ will get full boost. It's a right to AXB. Shock gets the save. AXB to the middle. J-Russ breaks up the play.
The demo from Gimmick almost opened up space for Torment, but it's J-Russ. He's just taking this ball himself. He's wasting time for his teammates and also going on the offense. The man is annoying, and I love it.
And gets the bump from behind as well. J-Russ, I've seen him a couple times now go for that flip to air dribble. And the save from J-Russ. How was that real?
This is J-Russ's game. Game 4, we can already put J-Russ right at the top. Scribble his name on. He's marked his territory, man. This guy, MVP continue this showing. That's what I'm saying.
He was low on boost right there. I didn't think he had the angle. I thought that shot was going in. Manages to make the save. Now Shock will pop it to the mid. Gimmick was there. Shock has to get back in time. Popping it upfield. AXB getting many touches. Trying to get that fed into the middle.
I mean, you even see Sathu. I saw his patience waiting for that hit to come out, and he didn't even bite at the first shot. Sonic's defense so patient on the line. It's a big thank you to Sathu to keep this ball in play.
Not the greatest touch from J-Russ. Sathu will help him out. AXB will hit it high. J-Russ not enough boost, has to get the mid. Gimmick going for another touch. This one off the ceiling. Torment will give it space now. Whiffs on the play. It's gonna be difficult for version 1 to recuperate from. Gimmick trying to buy as much time as he can. J-Russ now in the corner. AXB working his magic. Going for another 50, can't get it. On 0, but Gimmick forcing the play through. AXB on 0 boost. Able to get the goal. Gimmick, though, you got to give him props for the heavy lifting.
Yeah, and this goes to show how important these midfield 50s are. This is about the first time I think I've seen version 1 confidently win a 50 in the midfield, and it ends up with an open net for AXB to shoot at. You saw Gimmick continue to follow it up and win that 50, which is so important. If they can continue to do that version 1, they can find themselves back in the series.
AXB dropping it down to Torment. Oh, the pass of dreams here. That was a thing of beauty.
This is why you pick up a player like AXB, because he can do it all. He can do the shooting, and he can also do the passing. The man drops it down for Torment, tees it up for him. Can you ask for a better pass, Jay?
You really can't, man. You know, you just love hitting those. You love hitting those passes. AXB getting up, awkward angle, knows Torment's gonna be there. Torment sinking another one. Version 1 are running away with game 4.
If you had told me they would actually be up 3-1 within 30 seconds, I wouldn't have believed you. But they have shattered the Sonics defense, forcing them in uncomfortable situations. Staffy goes for a patient play there. The ball gets loose from him, and it's version 1 to capitalize and punish.
Shock. Flings it towards net. Torment got around it. Missing that ball. Gimmick with the backup. Shock. Second effort. See Stathu in the middle. It's far past him. But this one launching off the corner. Gimmick will hit it off the sidewall. Shock beats out AXB. This one bouncing back. Awkward positioning for version 1. J-Russ towards net. Torment upfield to Gimmick. Gimmick got a touch on it, but not enough of one to really make much of an impact, but does turn now.
Oh, that was beautiful. There was a bump on that third man rotating in. I'm not sure who it was, but one of the players from Sonics was taken out. That's something that version 1 do so well with Gimmick. He's the player who's always up there being physical, and now wasting even more time. There's a minute left. Version 1 running away, trying to force a game 5 here.
Stathu. J-Russ is ready. That one, not the most ideal touch. Stathu probably looking to hit J-Russ on the run. Instead, gave up possession there, burning a lot of time off the clock. Sonics still down by 2, battling from behind as we approach these final 30 seconds.
Oh no, not the pinch.
And that'll be another one.
This is, you went for this, and it's a risky play because you position your car even slightly to the other side of the ball, and it is going all the way towards your own end. Shock, I like the risky play. I like what he was going for.
You just gotta go. Turtle, when you're losing this bad, you just gotta go for it.
Look, Cooks here is not in this lobby, okay? Had it been Cooks here, maybe we would have gotten a good pinch out of that, but Shock, you're not Cooks, man. I'm so sorry. You don't have the Batmobile.
That was probably it. The Batmobile would have made the difference. J-Russ, slow play. AXB with that 50 will shoot it deep to the Sonics corner. Gimmick with this challenge up in the air. Now to Torment. Version 1 just have to melt this time off. AXB will touch it down, and Shock manages to keep it up for a brief moment. And version 1 stay alive and force game 5. We're going to Champions Field.
What a step-up performance. I mean, even at the beginning of this game, it was J-Russ. We even talked about him being the MVP of this game and possibly closing out the series for his team. But version 1, it wasn't just one of the players who stepped up like J-Russ. It was all 3 of them. We saw Torment going in with some fantastic shooting. He was always on. 3 goals, a hat trick to his name. AXB, we saw that little pass, and then also being in position. Exactly, and being in position to capitalize too on an open net. Gimmick with the 50s in the midfield. These guys, every single one of them stepped up their game.
They certainly did. It started out, though, very well for the Sonics. J-Russ getting that crazy goal from the corner, but AXB, I thought, had a highlight game. Getting that pass down was gorgeous. Getting a goal of his own. Torment, a hat trick as well. Gimmick, you know, not as many stats to point to, but still some very important plays from him, especially that challenge win that resulted in that opportunity for AXB. So version 1 finding a way to win, but this is it. Game 5, one team will be eliminated. Who's it going to be, Turtle? Let's find out.
I mean, I think this is a clash in the midfield. We got a 1v1 between Sathu and Gimmick. I genuinely think whoever wins more 50s right now in the midfield between those two, that's going to give their team that slight edge that they need, man. It's so important with both teams playing this play style.
No more room for mistakes. This one off the crossbar down. Shock! Saved by AXB on the goal line. AXB has to keep the charging Shock out of net, and he does it.
Recovered inside the net, bounced down to the ground, still got the save, and now they're holding him off. Look at the clear from Gimmick. These guys are fired up and ready to go in Game 5.
Gimmick and Torment, they both have their names hanging from the rafters. Hopefully for them and all the version 1 fans in the desk and chat that they pull this off.
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them.
But the Sonics won't go down easy. Gimmick, shooting opportunity, pops it straight up. AXB challenged by J-Rust. This one off the backboard. Shock will pop it high. Sathu can't get a piece of it. AXB back pass to Torment. Torment off the sidewall. J-Rust is there. Hard hit off to the side. Now AXB pinches it. J-Rust, well read. Slow plays it, but Gimmick very patient on that 50.
And he's just exponentially been winning those challenges too, even in the midfield. Now pushing towards offense. That earlier goal that got them started on the comeback was Gimmick in the midfield, as there's a good chance, but he's going for the demos and disrupting the defense out of Sonics.
The tension almost unbearable. Game 5's tournament life on the line. You do not want to be that player to make a mistake. AXB already rising to the call. Backboard stop. Follow-up save from Gimmick. High pressure plays, difficult reads. So far, AXB is making that one off the crossbar. J-Rust has hit a couple now. Sonics cannot find the back of the net.
That would have been a gift too. It was AXB who rarely misses the backboard hits. And that instance, and Shock puts it in. Off a good pass from the backboard. This play kind of slowed down in the corner.
Torment decided to let it bounce. And Shock gets the first goal of the game. Sonics already 7 shots registered to just 1 for version 1. It was a swarm in front of net. But do not forget, the Sonics scored the first game last time, Turtle, in game 4. Yep. And version 1 ended up coming back. So we'll have to wait and see how this pans out.
How do you keep up with the series? It's constantly back and forth. We've got Gimmick winning some 50s in the midfield and setting up his teammates. But then on the other side, J-Rust, crazy shooting. It's Shock to clean up. These guys so close, neck and neck with their play styles. Oh, but Torment carrying this one out. Is that open?
Oh, AXB did get the harass on Shock. Now a long shot. AXB streaking back, does keep it out. But that was a counterattack opportunity for version 1, Turtle. I think it was Shock in net who was able to battle through the aggression and the bump play and still get that save. Gimmick at the midfield, bounces out. Shock to J-Rust, J-Rust to Shock, Shock gets denied. Torment does well to time that challenge. Now the fake by AXB.
Oh, Torment off the corner.
Shooting opportunity. You think, Turtle, version 1 has that counterattack ability within them. And these one-goal games, man, they're never safe.
It just takes 150. That's what it was last year, is to change the tides. Was that single 50 from Gimmick. I'm still looking at him. I said it before. It needs to be Sathu or Gimmick to make a difference right now on the pitch. because their teammates have the skill and the shooting to follow up. It's just whoever wins those 50s.
Final minute. Sonics still administering pain on the half of version 1. But Gimmick trying to dribble that one. He gets bumped. Now AXB, light hit towards net. Torment over to Gimmick. Gimmick will put it off the side. Sathu first there. AXB turns. He's on 0 boost. This one bounces out to the middle. Gimmick with that 50 gets boost as well.
30
First
seconds
touch
left.
control now off the ceiling.
Here we go, Torment.
Gimmick pops it by. This could be good for version 1, but he gets away from him. Torment has to double back. Shock. Pass to the middle. Gimmick up. AXB.
Still up.
He sees Gimmick has it.
No way.
Torment. And now
that's
Matthew hits it down. The Sonics survive in 5 and take the win over version 1.
Nobody expected it. These guys, I'm telling you, they are on the come up. They've got the skill. The new pickup, J. Russ, coming in clutch. And Sathu, I still got to hand it to the man. I think that he was pivotal during the series. I think in terms of how you rotate around this player, you just have to wait for him to get the 50s, and then you can push forward. It's got Shock and J. Russ by your side. They're going to hit the shots every time. They've got the mechanics. And it was kind of the same play style. You know, Gimmick, where's he going to go with the ball? In the end, in game 5, he couldn't open up chances for his teammates, and that's really what cost him.
Yeah, this one was so back and forth, Turtle. So back and forth. You saw mistakes come out. You saw great plays come out. J. Russ making solo plays. You saw the own goals from both Gimmick and Sathu. The counterattack plays, the passing from AXB.
Oh, yeah.
This one was a hard-fought victory for the Sonics.
Yeah, I mean, I still am proud of version 1, though, because when I did see them pick up AXB, I kind of doubted Gimmick and Torment in terms of how their shooting would, step up. Because those guys, they have to be on point as well if they're going to be receiving passes from AXB. But every single time AXB did make a play, they were there to finish. In the end, it wasn't enough, though, to counter Sonics, man. And they barely took that loss. But credit to Sonics, man. That was impressive.
Credit to Sonics indeed. They stay alive. Version 1 has been eliminated, but we are going to go to a quick break. But when we come back, more RLCS X.
Knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
It's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I. just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight. Don't you hang up again, baby. I just can't be alone tonight.
Welcome back, everybody. We just witnessed a 5-game series. Sonics have taken down version 1. Turtle, did you have fun watching that?
Oh, I had fun. That was great. We got own. Look, that was everything you could want from a series. We got the own goals. We got the crazy shooting AXB right there, even popping off a little bit. We got.
And you were right,
fun.
Turtle. I just want to point that out. You're catching dubs as well
you.
with your prediction.
See, everything you'd expect. You know, a win for me, a win for Sonics, because I was rooting for them. I thought that they had been looking good, but version 1, man, they were also scary. AXB with the shooting, the passing, and Gimmick starting to get some demos, man. It was such a close series.
It was a close series. I thought J-Russ held his own. Seth, you played very well. Shock, really a well-rounded team. I was impressed with the Sonics and their speed. I don't think we'll see a poll as one-sided, not in favor of Sonics anymore. I would hope to.
So you're
to
roasting
imagine.
the viewers now. This is how it is.
I'm
You're
not
gonna
roasting
say-
anybody. I'm just saying that they were poorly misguided by the desk.
okay.
I'm blaming the
You
desk.
said by
let's be
Johnny Boy.
clear.
So are you calling
Well,
out
Johnny Boy went
specifically?
first, and then Gibbs went right after. And I think that should have been the alarm bells.
I blame Gibbs.
I do
blame
too.
Gibbs. It's always the easiest just to blame Gibbs, get it over with really quickly. But we've got a crazy matchup next, James. G2
Yes,
versus
we do.
Rogue. You know, I don't want to mention it. It's already old news. It's you know, G2 and Kronovia. You want to talk about it, but I'm looking at First Killer right now. I think he's just on the grind. The man is exponentially increasing with skill, and he's popping off in every series.
And I'm with you on that. I think First Killer, you knew he was something special even back when he was 13, playing in 1v1 tournaments, 2v2 tournaments, getting crazy wins, playing so well. You knew he was one of those special players. Used to roll a lot with Atomic, I believe, back in the day. First Killer and Atomic winning so many twos tournaments together. First
Right off
Killer,
the bat,
awkward ball,
Oh my.
and J-Naps is able to slot it around him.
Look at the bumps. Look at Chicago. He takes Turinturo out
And then
from
Rizzo-
the backboard.
And Rizzo took out Crow.
I've never seen bumps like that, where you go on the backboard and take somebody out where they're in the air and not on the backboard themselves. What a play from G2.
G2, they're like the Bash brothers. And
That's right.
You got J-Naps taking the shot.
Bash brothers.
Yeah, he'll shoot the knuckle puck. Then you got
Okay,
Rizzo.
okay.
You got Chicago just putting everyone else into the boards.
Well, I mean, it's a good time to pull out that strategy because both these teams sitting at 2-1, you win this and you make playoffs, James. So you got to bring out strategies like that.
And that's a strategy that I've been seeing G2 do quite a bit. Rizzo's always been an aggressive player, but I've seen Chicago really ramp up the number of demos that he's been going for. And Rogue, you even heard Rogue during the Reddles interview. Rogue is that team that Reddles also thinks that has a lot of potential. And they're a team that, in the history of Rocket League Turtle, I mean, even you were on Rogue. You know, they've had ups and downs, looking for that secret formula, and they perhaps have found it, but Chicago making things difficult for them.
Now, this started to look like when I was on Rogue, the defense. What's happening? So we got one player flying at the ball. First Killer can't make that read. And Chicago, again, destroying on the shot.
And he's got a Christmas goal explosion. I think it's a little early for that. We're not even at Thanksgiving.
It's not even July anymore. You can't even make that joke, man.
It's just poor taste.
But it's working, okay? He's got the demos. He's gotten, 3 demos already, I think, just alone in this game 1. So super aggression out of Chicago, which is what I like seeing, because that means Rizzo has an easier job and he can focus more on the shooting.
And when G2, J-Naps again around Kronovi. We're not even 2 minutes in, already 3 goals. It's like G2 is shooting fish in a barrel at the moment.
I love that pass through from Chicago out into the midfield. It was a bit risky if he kind of hands that off and gives away possession. Could have been a good counterattack for Rogue, but instead, JNAPS, excuse me, has confidence that Chicago is going to bang it across, stays in position, and continues to get an open net. So like you said, only 2 minutes in, we've got 3 goals for G2.
Rizzo with the demo as well. Chicago towards net. That'll force a backboard bounce. Turo. Hard clear. One hit around Rizzo. Chicago. Quick turn from Kronovi. Rebound as well. First killer puts it towards net. JNAPS keeps this one out.
It's back-to-back saves for him as well. Popping off real quick. You got to keep that boost and stay in net in position. Good awareness from him. And now he gets the backboard touch. JNAPS is starting to become a highlight player just in game 1.
JNAPS, also known as the knapsack, has made a name for himself. You know, and you know, winning E-League back with Kronovi on G2 and Rizzo. So there is history on the field right now. And
yeah,
you know, even just we were talking about it on break, that season 1 RLCS World Champion tag, so clean. Kronovi back when this all started, won in some of the most unlikely circumstances that you'd ever see. And that
the fact
just
that the man is still playing.
Oh, but now they're getting smoked. Kronovi getting smoked by his old team. Trying to get that ball out. Goes for the 50, can't get it. First killer had pre-jumped, and that proved to be his demise.
Didn't really want to see that goal explosion again, though. I'm not going to lie. I was not looking forward to it, but again, Chicago puts one in. And I think G2, they're playing mad. Earlier on, I mean, they got swept by SpaceStation, who are looking unbeatable. They've got to be frustrated, and that's probably why they're going for all these demos.
The demos seem to be working. G2 having their way with Rogue right now. Rogue not really putting up much of a fight. Chicago has that ball pinched over to Turo. Turo will get that off the backboard, but Kronovi has to retreat. Turo to the middle. JNAP's first touch goes for the 50, pinches out to the middle. Turo has no boost, going all the way back. Good handoff from first killer.
And the demo
going for backboard. Chicago breaks up the play, but it's a rebound opportunity. That rebound opportunity shut down by Rizzo. And now JNAP's going for that clear. Well handled by G2.
Yeah, that's all Chicago needed to do in that instance. Usually, you put a lot of responsibility on that last man, but if you can stall out time by just getting a slight hit off the backboard and destroying that first shot, it gives your teammates so much time to get in front of the ball. So Chicago, while it didn't look too fancy or didn't have a follow-up hit, it's really solid execution.
And that's what G2 does best, Turtle, playing as a team. You
Yeah.
see more team passing plays out of them than almost any other team when they're playing at their prime. Chicago has Rizzo in the middle, right to him. Turo gets the 50, however. Rebound opportunity. Turo does put it in eventually, so there's no shutout. But only 10 seconds left, not much of a comeback opportunity.
It's a start, though. I mean, going into game 2, I think this was a slap in the face for sure. They didn't have a lot of offensive pressure. What I've been seeing out of Rogue too, James, is I feel like that third man gets a little bit too scared and pushes all the way back for the corner boost. A lot of times we'll see that out of 1v1 players, especially like first killer, where they're a little bit more boost hungry than other players, especially with mechanics you can pull off. So I think maybe be a little bit more cautious of that and stay in the midfield. But either way, it's G2 taking this first game.
Convincingly, it started poorly for Rogue, ended less poorly. Rogue getting the last goal, but still JNAPS and G2 taking it right to him. Chicago and Rizzo, the amount of demos we saw from them, the bumps, the aggression. I would be frustrated if I was them, Turtle.
Yeah. I mean, they're mad. They're mad. They're heated off of that 3-0 from SpaceStation. Rizzo didn't even have any shots in this game, which is crazy because a lot of times he's the one who's banging the midfield 50s and responding to him with shots on net. But this time, he didn't even need to get to that step because if he can get the demo and Chicago can get the demo, then it's JNAPS there to shoot.
One of the things that G2 does so well is that infield pass. They find a way to keep the defense clammed up in their net, gets that space out in the midfield, and that works out so well for them so many times. And that game 1, I think that worked out for him as well. So going into game 2, we'll see what Rogue does to adjust to this G2 team that's looking to be aggressive.
Seems like historically, to counter G2, you have to read that infield pass. You talked about it being their kind of classic play. I think if you start seeing them go for it more in this game too, you need to start positioning yourself more towards the teammates instead of the ball, because at that point you can intercept it and get in those passing lanes, forcing G2 to go for the solo plays, which they're not the best at.
Pro up to first killer. First killer taking a wide berth, and Rizzo just bumps him out of the scene.
Dude, what is this physical play? I love it. G2, they are bullies on the field. And Rizzo, another demo on first. He followed it up. He denied the shot earlier, and then
he followed him the whole
demo.
way.
Yeah, that's great.
And then Rizzo scores the goal right over Kronovi. Rizzo is a bully.
The man can do it all right now. He gets the demo. He gets the earlier bump denying the shot, and then now he's cleaning up a midfield pass. I love it.
Stealing your lunch
Rizzo.
money to buy that 18-foot-long sub that he has in his background.
I was just about to mention that. That's the most perfect banner for Rizzo I've ever seen.
It's a sub because he's stealing your lunch money.
That's right. What is Chicago's, though? We need to know.
What is Chicago's banner? Well, he'll have to score and we'll find out. Kronovi towards the middle. Rizzo bounces it. Churro up high. First killer has to leave it. J-Naps coming in to go downfield. Kronovi challenged.
No boost for Chicago.
J-Naps on 20. Doesn't have anything to follow this up. Rizzo will help. Churro upfield. Chicago to J-Naps. J-Naps just misses. That infield pass, so close, Turtle.
Seemed like he backed off a little bit too, going for the pass. He didn't see Turo in the corner, who was being passive. If he just pushed forward a little bit more, had some awareness of where the other team was, he could have capitalized. Oh, here he is again, though. That would have been a fancy one.
And we like fancy ones.
Indeed, we do. That's what earns you the sub. You know what? If you're not going to bully somebody for the sub sandwich, if you score goals like that, you will get rewarded with it.
It's a fancy sub.
There it is.
Rizzo misses that.
Oh, there it is.
The net wide open. Kronovi walks that one in.
Revenge for first killer. You see this man, he's angry. He doesn't like getting demoed that much. You can see, I mean, nobody does, really. Takes out J-Naps. Kronovi's got a wide open net, and it's tied up.
And Rogue finally, like you said, Turtle, getting some revenge. They've been getting pushed around. First killer, not only getting that demo, but the goal right after it has to feel good. See if they can keep this going. First killer, good shot, just high. Follow up from Churro. Doesn't result in anything. J-Naps getting contested. First killer, second effort. Goes towards net, can't get the block. It's to Kronovi though. Chicago upfield. J-Naps turns a little late.
Oh, the fake.
Rizzo is last back. J-Naps turned a little slow on that one. Thought if he turns faster, maybe he would have had a better look.
Does feel like the ball is in G2's court, though. I mean, they have been getting demoed the past minute and a half. Just kind of switched roles with the other team here. So it just is how they respond now to these demos and the aggression out of Rogue. Are they going to keep going for that same place that we see Rizzo trying to take out somebody as the third man? Doesn't work out. I guess it's just going to be a demo fest, James.
Rizzo, he's hungry. Infield pass to J-Naps. J-Naps off the backboard. Thought he had it. It was a good look, a good pass. That setup from G2, classic. It couldn't connect. That opens the door for Rogue to take the lead. And now Kronovi does win that 50. It sends it back right out to Churro. Churro off the backboard. First killer shot off the backboard as well. The counterattack is there. Oh. Chicago crossbar down. And we're going back and forth, full field, but no one can make it work.
That was such a quick counterattack from G2 to get that pass all the way across. J-Naps had so much space, he could have opted for the dribble. Instead, banged it down. The idea was there. It just, we needed a better shot. If Chicago put it slightly more down, that would have bounced in. But it's still tied up. 53 seconds left, James. It feels like we haven't even been able to stay in one half for longer than 20 seconds.
Rizzo Can't beat first. Churro is there. Gets demoed. First demos JNaps off the backboard. Rizzo misses the read. Chicago will get it past Kronovi on 0 boost. Churro popping it up. Second attempt. Goes for the corner pass. Rizzo on the backboard will send it long. Over to JNaps. JNaps upfield. Kronovi back to Rizzo. Rizzo by the defense. Infield pass. Chicago couldn't get there in time, but Rizzo played very well to get that opportunity for G2.
Oh, first killer did amazing too. He's filling in that passing lane. That's what I talked about. Where if you see G2 trying to make a play with their teammates, and there's a shot off the crossbar from Kronovi. That one was almost there. We've seen now one chance each bounce it off the crossbar as we get overtime.
Overtime, G2 want to get that 2-0 lead. Rogue looking to tie the series up. Rogue looking much better in this game than the last. Even Kronovi bouncing that one off the crossbar. But G2 has also had their fair amount of opportunities come and go.
Oh, no, not a miss. Chicago? Oh, it could have been so great.
JNaps just opts to keep possession and the boost steal. Going for the corner himself. Churro denies it. Chicago shot saved by first killer. That one skipping off the backboard to Kronovi. Kronovi popping it up for Churro. JNaps first to it. Now Rizzo. Rizzo to Chicago. Chicago off the backboard.
JNaps.
JNaps. He shoots. He scores. G2 win game 2.
Oh, and it's off another lovely pass. Rizzo, the decision-making to slam that into the ground is actually incredible. The fact that he didn't bang it off the backboard and instead bounce that one off the floor, that's a next-level pass where you're thinking 2 steps ahead. You see the defense, you read it well, you get that pass out into the midfield, and your team can take advantage. Rizzo, he was the stem for that play. What a clutch moment for all of G2.
And Chicago going for the backward pass. It's everyone working together on that, and that's just trademark G2. The team plays, everyone working like a well-oiled machine. Rogue, however, had that chance. Kronovi shot off the crossbar. That could have been it.
Yeah.
And this one, though, a much better look from Rogue, but now they are in a ditch that they dug themselves, and they're going to have to try to crawl out of. Down 2 games in a best of 5.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really
think
think
they do it, Turtle.
There's not much of a change that you need to make, though, if you're Rogue. I feel like I'm looking right there. Even in the replay, we see the crossbar hit. They have the opportunities. It just comes down to the shooting. You keep up this this pressure, this aggression in the midfield because they've infiltrated the passing lanes. They're starting to demo back and actually stick up for themselves against the bully that is G2. That's what kept them in that game. And I think if Rogue can continue this play style, they should at least have a better chance so long as they hit their shots.
Well, we will find out if that is indeed the case. I think even for JNaps, a bit of redemption. He had a few shooting looks that didn't go his way, but hitting that overtime goal, that makes up for it all.
Yeah.
First killer streaking to it. Chicago gets the double commit from Churro in first. JNaps can't get it by Kronovi. Churro will turn, uses up a lot of boost, but he'll get some pads. First killer, dribble control, flicks it by 1v1 situation, going for the dribble, air dribble goal for first killer.
You can never leave this man in a 1v1 scenario. You give him any space, even if there's 2 players. If he's got the space, he's gonna hit it first killer. This is why he's one of the best at 1v1s, and he's showing it here in the 3v3 match.
Even that first flick, getting it around defenders left and right. First killer killed the defense that time. And he'll pass Kronovi shot, that's wide. And you have to hit those. Kronovi, that net was wide open for him. If he blasts that far post, it's going in. Just missing the mark. And now JNaps counterattack goal. G2 are right back into it.
Kronovi feels that one in his soul. He had the opportunity, and then they get counterattacked in the midfield. And who's last back? It's Kronovi. He cuts in a little bit early, doesn't expect that midfield shot. If he had just rotated back post, maybe he would have gotten a hit. And now we got a tie game, 4 minutes left when it should be 2-0.
Tough break for Rogue and Kronovi. JNaps continues his striking prowess, and scratch your head moment here, Turtle.
I mean, wait. Hold on a second. We got to break this down. Was First Killer going for a fake here? I think he was.
Rizzo was the one that pinched it. Yeah, First Killer was definitely going for the fake there.
But it was 2 back-to-back fakes. Who expects that? G2, I don't even feel bad. I think that was just an outplay for First Killer.
Make JNaps play the block and let it bounce in. Why not? Take the gamble. First Killer thinking ahead. JNaps getting fooled. Churro up. Stopped by Chicago. JNaps lobs it. Kronovi booming clear, but Rizzo will have time. Rizzo hits it hard up to JNaps. JNaps sticks with it. Ceiling shot. That was on target rebound.
Oh, what a pass
to Rizzo, and it's knocked out by Kronovi.
That's what you need to do to counter G2 is get in the way of those passing lanes. Look at Kronovi. Get in front of him. He read it directly to the side of him, knew where he was going to go with it, and that's how they end up getting that clear. What a job. Stellar defense from Rogue.
Can they keep this defense going? However, Turtle, we're approaching the halfway point. Rogue, a 1-goal lead.
All the bumps.
Trying to avoid the sweep. Churro. Off the corner. JNaps now hard off the wall. First Killer beats Chicago by a country mile. The rebound miss. First Killer cleans up, and Rogue have a 2-goal lead.
Defense getting a little bit sloppy. You know, JNaps on the backboard. He's taking his time. He thought he could get a booming clear. Went for the timed bounce, but instead ended up whiffing. It's First Killer. He's the kryptonite. Anytime JNaps sees First Killer, he panicked. I think he's a little bit intimidated, maybe.
Kryptonite. We saw it definitely affect JNaps. He crumbled. Perhaps it is just the aura of First Killer. JNaps goes for the pass. First Killer had it read easily. First Killer now going for a 50. Gets the demo and the corner boost and the 50 win. JNaps misses again.
Demos too. Rogue are playing the reverse card, man. They have copied the playstyle of G2 in the physical game, and then now they're getting in the way of those passes.
Chicago did very well to save that shot from First Killer, however. This game's not over yet, but Rogue are starting to hit their stride. Multiple demos, possession, shots,
my goodness.
mistakes from G2, everything going Rogue's way. The team passing play even shut down. First, off the ceiling, Chicago, weak shot. Kronovi will hit it up to First. First off the wall. Churro, not the greatest hit. First helping out. Infield pass, Chicago. Rizzo tried to bump Kronovi. Didn't make contact.
Oh, nice little pass there from JNaps too. I like how they're still using each other. Even in these moments of panic, where they've got a lot of pressure to deal with, they're still utilizing each other and looking for those passes. It speaks a lot to their ability to come back and possibly get one here with a minute left.
Rizzo back to Chicago. Chicago shut down by Churro, or Kronovi rather. Churro now taking the shot off the pass from Kronovi. Kronovi gets the block, gets the pass. Churro cleans up, and Rogue will have this game in the bag.
And that's just unfortunate for Rizzo. He was the one in the midfield who had to predict that pass out. He was just slightly off, and it forced the third man to go up forward instead of staying in net. And now they've got so much security, James. I mean, this is surely going to go Rogue's way.
Rogue figuring a lot of things out this game.
Yeah.
They have turned the tables in terms of aggression on G2, keeping G2 on their back foot. Another rebound opportunity. That one almost put away. Kronovi narrowly misses.
Even the playstyle at a Rogue that we're seeing doesn't feel too different from the last game. I think they just built upon it a little bit with their shooting and maybe a couple of fakes. We saw First Killer get a few fakes here and there. I don't know if it was calculated, but the fact that they've stayed consistent last game and this game, I mean, I think we might see a forced game 5 if G2 can't clean up on defense.
And particularly JNaps. JNaps had a few mistakes as Rogue stays alive in the series, forcing game 4. But JNaps, Turtle, let's talk about some of those plays.
Ooh, you want to talk about the JNAPs on defense?
Let's talk about those plays. What's your take?
Look here, it was JNAPs' presence on defense was just a little bit non-existent, okay? There were a couple misplays back and forth, which is surprising because the defense earlier on in the games 1 and 2, I thought it was phenomenal. We saw crazy saves, especially out of JNAPs, but here he kind of flopped around and got a little bit intimidated. I think First Killer is scaring him a little bit. Whenever you saw that 1v1 play from First Killer, yeah, that's what struck the fear. You're scared of him after that, man.
Yeah, JNAP's missing this one here. First Killer able to get that goal, giving up a pair of those. And it's tough to come back from that. So I think if you're G2, you're just saying that game was a fluke.
Yeah.
We got to recover. If you're Rogue, though, you're saying, let's keep doing what we're doing. Get First Killer the ball. Give him space to dribble. Be physical. Go for the demos. And hit those shots. See what happens.
Oh, we got to talk about how they're reading the passes, too, from G2. We have not seen really any passes connect out of G2 that ended up in a goal. And that's because Rogue, mainly Kronovi, I've noticed doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that department, has been getting in front of the passes, positioning himself around the teammates, and at least just getting in front of the shot if a pass does come through. Like right there, Crow jumping up early. That's what I'm talking about. The fact he reads that pass, goes for it. He just needs to get a little touch and throw off G2.
See if that strategy works. JNAP's taking his time in the corner, tried to pass it down. First Killer was sitting there waiting for it. That high pop, Rizzo will pop it again. Kronovi gives up possession. JNAP's had to adjust. Off to the side to Rizzo, now up to JNAP's. JNAP's backboard denied by Turo, who leaves it. Kronovi might have been trying to find First Killer. Didn't find him. Chicago goes for net. Saved. Rebound opportunity. Shut down by First Killer. It's a race. JNAPs gets beat by Turo on the 50. But Turo out of boost. Still gets the pass out to the middle. If someone from Rogue was there, Turtle, that could have been devastating.
Oh, but look at the counterattack, though. Chicago picked up that mid-boost, and JNAPs passed it to him now off the backboard. It's all up to Rizzo, who can't crash the net, which is a little bit far into the corner, to the point where he had no angle. But G2, they're not really going for midfield pass, instead trying to bully the backboard this time. It does at least show some potential. They're getting a few opportunities because they can't rely on those midfield passes anymore.
Turo on 0. First Killer looking for an opening. This could be it. Went for a flip reset. That one's going to bounce right in. Turo taking his time to turn around, and that cost him.
And I'm on his perspective, he side flipped on defense a little bit. And that's what pushed him so forward. I didn't even know how he got up there. There was an instance where he was gonna jump, but instead corrected it. Oh, I don't even know what that was from Turbo. He just should have been in position.
A misflip, like you were saying, but then even the reaction time on the turn,
yeah.
You know, you got to be turning before that ball is even hit.
I mean, it could have just been a controller issue, too, where he accidentally pressed the jump button, because I don't even know in what world he's jumping back there for, because the ball wasn't even close to him. So, Turo, that's painful. You want to forget that.
That mistake. See if that ends up being the mistake. JNAPs, his corner denied. Bump on the final player. First Killer with a huge 50 there. Kronovi was flying around off a bump. Had that 50 gone south, could have been bad. Chicago double tap chance broken up by First Killer.
Tough read. He had to make it. First Killer. Good job on defense. He's been so consistent with those hard backboard reads. But we're starting to see more passes out of G2. Once the demos come through, that's when they start to go for midfield passes, because they know they've wasted a lot of boost, know they've gotten a lot of time. And that...
Oh, First Killer. What on earth?
I don't even know what's going on. It's this power of the sub sandwich, baby. Well, that's the power right there, James.
At least Turo's saying, hey, at least I didn't make the mistake. I just made one of them.
I have no words. That is, I want to say unfortunate, but I don't even think he needed to get a hit there, James.
That was unfortunate, Turtle. And another one.
What is going on?
Brings this by. First Killer must have been out of boost here. He's on 0, getting 2 pads. Rotates. It's so wide. He had such a wide rotation out of net.
And that boost in the corner spawned right when First Killer drove past it. Slightly off with the timing. It was a risky play to go for it. He had just prayed that boost was going to spawn in time. It didn't. And like you said, the hard turn, or excuse me, the wide turn, and he can't get back in time. That's 3 goals where I'm shaking my head asking what happened.
Oh, man. Rogue fans, I feel sorry for him after seeing that. 3-goal deficit, 1.5 minutes left. Rogue not showing much signs of life, but it's not over yet. Corner pass.
That's 50.
First Killer trying to get that 50 by. J-Naps going for the double, almost the triple.
I thought he was going to force that one in. He had the angle with the bottom of his car. It was close. Wasting still more time in Chicago in the midfield. What a touch and the pre-flip play. These guys have picked it up completely, man.
Turo was being abused by Rizzo on the back line. Turo couldn't gain his footing. Chicago's able to get to that one. Oh my goodness, Rizzo, leave him alone.
But can you talk about the pre-flip pass play earlier on too? The timing for that. What is happening, James?
Destruction. Destruction by G2. And collapse by Rogue, Turtle.
Maybe if they can get one right here. It's got to be Crow. Oh, and he doesn't get the 50. That's painful, man. Nothing but pain for Rogue at this moment in time.
Here's a chance. First Killer didn't have a full tank. It's out now, but the pass will work. J-Naps sneaks it around. Chicago going for that backflip flick. A save from First Killer. Now we'll see an opportunity for First to get a tough read off the wall. Doesn't get it, and that pretty much sums up the entire game for Rogue and the series for Rogue as well.
G2, with this win, they're going to playoffs. It took an own goal from First Killer, a weird turn from Turo, and a couple other goofy plays, but it's still a quality and earned win for G2 Esports.
G2, we'll see them in the next stage, and you can't say much about G2 if you don't mention the fact that Rizzo was a huge bully.
Oh,
Turtle, he was a huge bully. That is a pretty important bullet point. Chicago playing well, J-Nap shooting well, getting the overtime goal, but Rizzo was such a bully. Even that last play on Turo, he had bumped him probably 5 times in a row. I'm not even kidding you.
Which is better than an actual demo.
Just bump, 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 bump.
I'd rather do that than a demo. Because if you can keep bumping them, you're wasting that much more time off the clock for them to get back and recover for any hit on the ball. So Turo, I think I'm tilted. After that one play alone,
oh, man.
I don't even want to play the game anymore.
That was tough to witness. I can't imagine what it would have been like to have to play through that. G2, man, they were playing their game. They were fast. They were aggressive. They had the shots. It was working out for them, and they will make it to that next stage. So if you want to see G2 compete, you'll have to keep watching RLCS X. And if you want to see the next series that we've got for you, you'll have to stay tuned through the break.
It's making me realize everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I. Everything we've been through makes us strong enough. You and I.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney+, Hulu, and ESPN+, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.
coming at you like monsters in the night, and you feel the danger that makes you wanna hide. When the cards are stacked against you and you're standing on the edge, now's the time, now's the time. Think about all the dreams you keep inside. Think about all the ones you love. I know this beating heart will be my guide. I know that we can overcome. When the world's so cold and we're losing hope, I need her, I need her. When the darkness comes and we're overrun, yeah, I need her.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Rocket League Championship Series presented by Verizon. I'm Leaf, and alongside me, of course, we have the familiar as ever Gibbs, and alongside him there is now Turtle joining us. Turtle, how do you feel about that last match there?
Oh man, that was an incredible matchup. I think that Rogue started to bounce back a little bit. They responded to the demos with demos of their own. They were reading the passes super well, but then it all came crumbling down. It seemed like G2, even when they were confronted with demos themselves, they didn't stop. They kept going for it. Rizzo was still a beast and being a bully, and overall, it just worked out for them.
Now, one of the most important things, though, was that game 3 where Rogue, they got one win. That doesn't matter too much for Rogue, but for G2, that changes everything, because now, if they would have 3-0'd, they would have got the 3 seed, and they would have avoided the SpaceStation side of the bracket. But now, instead, they get the 4th seed, and Energy gets the 3 seed, so they'll play the Peeps first. But SpaceStation is lurking on that same side of the bracket. And after what we saw from SpaceStation today, and I want to credit them even more because we just saw G2, that offense, what they can do versus a team like Rogue, who was still a very good team. And SpaceStation completely shut that down. So that's going to be very interesting to see if G2 can get that rematch.
Yeah, SpaceStation seems to be the team that you just want to avoid right now in North America. So to talk about that team and their own team, of course, we got Chicago on the line from G2 to talk about their victory there. Congratulations, you made it to the top 8, Chicago. But again, as Gibbs just mentioned, this is going to be a hard journey. How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, it's going to be very tough, but I'm excited. It's nothing like we've ever played before in terms of RLCS. But last time we did play regionals against SpaceStation, it was probably the easiest match we had all last season. So again, if we get that rematch, I mean, I'm not scared. They're a good team right now, and it's going to be a fun match.
True.
So when you travel away from the team house and go back to home where you're now on a much larger ping, like how much of that is an issue for you throughout the offseason to play at like the high level that you can play when you're on such a high ping?
I mean, to be honest with you, it's 2 different versions of the game. I feel very bad for every West player, including AJ mainly. The ping creates a different scenario and how different play styles. Because if I'm on West ping, I have to play farther back and more defensive because the ball's going to fly 3 different directions when it gets touched. So I've been asking for 4 years for Central servers, but yeah, that's always one of the cons going back home is I love going back home, seeing everyone, but playing on that ping makes the game not nearly as enjoyable. So that's definitely not very fun.
Yeah, I mean, ping aside, it seems like you also have been going in for more demos, whether or not you have proper ping or you're on the West Coast. And I just want to know, originally we had Rizzo going for all the demos, but what made you want to switch it up and go for demos yourself?
Last couple weeks, I believe, the week before we won the grid, I was actually just like kind of seeing what we should tweak in our playstyle because I think everybody was starting to realize how we play and maybe add it to their own stuff and see how they can stop it. And so one thing I was like, all right, I see a lot of teams that are at the top just doing heavy demos. So I was like, all right, I'm going to try giving Rizzo some help and maybe create more space for JNAPs and just open up more space on the field in general.
Right.
So I did that in scrims and then we won grid, but I think we're still working on me implementing it more even when I don't feel comfortable doing it in matches. So yeah, it's just been working a lot in scrims. So I think we're just working really hard on how to do it consistently in matches and just so we can try and recreate our scrim results.
Yeah.
I mean, you pretty much answered what I was going to ask anyways here, but I don't know if there's something specific that you guys maybe found out that helps. But the consistency, it has been an up and down thing. Way back, Gibbs referred to you as the glass cannons. You always had that offense, but you always gave up something as a result. And it seemed to be that all three players just had to be in that pure flow state on that day. And day to day, that play style could be good or bad, very volatile. Is there something specifically you figured out that has helped gain that consistency, or do you expect a couple more ups and downs until you figure it out?
I think there'll always be ups and downs, but I definitely think demoing helps people be more consistent because you don't have to always beat people to the ball. There's more space for you to be open with. But also, I don't think all three of us have to be playing great for us to win. I could be playing a lot better right now and we still caught dubs. But if it happens that we're all playing well, then I do think we're probably one of the best teams in NA for sure, and definitely going to be excited to see if we can do it tomorrow.
Well, that's exactly it. Let's hope that it can all come together. Everybody's in that, again, as I said, pure flow state tomorrow. Top 8. It's going to be a grind, but good luck to you tomorrow.
Appreciate it.
And there it is, Chicago from G2 talking about just how they're getting things together. They're working on things in scrims, pulling it together. Gibbs, you like what you're hearing about what they're working on here?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I think G2 is in the right frame of mind right now. The team house obviously works. We all know this at this point. And I'm so impressed that they can just have that on and off switch where, like, a lot of teams, they have to grind, or all these players have to grind the entire time playing Rocket League. But for these guys, they can take a little bit of a break and then come back and still be at the top of North America, or at least right there with the top dog. So it's great to see. And obviously we know G2 can win it all when it comes playoff time. So we'll see it tomorrow.
Well, let's take a look at the standings right now. We have one final round to go. We'll take a look at all the teams that made it here. We started with 32 last week, narrowed it down to 16 Turtle, and now we're down to our final 6 teams that try to get in here. Looking at this, I think there's a couple upsets you could look at here, but anything stand out to you, Turtle?
I mean, for me alone, seeing KC Pioneers up here and Team Frontline, I think that's shocking. But I also, I think Rogue, I had a couple of questions about them. Version 1 is down there too, but for me, it's Rogue. After that last series, I'm fully convinced on them. I think that Rogue, whenever they're playing on point and when they have that Game 3 playstyle that we just saw in that series, they deserve to be even higher on this board, in my opinion.
And Gibbs, how about yourself?
Team Frontline, man. You have to talk about them. They were barely supposed to make it here anyway to the top 16, and no one expected them to make a run like this. So now they have a chance to make it to the playoff bracket. That is huge for 3 players that have never even been in the rival series before. So huge shout out to them.
Well, let's take a look forward then. As I said, one more round to get to. Of course, we still have the E-League stream going up. That third match will be on here. But on this one, we have 2 more matches to look at. And that's going to be Rogue versus Alpine. And of course, Sonics versus Frontline. So let's talk about that Sonics versus Frontline, because it is coming up next here. Gibbs, start us off on this one. You're just talking about Frontline there. Sonics also kind of up on the rise here. How's this going to look?
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see, because obviously Frontline, we haven't seen much of them before. We weren't expecting to see them on stream. We're expecting them to bounce out quick here, but they're here now with some big wins. But for the Sonics, they started off the day pretty shaky, but they bounced back pretty well versus version 1. So we'll have to see. Like, obviously, you have to go for the Sonics because they are the team with the experience, with that RLCS experience. But Team Frontline, it seems like we could get another magical story like we saw with Europe.
Well, make sure you guys get your votes in chat right now for the Verizon fan vote with hashtag Sonics or hashtag Frontline. And let's drop our own predictions while we wait for chat to try to figure out what they're deciding on here. Turtle, start me off here. Sonics or Frontline? Who's getting that qualification?
Had I seen Sonics drop that game against version 1, I would 100% go the opposite way. But for this one, since they won that matchup and I'm feeling confident, I'm going Sonics all the way. I think these guys have what it takes. I'm impressed with how they've been playing, and they clutched it out in that series alone, which gives me confidence that against Frontline, against the underdogs, it should be clean. Maybe a 3-1, 3-2 would be pushing it, but I think it's going to be a 3-1 for Sonics.
So the one thing I thought was funny when the Sonics were playing version 1, it took till game 3 or the end of game 2. Then Turtle made a prediction. So then he went with the Sonics after they smacked him around 5-1. So
I wasn't on the desk. I can't make a prediction
true, but you waited
on.
to game 3, to be fair. So now he's got to make that call a little bit earlier. But I agree, Turtle, you have to go with the Sonics. And if they would have lost to version 1, well, they wouldn't be here anyway. So it wouldn't have mattered. But I'm going to go the Sonics here. Team Frontline, obviously, we don't know too much about them. I want to see what they can bring to the table, but you have to go with the experience for Sonics, and I'm sorry, Turtle.
I don't think you have to go with the experience because I'm gonna go with Frontline here. You said it yourself. We haven't really seen much from them. Frontline, I'm looking at the results. They're taking down Alpine. They're taking down the Knights, who are starting to step it up. I've been watching them over the grid the past few weeks, and they've been getting better and better too. So Frontline taking down teams like that means they are in the running right here. And I'm very curious to see how chat voted. Who do they pick here? Oh, they're on your guys' side. Okay, I feel like I'm in a rough spot here, but give me your energy, guys. Give me your energy online on Twitter as well too. Let me know if you're with Frontline or if you're with Sonics, who's getting the qualification. Hashtag RLCS X at RL Esports so we can hear your thoughts. We're gonna head over to Corelli and Jorby now in the Verizon Skybox.
And all the eyes on the Susquehanna Sonics, but Team Frontline, maybe don't look past them. I'm going to put a little spotlight on them. Leaf definitely said it at the top. They started out today beating Alpine, and then they took down the Knights in 5 games a little later on. I'm not sure Turtle is giving this Frontline team enough credit, Corelli, as we get underway in game 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Frontline is a team that can have a chance here against the Sonics. Of course, looking at who they've played so far, how they've gotten to this point, there's not a stellar case to be made for this team. But look, they're here. They're 1 series away from making it to the final bracket. And this Sonics team is beatable for Frontline. They really do have to bring their A game here in this series.
And you heard Gibbs talk about it on the desk. These 3 players on Frontline, no one with even rival series experience or starting experience. You have Andy, who I think played a little bit, but I don't think he started Corelli.
No, he was a sub for Stromboli.
Yeah, subbed, but didn't play at all. So this is his first starting role in an RLCS team. And Beastabonium, I've seen his name before. I've watched him play a couple of times. I believe it was Fusion the last time I saw Beastabonium. I liked what he brought to the table. Very one of the speedier players coming out from the bottom, but Frontline, well, they've started in their own half, and they've kept the ball away for now from the Sonics. But Shock, he's coming forward as Safi was screening across for a demo, and we're taking turns at the net for Sonics. A slow but methodical approach. Demo on the backside, nothing materializing for Sonics, but maybe an open net for Shock as he rolls. Oh no, Beastabonium recovers and gets the save. Frontline holding down the back line, moving to the blue half.
Well, what you're probably going to see, hold on a second, Delta, you're going to see a goal for Team Frontline after a lot of defense coming out in the beginning.
Yeah, that quick transition. Andy got a hard touch, and Shock, he wasn't ready for it. Shock was expecting it to roll across the corner, and it was good recognition by Andy to just go for the harder, powerful touch.
That was a shame, too, I think, for Sonics. If you're the Sonics, this is not a good start. After all that pressure, look, they have 4 shots right off the bat, but a lot of them were not on target. I mean, they had some clean chances on net that were uncontested that they couldn't put up into the back of the net. So for the Sonics, this is a bit of a disaster start. Even with that early pressure, you really have to score your chances when you're given so many right off the rip.
And we've seen it from Sonics today. When they're given consistent pressure, they don't have the best on-the-field communication, at least as it appears from up here. When they have double commits or they're struggling to get hard clears, when they're being pressed by a team, that's when they really have trouble breaking out. I feel like J. Russ, hang on a second, Shock has to pick up the save, and the demo on Beastabonia will give the space back to Sonics.
One thing that I was going to point out before Frontline had scored that early goal was that you're probably going to see a lot of this early pressure from the Sonics. This is a team that has at least 1 season of RLCS under their belt, and even with the addition of J-Russ, the Sonics have really never missed a beat. Even after their kind of abysmal offseason, they've really picked it back up with J-Russ. And so you're probably going to see Frontline have to adapt to this Sonics offense at the moment. They're doing a good job of hanging in there, obviously keeping them scoreless. That first goal is going to do wonders for them here in game 1 as they get warmed up to the speed of the Sonics.
Now, Sonics have really struggled past the opening minute to pressure Frontline. Frontline now in midfield, they get nothing out of it. A lot of demos on both sides. Andy faking past J-Russ, but J-Russ, he wasn't faked. He was merely repositioning Beastabonium. Next up here for Team Frontline. Good ball by Shock. Delta got up as well, and it's just a slow rotation, but on the far side, Delta's waiting. He missed the ball, but Beast of Bonium had a chance. Tough to get around the angle, jumped a little early. Does this continue for Frontline? Andy will steal the boost. Beast of Bonium, the ball. Delta, he's going to screen across here, but for the most part, the Sonics haven't really felt too threatened in front of the box. Andy, the corner, it's just stretching Sonic's ability to clear the ball in the corners. They're trying to win this battle of attrition, Corelli, but they're struggling to get some quality shots right now.
Frontline really returning the favor after that first minute or so from the Sonics pressure. Now it's them who have all the offense, but not too many dangerous shots, as Delta might get a second touch here, but Frontline definitely picking up the pace and looking better and better. They put up 9 shots here so far to the Sonics 4.
Sonics, a brief stint in the orange half, but Team Frontline, Delta, ends up just dumping the ball downfield. Andy went for that demo, and Beast of Bonium got caught. The third man blown apart, and that will be a goal for Sonics.
That's a tough one there for Beast of Bonium. He's the last man back, and really the last man to make anything happen for the defense. Really needed to at least get a touch on that ball, and that hit was actually so well struck there by the Sonics to get that one so high with that power to not hit the ceiling, and that last man just couldn't get up in time.
It's been a tough road for the Sonics today. They started out with a loss in 5 games to the Pioneers. They had a 5-game set just now against version 1. And their other 2 sets went 4 games with Rogue and Continuum. It's been a very long day for the Sonics, and that will take its toll on most teams. Delta, high ball for Andy, but defense has looked solid for Sonics. They've prevented a lot of shots on net despite the pressure from Frontline. They might have a press here. Sathu on top of the ball against Delta. J-Rust, does he have another angle? No, Andy gets a long, high, slow clear, and we're in overtime.
I don't think a lot of people would have expected this. I think they would have thought at least in game 1, Sonics would come out hot, and they did. They just didn't finish the ball, and now they're paying the price, find themselves in an overtime against a Frontline team who definitely up to par here against this Sonics team.
Well, cross for Sathu. J-Rust. Oh, J-Rust comes down off the post, but Andy got the catch and the flick up. What does this mean for Team Frontline, though? They've been unable to shoot the ball in front of the box all game. They've been able to get to these corners, but that's about it. Delta, he'll find a shot, but Shock close and away. Beast of Bonium pass to Andy, high off a Shock, but he couldn't grab it. J-Rust has to take it, and the ball straight back into the corner again. Sonics holding on defense, but for how long? Beast of Bonium, he looked for the interception. Instead, it's a clear back over to Shock from J-Rust, and nothing develops. It feels like some of these passes are gonna find their way.
Oh, J-Rust with
Frontline are in trouble! J-Rust off the crossbar! Sonics will take overtime in game 1.
Just as soon as you said it, Jorby, nothing happened. How about a flip reset from J-Rust up and over 2 of them? And that's what this guy was brought on to do for the Sonics. Ignite the offense with mechanical plays like that. And J-Rust does a fantastic job of putting game 1 to bed.
And J-Rust is... watching J-Rust play lately, it is impressive because I felt like he's been quiet lately, or at least the last few times we've seen Sonics when J-Rust got added to this roster. I felt like he didn't make the immediate impact that some may have expected, but this is a young player, young in terms of his experience at the RLCS level. The more he plays, the better he gets, and I feel like he's turned himself into an integral part of this Sonics roster, offense and defense.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right, because the environment in the RLCS team setting is unlike any other. You can play ranked, you can play 6-mans, you can play with your teammates all day long, but when it comes to actually playing in the tournament setting with your teams, it's invaluable experience for someone like J-Rust to be on a team like Sonics, who do have that 1 season of RLCS experience under their belts coming into this season. The expectation is high for J-Rust, and I think right now, as we've moved on into these stages, he's starting to live up to that expectation.
Well, Team Frontline, at the start of game 1, they had to stop a flurry of shots from the Sonics. I thought they were about to take a goal to start the game, but you certainly don't think Team Frontline looked that bad with the pressure that they were able to mount. Here's a good pass, but a weak shot that may actually give Andy a goal, but no, the Sonics, while they flounder in front of their box, wondering where the next touch was gonna go, they do eventually get that touch out to the corner.
And he fooled that Sonics defense with that backflip initially, but couldn't get back around it. It was a really smart play, but in the end just couldn't execute on that final touch needed towards the net.
Battle for midfield again. Frontline. They weren't able to crack past Sonics defense in game 1, but game 2 might tell a different story. As somehow, some way, Corelli, how did Delta sneak this?
He just sneaks it by. J-Russ didn't really take a good look at it. Shock doesn't make contact, and Andy's waiting for the gift to roll across the goal line. Taps it in for Frontline, and another 1-goal lead right in the beginning of game 2.
Sonics are hoping the VOD gets deleted of game 2. We don't need to see the start. But they're already back on offense off the kickoff. Good from Beastabonium, and breakaway for Andy. There it is, 2 for Team Frontline. Didn't take long.
And I like the decision making here from Andy. Even with this breakaway shot, you feel like everything's all wrapped up. But if you cut it back too far, Stathu might be able to get a touch on it, but he just hits it right into Stathu. There's just no saving it. Stathu too far back in the end. And Andy with 2 goals, Frontline better for it. And they are putting the ball in the back of the net right now, and Sonics just can't seem to do that.
It'll be Shock. He knows he has to buy a little bit of time to allow Stathu to reset in midfield. And now Stathu, the next to buy more time for Sonics. He'll do so, but not before Andy looks for a hard pass back to Beastabonium. He had to recover to get back to it, and his teammates demoed, and now he's racing back towards the box. He grabs the first touch, Andy grabs the second, but waiting in midfield is nobody because Andy grabbed the ball. Beastabonium in the air, but the ball never comes his way. Shock and Stathu carrying the ball back to the corner, but can they get the clear? Shock will find a hard clear met against Beastabonium.
I think this is going to be a great tell of what Frontline are really made of. Sitting here, game 2, up 2 goals so early with 3 minutes left. How do they keep this lead? How do they hold on to this lead against this Sonics roster? Can they get another one? It'll really show us what this Frontline team is made of.
Rotation's solid right now for Sonics on defense. Beastabonium and Shock, it's a scrum in the corner for the ball. Stathu able to shovel it out now for Shock. Taking the winger is J-Russ. Popped up first on the other side is Andy. A nice little carry to get it out of harm's way, but the demo creates space for Stathu. Beastabonium able to get out again. There's been a lot of close plays in both boxes, Corelli. Maybe another one here is 2 commit from the Sonics. Delta sends it in front. Andy gonna wait for Shock. Can he get the read against him? He does. Delta still behind him. Beastabonium coming in against J-Russ. And it is just a fight for every single inch that the ball moves. It's just another challenge. Finally, a long clear for Sonics, but they still have yet to score with 2 minutes remaining in game 2.
And you're talking about the plays inside the box, Jorby, and you hit the nail on the head. This is a very cerebral game with these 2 teams right now, because both of them are sending a lot of pump fakes towards the box, a lot of fake shots, a lot of fake touches, and they're letting that ball just roll across the box a couple times. So you have to really be paying attention and reading that defender and have the right read on what they're going to do with it. Right now, Frontline are doing just a bit of a better job here, but Sonics only able to mount 3 shots so far, maybe spending some time here in the offensive third. Can they break this Frontline defense?
There just hasn't been the opportunity for Sonics. Their positioning, their second and third man have always sat a little farther back. So it's really hard for that first man to find an outlet pass out, and they're relying on rebounds or bad touches from Frontline to generate their opportunities. They haven't found the gaps that they needed to against Frontline, and now Frontline are back in their territory. Beastabonium up for the read. Shock takes it away again. Defense is great, but you already let 2 win, and you gotta find another great midfield stop from Andy.
It just feels like watching the defense of Sonics is very disorganized right now. Maybe Frontline are just playing a bit faster than this Sonics defense, because it feels like Frontline have the jump on them every single time. It's almost like immediate panic mode for Sonics when Frontline get in that final third.
And those 2 quick goals that they got, or the quick follow-up goal rather, really just put there we go. There's that infield pass they were looking for. And they finally connect. Shock strikes the middle of the net.
And it really is about execution for Sonics. Look, they've had a lot of setups here between this game and the last. It's about execution for them, putting that shot at least on target, make it tough for that defender to make a save. That was a perfect example of the execution that you'd want from the Sonics, but they need more of that heading into the end of this game and even further.
Yeah, without the demos, the openings haven't been there, and there was a lot of them in game one. Shock has made that touch at that spot for the last 4 or 5 attempts that Frontline have had at the net. He's just sat right in front of the box, and he's like, yeah, I'll jump up and get the touch out to the corner. It's a great start, great touch for Shock, but Delta trying to keep it away from Statue. He'll keep that first read, but nobody from Sonics is in position for it, and so it just goes right back to Frontline, and just like that, Corelli, the series is all tied up.
And, you know, I mentioned it, 3 minutes left here in this game. We're going to find out what Frontline are really made of. And I think this was a great example of the potential that this team has. I mean, they held on to this lead in quite convincing fashion and really made Sonics even earn their only goal that they had. Even though, you know, we're talking about execution and maybe it's not all there for Sonics right now, but very impressed with Team Frontline, even more so than in their previous series. This is maybe one of their better series through the first 2 games, even though they lost that first game. They look very strong right now.
Yeah, midfield especially, you know, there was a couple of touches, not just that latest one from Andy in midfield that stopped some potential counterattacks for Sonics. And no team plays developing for them are just because Frontline have, well, Corelli, they've mustered a good Frontline against Sonics in game 2. If game 3 plays out the same, I think Sonics got to find that physical game again. J. Russ was pretty quiet. He didn't have a lot of space, and Sonics were forced to play laterally, which is exactly what benefited Frontline. So as we get underway in game number 3, both teams look for that match advantage, and it means everything, because this is your last match of today to move to the top 8.
And again, we start off 0-0 here, and I think for Sonics to really ignite this offense, you're going to need the first goal, and Stathu, as soon as you call out for it, does so for the Sonics.
Stathu will pick up that first goal, and Beastabonium, he tried to read that, and I should have switched to his perspective there. I was just looking at Stathu, but Beastabonium was looking at J. Russ and Stathu, and that can always be confusing when you have 2 cars that close together to find the actual read on what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, I think the decision there is, you know, how fast do you have to play this ball, knowing that a second attacker could come and bump you out of the way. So I think for Beastabonium, it was a tough play to make happen either way.
Stathu right on top of Delta on that play. But Frontline haven't really felt the heat from Sonic since game 1. Shock felt the heat from Beastabonium on the demo. No pass. It will only be J. Russ's ball. But that is the key difference right now. Delta to Andy for a booming clear, and Sonics aren't ready for that pass boomer, if you will. Midfield still, front lines, and it gets set up, but that touch, well, a couple of touches don't really do anything for Frontline. They're forced back on defense. Stathu actually getting in front, but again, the Sonics rotation is too relaxed for these first man challenges that require a quick second man follow-up. Every time the Sonics go for that particular play, or Stathu goes for an aggressive challenge as first man, nobody's ever ready for it, and so their play dies in midfield because of it.
And Frontline has done a great job of finding those gaps on the breakout from defense. When they're able to finally break free of the pressure, Sonics just have massive holes in the midfield, like you pointed out, Jorby, and Frontline have really started to abuse it here in this game. You've seen it a couple times, but it's been happening throughout the series. Frontline have just been quicker to the ball down the field, and that's the game that I think Sonics want to play more so than not, but right now, Frontline are doing it better.
They really are, and reading where Sonics are going with the ball. Maybe a chance for Sonics here. Stathu will only find a hard touch against Delta, but a sneaky shot from J. Russ is saved by Beastabonium. Delta will find Andy again. A lot of space, but Sonics wanted to trap them in midfield. J. Russ has to make that touch if they want to create pressure. Stathu, he's going to have to do more work from that corner. The miss from Shock will not help Sonics' efforts as Beastabonium gets in front of another challenge, but the ball's up for Stathu. And he wanted a pass to midfield, but nobody was there. Shock hard back, and J. Russ was still recovering from the first touch.
And that was better positioning from Shock, and you're seeing now the gaps really close up for Frontline to break out from their defense, and that's why we're seeing such a long extended stay on the defensive side, and J. Russ puts the second one away for Sonics.
J. Russ first on the assist, and this time he'll pick up the goal. And it's just a nice dump bounce pass. And they caught Frontline a little too far back on the rotation. So nice little back pass from Shock. Not much too complicated about it, and we're back here. Sonics, it's a good response from them despite some earlier gaffes that I felt they had on offense to create some real pressure. But this is a good turnaround, Corelli, for sure.
No, that last goal was one of their better ones. Great rally to keep that Frontline defense locked in. It was very tough for them to break out once they closed up those midfield gaps. I thought the positioning really cleaned up for Sonics. Now, you know, they got to do this a few more times here in this series, but I think so far this is a much better game. But as soon as we start talking about it and how good Sonics are, Delta comes roaring back for Frontline.
And it's a good one from Delta because he sees Shock, or not Shock, excuse me, saw nothing. From my back angle, Corelli, let me tell you what I saw. I thought Delta was avoiding Sathu, who was flying off the back wall, and he's like, yeah, he doesn't want to get demoed there. But then looking from his perspective, he never even saw Sathu on his screen, so completely erased my point. Don't look from too far back. Depth can be deceiving. Good from Frontline, though.
It does feel like pros have eyes on the back of their head, Jorby. I understand. They are all seeing a lot of times, but for Sonics giving up a goal here, I don't think it hurts them too much if they can hang on. Again, Frontline doing a great job of once they get onto offense, really making it tough for this Sonics defense to play the ball into anywhere other than another Frontline player. And you're seeing that pressure start to build as that whiff might slow down the offense here. Sapti trying to clear it away for Sonics.
Now, Shock will find the point. J-Russ next up. He won't get to this challenge in time, but he'll find the read right off the first touch and the second touch, but the shot will not be forthcoming for Sonics. Don't want to overcommit, but Andy's got the 1v1. Goodbye, and no! Shock yet again on defense. He's been reliable pretty much every single time his number has been called. Shock, he's got J-Russ off the backboard. Sathu gonna wait for J-Russ's multiple touches. Doesn't want to commit with two players in front, though. Sonics wasting a lot of time on the board. Counterattack from Frontline. Andy pops over one. Off the back wall, Beastabonium is challenged. Delta wants to keep the pressure up. Beastabonium cutting in as well, but there's no one available next. Andy's got to be fast, and he lost. Sathu gets the goal, and that will all assure Sonic's victory in Game 3.
I think Andy really felt like this was the last chance for Frontline, so he forced himself to go. He knew he was going to be a bit late. He was trying to get that block. With 8 seconds left, that's a tough decision for Andy to make because he was in such a no man's land position. Do I let him have the hit? Will I be able to push down the field again with 8 seconds, even if I make the save? That was what was running through his head, and unfortunately didn't pay off. Shock will get one more here for the Sonics, but this game's all but over.
The wheels fell off at the end for Frontline, and it started promising. They won off the kickoff. They got a couple of shots out, but after those 2 shots in the first 10 seconds of the game, they registered 3 more for the entirety of Game 3. The offense completely shut down by Sonics. A great return to form, and now 1 game away, Corelli, from finding a spot tomorrow.
Yeah, and I want to talk about the Sonics for a second because I feel like I've been critical on them here in this series, and that's because I think the expectation is that they're going to win this series. I mean, on paper, they absolutely should, just with the caliber of team here, but and that's not to discredit what Frontline's done, but Sonics it has felt at times to be a bit disorganized, a bit panicky on defense, and again, that execution hadn't been there. In this game in particular, it's probably their best showing. I felt like everyone was on the same page when they got that offense going, and besides a few gaps here and there in the midfield, they did a much better job of slowing down this Frontline team on the transition and generating a lot more chances that were dangerous and ultimately led to the win.
And Shock picking up a lot of saves for his team there, 3, and there were 3 big ones that you were kind of alluding to at the end, Corelli. Shock, he had such a flashy start when he entered the RLCS. There were MVP talks about him, and then he and the rest of his team, they had fallen off. Everyone knows the story at this point. Everyone's been like, what happened to the Sonics? Well, they've been slowly starting to figure it out. And if you're going to have a bunch of bad results in a row, you might as well do it in the offseason so that you get all of the kinks out of the armor you polish up, and you look a lot better heading into RLCS. That's kind of the journey that Sonics have been on, but because of that string of losses, they're in constant prove-it mode with not only fans, but also I feel with us, Corelli, just because they've put that expectation out there for us. So, you know, I can't blame you too much for, you know, finding a lot of criticisms against this team, especially against Frontline, who don't have the same amount of experience the Sonics do, if any of the experience that they do.
Right, and it's been an uptrend for the Sonics as well. They've had 2 top 4 finishes in the grid and a top 8 finish as well. So I think for Sonics right now, the upward trend points to a team that has a lot more potential than maybe what we've seen in some games. But overall, again, Sonics leading the series, so you can't bang on them too much here. And this Frontline team definitely has been underestimated through the last 2 stages. You might have, like I said before, you might have been able to make a case for them on how they qualified in their first stage. They didn't have to play any RLCS teams. Most of the teams they played, they didn't end up qualifying. But now Frontline coming into stage 2, this is a team that you got to look out for. They're not just a pushover team. They are certainly here to compete, and they've looked pretty good here against the Sonics team.
And Shock was your Season 9 MVP. He almost picked up the Sonics goal right there. It started off of a save, and he ended up in that play for the entirety, back down to Frontline half. But now things slowing down in Sonic's corner. Fighting for a challenge win were Frontline, but everyone's forced back onto defense again. Beastabonium and Andy lost in the sauce, couldn't find each other or the ball. And now Sonics get midfield because of it. It'll be Beastabonium. He looks for Delta far side. Andy in the middle, but Andy turned too far in, so he couldn't challenge J-Russ. But J-Russ, you know, that was a nice little touchdown for Andy.
Oh,
Gets by Stathu. Oh, no! Andy, he lines it up, and he says, Stathu, shoot this.
That was cute by Andy. I love the little 360. And boy, did he get Stathu there, and that one just pinches into the corner. Andy twirling around and knocking him down. A 1-goal lead for Frontline. It looked good.
It's the closest you'll get to a 360 no-scope in Rocket League. I like it from Andy. Andy has had a lot of, really, most of his touches in this match have been quality. Every time he's been behind the ball, very few times you go, that wasn't really the best touch from Andy. No, everything has been solid with intent. He looks great right now. But long 2 minutes left. It's Frontline challenging a couple of Sonic balls. J-Russ gonna look for Stathu in the corner. Not the best touch for Stathu, and they will get a hard clear to midfield. Shock, he wrapped around Delta. He's got the boost off the back wall. J-Russ can't get to the ball in time. And now Beastabonium on the runaway. Stathu's challenge right into Shock. Slowing down just for now, but wait a minute. Breakaway to Stathu, broken up by Andy. Shock close by, Beastabonium on top. J-Russ gets back quickly and knocks the ball away from Frontline. That was dangerous for Sonics.
Sonics, they're using that sidewall a lot more, keeping a man up there. That's a tough whiff there from Stathu, but it does feel like Sonics are trying to use each other a bit more as they've gotten into this series. And you've seen a couple times to be dangerous here just in this game, even though they haven't been able to convert off of it. That man on that wall using the sideline is just so crucial for any team, but for the Sonics, generating that offense that they so crucially need so far in this series. Frontline have definitely given them trouble in the midfield, and Sonics trying to fight back.
Sonics, they're trying to, but they're struggling to even get off their back wall. Beastabonium ends up finding that read against Stathu. Shock, though, it's a quick clear. Delta was expecting a different touch, and now Sonics got possession. Andy jumping, hopping like a rabbit in front of the box, hoping that he would jump into the right spot. The shot never came. Beastabonium next clear, but the net's open. J-Russ, it's a goal! Just like that, Sonics tie the game.
And a great demolition here to open up the net. Stathu just takes out a Frontline player, and it's an open shot for J-Russ. Sonics, that pressure finally paying off there. They're able to tie back up.
So, Sonics, here you go. Didn't let it get out of hand. But with this kickoff win, Frontline might let it get out of hand. Beastabonium popped against the post. Now Andy has to come in and get another solid clear, which he will. We could have another overtime, but it depends what happens on this counterattack. Well, the ball was hit right into Delta, but Shock, he's got Sathu. Sathu's got J-Russ, but it's denied by Andy. Shock is up for this. Free ball! Delta has the save. J-Russ now next man up. Takes it slow off the ceiling. Blocked by Andy. It's by 2 defenders. Shock trying to buy some time. Sathu rotating behind him. Shock will get the first touch, but now on Frontline, it's Beastabonium for the first. Andy for the second. He stops it, and coming in, oh no, tying up. Beastabonium had a clear angle. Now J-Rust, he has Shock up in the air. Andy has the save. It's out to the side. Beastabonium spawns the savior for overtime. Here we go, Corelli.
I don't think any of the Frontline players took a breath in that final 30 seconds. It was all Sonics. And give credit to Frontline, though, good defense, but you don't want to have your entire overtime feel like this. You have to break out from your end. And maybe it's Andy here on the breakaway trying to get a fake on J-Rust, and it will be cleared away.
Uh-oh, Shock's quick behind this ball. It had to be Delta. And that's going to buy a little bit of time. J-Russ slowing it back down in midfield. He'll pop it straight over Delta, but Beastabonium responds quickly. He's got to get back to this as the ball just hangs in front of the back wall. Shock waiting for this touchy backflip, actually called off by J-Russ. And things speeding up mile by mile. Can't really think of a good way to say that, but here's Beastabonium back over to Delta. And Sathu will take that ball off the back wall. Who breaks first? Will there be a creative passing play? Will it be a death by 1,000 boost steals? Or will it be an own goal, as so many overtimes have been in the RLCS? Well, maybe a counterattack here for J-Russ. Tried to find the read against Beastabonium, but it was just for Shock! And it bounced off 2 posts! And Beastabonium again! Saving Frontline for now, but they need another touch. Beast gives it to them, but Shock takes it back, and J-Russ dunks the top of the defender. That was Delta. Another massive clear attempt by Andy. What develops for Sonics? They all sit back, and why not just sit back? Because Frontline have just given you the ball back every time they've had space on their own end. Here's Delta. Another hard ball. Frontline gonna wait for Sonics, or maybe not. That's actually a huge misplay from J-Russ. It would have been worse. Beastabonium, though. A lot of hard touches when you feel like they could control Corelli.
Yeah.
Delta, nothing here.
Yeah, there's been a couple times, strangely enough, a Sonics player whiffing the ball, but here's Frontline on the first attack that they've had in at least a couple minutes here in overtime. You're noticing a lot more just long clears high into space coming out from Frontline. Their boosts are very low when the Sonics get on the attack, and it's really not giving any Frontline options outside of just booming the ball away. And that's why we're seeing the Sonics have such an upper hand here in overtime.
Shock, he's looking for J-Russ again. Sonics have been finding teammates in traffic. That could spell the end for Frontline if they can't get on the greater edge of these challenges. J-Russ swipes the ball away in midfield. Sathu takes it away from Delta. Now Shock, back to Sathu. He's got J-Russ, but Sathu kept it close against the corner. Still, though, the Sonics press. Can they find the read against Delta? Shock does. J-Russ is there. Shock gonna be high off the back wall. Demo opens the net. Sathu off the backboard. Shock! Shock! Goal! That is a Sonics victory! You'll see them tomorrow!
Wow, after all that pressure, 2 minutes and 41 seconds, a demo and a ball received off the back wall. Delta had to make the initial save, but couldn't get back out to the goal line in the end. Sonics take down a very strong Frontline team, and unfortunately they get sent home here today. We won't see them anymore, but man, this team has a lot of potential moving on into the next split.
I loved how they looked in that entire overtime, Corelli. Shock, 6 shots on goal in that, and just the flow. They started to find that rhythm, that flow state that you always see the top teams get into, the SpaceStations and the G2s of the world. Sonics were finding that flow against Frontline, and it's so hard to get in front of those challenges when the pass is just an inch away from you. This is truly a game of inches where, you can be on top of somebody trying to block a pass, and that person will still get a clean touch out to his teammate if you are that far off the ball. That's how close some of those passes were for Sonics, but they nailed each and every one of them. It was great pressure and also great in midfield where they could have gotten in trouble on their rotation, but J-Russ, Sathu, and Shock, all of them at different times, bailed their team out on defense. It was a good recovery. Frontline, I think we're going to see more of this team. I think there's a lot to like, but I think there's certainly more to develop because things start to get lost when they feel the urgency and they get into that solo ball game where you're forcing the ball into the corner, relying on rebounds, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it felt like a weak start here from Sonics. They really got things going at the end of this series. That gameplay that we saw from the Sonics at the end here is how I would have expected Sonics to play throughout that series. So for them, they're able to go home happy here today. And unfortunately for Frontline, they go home not so happy, but I think a very valiant effort here today in stage 2.
One more match to go, one more team to send to Sunday. Who joins the elites? We'll find out after the break.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35. The network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right. Only on Verizon.
Welcome back, everybody. Our last match of the day, our qualifying match. It's going to be Alpine versus Rogue. Real quick, before we get into that, we did just finish with Sonics against Team Frontline. And Corelli, we had said a lot about that series. And as we take a look at the highlights, we can see some brightness for Frontline. I don't think this is the last we've seen of them. You and I were talking about it during the break. Give me your thoughts on this Frontline team.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say what we were talking about during the break is I hope they don't implode. I think this was a great showing from Frontline. They had a lot of potential, not only on the defensive side of things, they could keep up with the pace, but also on the offensive side. You saw the creativeness, even with that shot from Andy. You saw what they could do in the midfield as well. I felt like they were an extremely strong team, maybe lacking experience, right, against some of these teams, but look, that's what's going to happen when you're new to RLCS and when you finally qualify for something. I think this team has a lot of potential. I hope that they take a lot of all the positives away from here rather than the negatives of not making it to the playoff bracket.
Now, there is another team that is trying to punch a little above their weight. Alpine Esports versus Rogue. Now, Corelli, I know you have some feelings about Alpine. They are one of these up-and-coming teams. They're one of these many teams where people are like, all right, be on the lookout. This is the next generation. Like, these guys are going to be the next ones to compete. But their road hasn't been easy today. They've had to go through a gauntlet to get to this point. It did not start well for them, and it's been up and down as we get this series underway.
This matchup is full of weapons. Everyone in here is a weapon, and both teams tout some of the most mechanical players in the league. In my opinion, you got First Killer, you have Turinturo, you have someone like Magic Bear and Percy. I mean, these are guys that I expect to pull off those mechanical plays. So look out for that here in this series. But you're right, Jory, both these teams have had a very tough go coming into this road. Have had to play Envy, Sonics, G2, Charlotte Phoenix even. I mean, this is a tough go, and here they are sitting at 2-2. This is going to be a knockout match here.
Rogue are, they're the level above Alpine where they're trying to cement their look as a top 4 team in North America. But a top 4 team, that's not how they start games.
Man, we really pushed this game up to be something, and that's the first goal. Percy just tosses it downfield. It was a good clear, and unfortunately, Rogue had no one in the middle of the field. So
toss is a great word here. For that. That's okay. Everyone gets one, I guess. But Kronovi struggling to find a clear there. Magic Bear first up for Percy. Percy was looking for Magic Bear in tight traffic. The First Killer and Turo getting tied up together, trying to force the ball past midfield. Rogue forced into more relaxed rotation, which immediately turns to an aggressive rotation. The ball banged off the backboard as Jordan will leisurely get the first clear, and then the ball will leisurely roll into his net, right over his head.
And I don't know if Jordan maybe could have turned around here. It was a great initial save. I mean, that's really all he could do from the inside with no boost. And then he didn't have boost anyways. Actually, that bump almost helped him to get back to that ball. But in the end, Rogue get their first goal back, and good pressure after that kickoff, after the first goal. Felt like Rogue were in control, and this is a team that a lot of people have been hyping up, saying that, this could be their season. This is a team that have picked up Turinturo and have looked so much stronger. Probably one of the better roster pickups just in general as far as results afterwards. It feels like Rogue are on a massive, I said this last week, on a massive uptrend where it feels like they look unstoppable. Now sitting at the back with 2-2, and Magic Bear gets a second goal for Alpine.
Let's take another look. Magic Bear, he got a really nice touch off the sidewall, and we really like our nets wide, free, and open, Corelli. That one was a little less free. Rogue are starting to make people pay taxes. They'll get there by the end of game 1, maybe. Alpine also need to square up on defense, but it's certainly been these are 2-2 teams trying to fight for a top 8 spot. You don't get another chance at a regional for a while, and Alpine know it. Jordan picks up the third for Alpine.
Look at this sneaky little play from Percy. Had no boost, so fakes that he was going to go something or take something up into the air, and instead just forces the challenge out of that defender and then pushes it under him. Such a smart play there from Percy with no boost.
Kronovi in front. Rogue unable to break out quickly, so First Killer will break through a car to get the ball back in front of the box. Turo shovels it out the corner. Kronovi's shot blocked by Jordan. That heated up real quickly, didn't it? Turo looking in front. Nobody from Alpine grabs the ball, and now First Killer has a great ball to Kronovi, who looked for the tiniest touch, but missed it by a pixel.
It does feel like Rogue are setting the pace here in this game. Alpine struggling to keep up with the offense, struggling to keep up with that speed and pressure that's coming out of Rogue. And look at the gaps in the midfield right now as Rogue really have free reign and some double commits coming out from Alpine. So Alpine really need to get it sorted here. Rogue are just going to gobble them up.
We welcome all of our B-Stream viewers from the E-League stream today, catching the rest of the RLCS matches. This is our last match of the day with Rogue and Alpine have started out, well, let's say this. It didn't start out great for either team, but Alpine has certainly looked a little bit better. First Killer is starting to ramp up as well. Kronovi first tap, Turo got tapped out as Jordan finds a working clear for Percy, but they're still working for a clear. And, a lot of awkward balls, and they don't stop coming, apparently. A lot of awkward touches. First Killer trying to keep Alpine honest and on the ground. They did, and Rogue keeps the ball, Corelli, but this has been, I'm gonna be honest, this has been a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, it does feel like a whole lot of nothing. Rogue, again, while they do feel like they're setting the pace, it seems like Alpine are able to just carve out opportunity on the offensive end. Rogue's defense not holding as strong as you would like, and even though the chances have been far and few between for Alpine, they've been able to really break down this Rogue defense.
Jordan trying to, that was, First Killer just looked like he got the boot power up in Rumble and just kicked Jordan out of the way earlier. Alpine, another shot for Jordan. He almost sank it in the corner. Rogue feeling a little desperate on defense for a clear, and Alpine cars all around midfield. Maybe a chance, but no. First Killer way under the ball on the attempted pass from Turin. Jordan slowing it down. Magic Bear taking a spot up on the wing. Nothing really develops. This was great from Alpine. While I do feel like they were given a gift at the beginning of the game, they did give it back. And then I just felt like there was a couple of Rogue miscues, and then one great play in front of the box from Alpine that gave them this lead. But since then, Alpine have done, what they've been asked to, which is just keep Rogue out of their half. We'll see if Rogue can do something here, but it just hasn't been there, the offense, and we get another clear back down to Rogue territory and almost another goal.
I think this is another game. We talked about it with the Sonics in the last series, but I think here in this game in particular for Rogue, the execution just wasn't there on the offensive third. Sure, they were able to generate 7 shots here in this game, but Alpine, even though it feels like they haven't spent that much time on the Rogue half, have now generated 14 shots here in game 1, which is just ridiculous against a team that we that we see do so well in Rogue, and time will run out. Alpine look very strong here in game 1.
This is where I feel like Rogue beat themselves sometimes, and Curly, I believe it was you I was talking with this morning about this with Rogue, is I feel like First Killer is Rogue's greatest boon, but also their greatest debuff at times. And in those that last 2 minutes, First Killer, he was trying to play an aggressive second man. He was always trying to be everywhere at all times. And I feel like when you pressure First Killer and you really prevent him from being able to carry the ball, or if he's not in control of the game, he tends to ball chase. And that puts his team in difficult spots, and the decision-making becomes real cloudy at that point. And to read the decision-making can be difficult, but there were so many plays down the field in the second half of that game where it was Turo and First Killer trying to link up, but First Killer was just, it felt like he was rushing everything. And at points, he was never able to slow down, reaffirm where he was and actually make a good push against Alpine.
Yeah, it maybe even felt like Rogue was going too fast for their own good here in this first game. But I do expect Rogue to make a lot of changes. Again, the execution is one of them. I think that defensive hold as well needs to pick up a little bit, because Alpine were just able to execute play after play, whether it was a dribble. You even saw, even in plays that Alpine never scored or even generated a shot, they were throwing the defense for a loop. I think back to near the end of that game, Jordan was on a dribble where he just slowed down that dribble, and that defender really didn't know what to do with it. So Alpine definitely inside of Rogue's head here coming out into game 2.
Rogue, maybe they will right the ship here. As they get punched in the first game. We'll see if they can strike back. Turinturo will miss that read, and Alpine will get another jab in to start the game. Percy this time collecting.
Again, the defense for Rogue looking very weak, as I think Kronovi thought Turinturo was going to get that touch. Kronovi only had one pad, and he hedged towards Turinturo getting that touch, because of course you would think that a player like him would get it. But instead, when he misses, Kronovi didn't give himself enough space to get back to that ball in the near post, and unfortunately Rogue gave up the first goal.
It'll be Magic Bear starting as he finds Percy, and Alpine look to set up in midfield. But it's First Killer behind the ball. So deadly in front, and that is the danger of First Killer, is he doesn't have to be spectacular mechanically every time, because he just beats you with deceiving speed, Corelli.
Every touch that First Killer has increases the chance of a goal being scored by a factor of 10. It just feels like every single time he's able to follow up his initial touch with 2-3 more touches, the chances for Rogue to put one in the back of the net go up, and you see there what he's able to do down the sideline.
That's why I say is his greatest boon to Rogue, but can also be, I said debuff, but curse is probably the better antonym, as Rogue. It was another quick tie, like they did in game 1, but then things never really got back to normal for Rogue. Maybe the story is different. Jordan pops off the top of his car. The First Killer is there quickly. Rogue were waiting for that ball to get right back out to them. Alpine read it, found the clear, but couldn't get anything developing on offense. So, a bit of a boomer ball back and forth, or at least, here, you guys try. Here, you guys try. And we are all Magic Bear in front. First Killer did get the lion's share of that ball, but that shot almost found the mark. Percy, he won't get it, but Jordan wants to give him another shot. Magic Bear second in the rotation for Alpine. He tried to find it far side against Kronovi, but Kronovi, patient in the corner, will keep Rogue in the driver's seat on defense, but it flips right back here to Alpine. Magic Bear has a free look from midfield. Does he have the read against Turin? No. First Killer hops in front, really scared of a Jordan read. Jordan reads the net, and that is an Alpine lead.
And I think it was Magic Bear inside the net here, just chasing down Rogue players. He saw this shot coming and immediately turns to try and get a piece of Kronovi, and I think he does so, and Alpine are better for it now in the lead.
Alpine with the lead again. Will they really? Are they really already in a position that they could be up 2-0 in this series against Rogue? Well, they set up in the attacking third. Kronovi, I haven't said his name a lot in this series. Felt like a lot of his touches, they've been either clears or in traffic or just unable to get back to it. He's being harassed on the back line. He did get back to his touch. He will bump one out of the way. And some of these feel like desperation balls for Rogue. Magic Bear will actually shovel that ball out. I'm not sure what is going on in midfield. I don't know what's happening in this game. I don't know anymore. Magic Bear doesn't care. He'll pick up the goal.
Magic Bear just robs this ball from Rogue, and the speed to get downfield to follow that up. Kronovi didn't even jump yet, and he's all over it. Alpine Esports are the real deal, and they are here to play against Rogue, and man, oh man, they look good.
It's not obvious how Rogue are approaching the ball, and they look as confused as I do. And it's just Percy putting ball after ball in the back of your net. You knew it, Corelli.
The second he got this touch, I made that noise because I knew it was perfectly set up. And I just don't trust the defense of Rogue right now. They are just so flimsy. Alpine Esports are all over them at the moment. Seems like everything Alpine does can poke a hole in the Rogue defense.
A little pop here for Magic Bear. I was watching one of Alpine's games earlier today, one of the things that can be so scary about this team is that Percy to Magic Bear connection, because they are so dangerous with their passes and shots, Corelli. The synergy is absolutely there, and that's part of the reason why there's so much hype behind this Alpine team, is because of Magic Bear, but also his connection with Percy. Jordan feels like he's kind of slotted himself in, but I don't feel like Jordan has had as many standout moments like Percy and Magic Bear have on this Alpine roster.
And you don't have to. I mean, not everyone is going to be a star player. What matters is that the team is winning and then the synergy's there. And Jordan, like you said, slots in beautifully with this Alpine team. I've loved the way they've played here today in particular. I had my doubts when they went up against Envy last week, but here against Rogue, they look even better than last week. And that's important for a team as they move through an RLCS season. Keep ramping up. It's a long season. It's a long reach. I mean, it's a couple weeks, but it's a lot of Rocket League you got to play. So to play at this high a level after a long day like Alpine Esports has had, this bodes well for a team moving forward.
Jordan tried to shovel a goal in for himself. First killer. Well, that's been the frustration for Rogue too. It's been a lot of things, but that too, where even if Alpine don't win the challenge, they take the touch away from Rogue. Even right there, you take the touch away again. That time from Kornovi, and Kornovi was trying to make a lot happen there, hoping for a solid touch away from defenders, but it just hasn't happened because an Alpine car touches the ball and it's away from Rogue attackers. Time running out, 10 seconds remaining. Can Rogue pick up a pick-me-up goal, something to feel any kind of hope heading into game number 3? We had a lot of talk about the mountain over the years in Rocket League, but the Alpine is proving a little too hard to climb for Rogue. One more goal for Percy, and Alpine are up 2-0, threatening to sweep Rogue out of the regional.
How long have you been thinking of that one, Jorby? You've been holding that one for a while with the Alpine and the mountain?
I wouldn't say it if it wasn't true, Corelli. That was off the top of my head. And you know that's true because of the amount of silly things that come out of my mouth. But Alpine, man, they're taking advantage. I think it's twofold. It's Rogue mistakes and Alpine just taking advantage, and then also putting on displays of their own. But the Rogue communication, the field language looks non-existent. Everybody wants to do something different on Rogue now. Nobody's thinking on the same page, and you don't have any more time. You have 5 minutes left to get it together.
I think it's worst case scenario here for Rogue. Not only is your defense really struggling here in this series, but on the flip side of things, the Alpine offense is just clicking so well. I mean, like I said before, everything that they're doing is working. And what does that really mean? Well, they have fantastic lateral passes that are creating such a difficult defensive problem for every single Rogue defender. It feels like Alpine, you look at Percy's double tap, you look at the pass from Magic Bear even beforehand, everything is just lining up so well for this Alpine Esports team. It really is up to Rogue to break that up, because Alpine don't look like they're slowing down right now.
Alpine are shoving Rogue down the mountain, and the momentum is building. Rogue looking for a ledge to grab onto. There's only one more ledge left. Here we go. Turo blocked in midfield. Jordan, nice pass to Magic Bear. Jordan breaking axles. What a flip pass.
And this is a great example of what Alpine Esports are doing so well. They do a great job of isolating that last defender, and it could just be Rogue who's abandoning their third man quite a bit. They're playing a bit too far up, but Alpine recognize it every single time and then expose the defense, and it's tough for that last defender to make a play. There's a lot of options there for Alpine Esports. You need to know with the caliber of player that's on this team that they can pull off any number of those options. Again, up to Rogue to break it up, and they do get their first goal back to tie it up.
Finally, Rogue find the back of the net. It comes off of a great challenge, and then Jordan, he was expecting that first killer shot. He was trying to defend that near post, and it was a little far off the post for him. No chance to recover. Rogue, they respond again in the opening minute, Corelli. But as we know, Alpine have responded every single time with just a handful of goals afterwards, and Rogue unable to generate any kind of pressure. We'll see if the story changes. So far, Alpine screening across, very aggressive touch and cut on the rotation there. It just sends Rogue back. They have to respect the next touch. They needed that long clear from First Killer. Percy, he's caught out of sorts. He was forced to wait that whole time for First Killer to give up that ball. And he wins the challenge. So, you know, Percy, you do your thing. You get that past the Magic Bear. First Killer picks up the save.
I can't believe that almost was pulled off from Percy. Not only did he go through 2 challenges, but picked up the boost. Almost got it to Jordan. It doesn't matter in the end. Percy's going to put away a second one for Alpine Esports.
Magic Bear doesn't even have to go to the ceiling. That was so tough as he came down. Kronovi, the touch, it came straight back out. Rogue needed a quick follow-up. That was going to be tough for Kronovi to get a solid clear out to the corner on. That was well done by Magic Bear. Excellent control.
And, you know, I just want to say for Rogue, I mean, I don't want this game to get out of control for them. Again, this is a team that's much better than I think they're showing here in this series. And again, I don't want to take anything away from what Alpine Esports are doing. They're playing phenomenally, but it does feel like Rogue are not playing up to par, and it is that defense. And I'm wondering, I haven't really seen much changes coming into this game, the most important game of the series for them. It just feels like they're trying to force that same play style, and nothing is working for them on the defensive half.
They've just played better than this. We have that expectation for this team. We don't expect them to be put to task by Alpine Esports. No disrespect to Alpine Esports, but recent results should tell you that Rogue, for all intents, should be dominant in this game. But instead, look at Alpine. They're finding space. They're weaving through. Magic Bear would have had a pass, but it was a good demo by Kronovi. Can that demo be the catalyst for Rogue? First Killer. Small touch. Kronovi back to First. First, this is a good progression for Rogue. Turns up. The shot is good, and that's the Rogue we were expecting. Tie game.
Great passing through the midfield here in control, finesse over to each other, using each other as to push the ball down the field. That was a bit of a double commit there at the end, but it doesn't matter because they scored, and that's how you tie up a game if you're Rogue.
Half of the game left. 2 have gone to overtime. Percy will pick up the save. Not 2 have gone to overtime, sorry. Oh, First Killer. Just thinking about the previous match as Percy picks this up. Turinturo chasing him from behind, and he will just straight up steal the ball. And Jordan actually has a shot. Kronovi, oh, Percy cut in a little too far, and the ball rolls the whole way back. Rogue are gifted the lead.
What on earth did I just witness? Kronovi on the clear, and I don't know if Percy was just trying to get a top. I don't know what he was trying to do there. I certainly not put it into his own net, and unfortunately it was just enough juice to give Rogue the lead. So unfortunate there for Percy, but plenty of time for Alpine to stay in it.
Ooh, just how he drew it up. That comes for free for First Killer. Just a little too much on the side of the ball, lost his power. But sometimes, Corelli, you don't have to make the great play to get back on track. Sometimes it just takes one of those to be like, hey, you know what? We're not so bad.
We're not so bad. You know? Yeah. That's one of those where you just say, we take those. And for Rogue, I mean, man, they really needed something like that. They give themselves the lead in a very crucial game, obviously. But Alpine definitely not slowing down here, doing a good job of controlling this midfield. And again, Rogue leading that last man. It's tough for them to make the save.
Oh, my gosh.
And every single one of them, Kronovi, First Killer, Turns in that order, had to make some sort of play on the ball there. And you could just see how Alpine do such a great job of taking on those one-on-ones.
Alpine trying to find some consistent presence in midfield. Percy, with his long rotation back, found Jordan, who ripped one towards the net. Double commit for Rogue. Percy to Magic Bear. Go! Alpine, tie it up!
Look at the vision from Percy here. Instead of just banging it off the back wall, a great pass out towards Magic Bear right on the money. And he can tap that one in every single day of the week. Less than a minute to go, and we're all tied up.
Do you think Alpine are just going to give away the opportunity to sweep Rogue out of the tournament? Oh, they probably dreamed of a moment like this. Magic Bear wants it. Oh, and Jordan couldn't get there in time. First Killer, he's ready to play some more Rocket League. Back to Kronovi. That's a high ball for Turo, but he found it. Shot blocked by Magic Bear. First Killer wants to keep that ball away. He does. Kronovi hard ball, which Magic Bear will take. And it slows down for a second, but Percy can't grab the ball. So it'll be First Killer. Turnturo, he backflips, so First Killer will take over, trying to beat the whole defense himself. Magic Bear lost against Kronovi. Can Rogue find a way in? They are forcing these challenges. They know they have control of midfield. They know they have first look at the ball. Turnturo, though, he loses his touch, and Percy gets the clear. Magic Bear almost got over Kronovi. Seconds remaining in regulation. Jordan towards the net, but handled well by First Killer. Magic Bear steals that boost away from First. Percy, the touch gets away from him. Turnturo, back to First Killer. He's got Kronovi on the wing, but he got bumped by Magic Bear, so First Killer does what he can to keep the ball in the air. But can they find a shot? Turnturo to First Killer. Oh no, it will not happen, and here we go. Rogue are on their last lifeline overtime.
Boy, oh boy, there were some chances there for both teams right at the end there, but this could be it for Alpine. One goal for them to sweep Rogue and move on to the top 8 final bracket.
Kronovi really starting to wake up in that final minute or so, but Percy just popped the ball behind him. Turo can't stay there. First Killer forced up, but he missed it. Magic Bear screening across Kronovi, but Kronovi wins. Turnturo had to fight Magic Bear, and it was a race back towards the ball. Now a battle off the ceiling that falls down to the earth, and Percy will take. Kronovi back to Turo. Rogue can't get set up. Jordan taking the ball away. First Killer had to buy time a lot with that touch. He got it back to Kronovi. And that First Killer maybe landed. Maybe he could have played it, Corelli. Wait, Percy, he's by 1. He wanted to pass a little early. There wasn't enough, or there was too much space, rather, by the time he started his flip.
I love that head fake there from Percy. It buys himself enough space to get that ball on top of his car to potentially have that pass. Alpine have opportunity here if Jordan can come back onto it. Rogue's defense holds strong for now.
Now Jordan. He wanted Percy, but Turo cuts him off. First Killer takes midfield boost. Now he takes the ball. And Magic Bear, he's got Jordan in midfield. Alpine want to push this back to Rogue territory. Wow. Turnturo. Wow. That was impressive stuff.
He made it hard, but he dealt with it in the end. That was, like I said, impressive.
Magic Bear makes the challenge happen, and this is very aggressive positioning from Alpine. Percy's already ready for the ball. He forces Turo to wait, but Turo was rewarded for his patience. Maybe not the reward he wants, because a clear down the field would be pretty nice for Rogue. They get it. Percy and Jordan keep the ball away from Kronovi. Turnturo gets taken out of the play. Now, Percy back to Alpine. There's just nothing here materializing. Percy steals the ball. Jordan can only survive a touch, but then it dies from Rogue. Kronovi has to get back again. Just when they start to build, a player gets demoed, and Magic Bear. Space in midfield. All 3 Rogue players back. Flip up for 1. Turo picks up the first save. Jordan will play it to the corner. Turo can't have the read, but Kronovi quick. Magic Bear stole it back to Jordan, Corelli, and we slow down yet again. Half of a game of Rocket League played in this overtime.
It's getting a little dicey here between these two teams. Both of them a little too anxious to go for this ball at times, and other times a bit too conservative. You're seeing Magic Bear flip reset, immediately shut down Rogue. Their defense is holding better, but still there are some huge gaps, and they have benefited off some solid 50-50s that they've won that have kept them in the game here. But it's become very dicey here for both sides. It doesn't really feel like Alpine have that edge that they had in regular time. All bets are off here in overtime.
Magic Bear, he wins a crucial challenge to give space. He'll just bulldoze right under Jordan. Percy, quick ball off the ceiling. Jordan does find the read. He actually gets the shot, which is saved by Turnturo. Now off the backboard. Looking, First Killer will pick up the read on the rebound. Jordan forces the ball laterally to Rogue's opposite corner, and it falls apart, but maybe is put back together in an instant by Percy. Quick shot. Kronovi follows closely, but is taken away by Magic Bear. Alpine have done such a great job cutting off every single Rogue counterattack in midfield. It's prevented Rogue from doing anything on offense in this overtime. Maybe they break away here. Kronovi wins the touch, but he gets bumped out of the play. It'll give a chance for Turo to create something, but the rest of Rogue has to wait because Alpine aren't biting.
They're a little bit too scared to push too far up, and that play was definitely not one they want to send any numbers at. They'd rather keep 2 back, and again, Rogue just sitting on the defensive line. What you're noticing is Rogue sending this ball away straight to Alpine players. That's a big miss, though, as that shot goes wide from Jordan. But again, Rogue too easily giving up the ball once they finally bring it down in their own half. They just boom it straight back to Alpine, who's waiting patiently for this ball to fall right back into their lap. Magic Bear on the dunk, almost able to put it away, and we keep going.
Almost a full game of Rocket League. Percy, first touch, and knocked away by Turinturo. He's got the control in the corner. Turo's done such a great job on defense. First killer, he'll take a pot shot, which is saved by Magic Bear. He'll pick up the demo as well. Space for Turo. Jordan forced to wait. Percy spawns right in front of him. Jordan misses the ball. Kronovi shot off the post. It was a wide angle. Oh no, but first killer picks it back up. Percy kicks it back out to the side. We've just yo-yoed between the box and that spot in midfield. And it's a runaway ball that Percy barely saves. Kronovi's ready for it, but Magic Bear got the touch first. Rogue, after 5 minutes of overtime, can they find the net? First killer screens across, but nothing is there. Back to Kronovi. Turinturo has to wait for Jordan's touch, and he'll give it right back to him. Magic Bear, does he have a clear? Yes. There's life for Alpine. Kronovi, poor clear. Magic Bear up top. Shot blocked for now. Jordan hunting on the box, but the ball never comes to him. Rogue desperately wants a clear, but a clear doesn't come. Turinturo gives them what they need. Rogue are surviving for now.
And you can see Alpine are very willing to send 2 players on this offense. Rogue are really struggling with just 2. And Alpine sometimes including that third man, but you can see the difference. Rogue don't want to send 2, they rather just send 1. That's why you're seeing less and less chances. It's a lot less risks, but sometimes you got to take it. And right now, Alpine are certainly showing that that risk is paying off. A lot more dangerous chances coming out from Alpine Esports.
Jordan has 12 shots on net alone.
There's 26
shots for Magic Bear. Yeah, 26 shots on net. And you look at Rogue, it's a paltry 16. Shot for Magic Bear. Alpine Esports sweep Rogue. They join the top 8 in North America.
Oh my goodness, 29 shots? Is that what it is for Alpine Esports to finally take down Rogue? It was a sweep, but it took them really 4 games. And Alpine finally do it here. Did I do that math right? Yes. Oh my goodness, 29 shots. You gotta be kidding me. I don't know what to say, Jorby. I really don't. I don't know what to say. Everything that we could have said here in that overtime, I think we said. Almost 2 players putting up 1,000 points on the Alpine side. Turinturo did for Rogue, and first killer was right behind them. Wow. Wow, what a game.
I'm sorry. I can't stop laughing. I'm just laughing because it really is that ridiculous. Like, that amount of offense. The fact that Rogue held on for as long as they did with 29 shots on net, that's impressive stuff. It's not as impressive to get swept by Alpine, but dude, that was just their match. I mean, Rogue gave away that first game, Corelli, and after that, it was really a battle. And I didn't feel like they gave up nearly as much. In game 2, those communication issues were still there. It felt like Rogue were without philosophy, which was so uncharacteristic considering how, like, seeing Rogue today, seeing Rogue in the grid, there's a reason that we thought that this was going to be like a top 4, top 5 team. But they floundered today. This was one of their big proving moments as a team, and they couldn't execute. So Rogue are left going back to the drawing board. The end of that series was absolutely ridiculous. We're gonna throw it back to Leaf and the boys to close out the day. Leaf, hey man, Alpine, you got it right.
Hey, I gotta say, it wasn't me that got it right. It was Gibbs. Gibbs is a genius. Gibbs, I think you called both a top five. We're doing it. Not making it, and Alpine to go 3-2. So all hell Gibbs.
It feels good. It feels good to be right. It feels better for Alpine because I felt like this offseason for them was terrible. Like, honestly, they were the only other team without an offseason roster move outside of G2, and a lot of question marks around that because they weren't looking great. They started picking it up in the grid week in and week out, and now they are a top 8 team. They didn't have a tough road necessarily throughout today because they dropped early to KC Pioneers plus Team Frontline, but they battled back. On the other side, Rogue, like obviously this series was all Alpine, but Rogue, what a tough day for them. They played 4 teams that will finish in the top 8. The problem is they only beat one of them. And that's the issue right there. They went 1-3 for those games. So not a great look for Rogue. A lot of midfield pressure was just not there from Rogue at all. Like Alpine, like it felt like at times it was custom training packs where they were just practicing flip resets because they had all the time in the world. That's why we see 29 shots in game 3. But hats off to them to make it and commandingly with a 3-0 sweep.
James, for you, I was going to say, how do you feel about these teams and Rogue going forward now?
Well, for Alpine, I love seeing these new faces come in. We even saw it in the European RLCS X. You had teams like Magnifico getting through, and I love seeing these new faces. It's awesome to see new teams have a crack at the big title. So Alpine, feeling good about them. But for Rogue, I just want to say too, I'm a big Kronovi fan, and to see them struggle today, and even in particular him, I thought his shooting was just not what we've seen in the past. I think if Kronovi is shooting the way I know he can, Rogue is making it through today.
Well, let's take a look at the standings. What we saw today, we had 32 down to 16 and 16 down to 8. These 16 you see here now, these are the results. Who made it the top 8? SpaceStation Gaming, Team NV, NRG, G2, Peeps, Alpine, Pittsburgh Knights, and the Sonics. Gibbs, I feel like there are a couple teams missing here, specifically for me, like version 1 that you maybe would have expected in that top 8.
Not only version 1 didn't make it to top 8, but they didn't even make it to the 2-2 round. So that's less points. That's less money for them. So not a good look for them. For the Pittsburgh Knights, I was very surprised that they made it. They played a KC Pioneers team that looked red hot today, but they took them down in that 2-2 round. Plus, they also beat version 1 earlier on the day. So hats off to Pittsburgh Knights. A definitely big surprise. Probably the biggest surprise out of that top 8 to make it through.
Yeah, I mean, I would have said I'm not super surprised by the Knights, maybe a little bit biased, but I've been casting their grid matches and they've been looking good. They've been going up against these teams version 1 NRG to game 5 in a lot of their matches that they've seen in the grid. So this is a team that I think a lot of people, the previous Valence roster, need to continue to look out for. A lot of names, other names in this top 8 were talked about. But I would say the Knights are one to watch out for. I don't know if they're quite there yet, but making a top 8 is a huge accomplishment. For you, James, any of those other top 8 there that maybe caught you off guard, or you're happy to see there?
I'm happy to see the Sonics. Honestly, I love watching them play. It was really exciting, especially, Leaf, you were touting all this desk knowledge, but you guys all got it so wrong on that series.
We've already deleted that part of the VOD.
Everyone was so wrong on that. But, just watching the grid matches, I knew this Sonics team is worthy of respect and a bigger threat than I think people gave them credit for going in. But I think they've earned a lot of that respect today. I thought J-Russ was awesome. Shock was awesome. Even Sathu, everyone playing up to their potential. And I'm really looking forward to seeing more of the Sonics as time goes on.
We got to talk about tomorrow. Then, of course, we have top 8 now to made it in that final bracket. Here's your teams. Gibbs, this is now down to a single elim. This is stage 3, the final round. This is a great spot to be. Already getting a good amount of points for RLCS, but of course, you can get a lot more by moving on here.
We're spoiling the script here a little bit, but don't worry about that. We have 4 teams that are lucky and 3 teams that are not. 3 teams that are on SpaceStation side of the bracket, the Sonics, G2 Esports, and the Peeps. And then you have Envy, like an Energy, getting those 2 and 3 seeds to avoid SpaceStation Gaming for the time being. But I'm really excited to see like an Energy versus an Alpine, a Team Envy versus Pittsburgh Knights, to see those surprise teams. We'll see if that momentum will carry forward to tomorrow. We saw it with Europe. Don't forget, big upsets happen there. So watch out for the Sonics as well. Like James calling them out, that they're looking pretty good. They have a chance to take down SpaceStation and shock everybody.
James, I'm going to make you do it. Give me the grand finals for tomorrow. Who's
NRG SpaceStation? Easy. That's the way it's going to be. That's just the way it is. That's in North America. I'm surprised you're even asking me, Leaf. I feel like it's obvious.
Wait, but James, like Turbo is going to get to play NRG.
Yeah,
Turbo's obviously going to win that. Obviously.
I just watched NRG in the grid this weekend. Beat him up pretty good, and it wasn't really even that close. It was in 4 games. So I'm feeling really confident that NRG is going to be playing well. The one thing I will say, though, is G2 has been pretty much the only team recently that's shown that they can take down SpaceStation, even doing that in the grid in a high-pressure moment. So I am excited to watch. I might be a little too confident in that SSG-NRG combo in the finals, but it's going to be a blast. That's for sure.
Well, we're going to find out tomorrow as Stage 3 for the first North American Regional gets underway for the Rocket League Championship Series Season X. Thank you guys so much for watching. We'll join us again tomorrow at 1:30 Eastern for the pre-show and 2 o'clock, of course, for that kickoff. We'd better see you guys in the chat. But now for James, Gibbs, and myself, thank you guys so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most awarded network.
I'm on my phone 24/7.
Then, for the first time ever, give families more entertainment with Disney Plus, Hulu, and ESPN Plus, now all included.
We're a big soccer family. Handmaid's Tale. I love Frozen.
Then give families plans to mix and match, so you only pay for what you need.
You get so much more than this, a great network.
With plans starting at just $35, the network more people rely on gives you more. This is unlimited built right, only on Verizon.